Let's go.
There you go. What do you mean wake up spoon? I was awake the whole friggin' time.
Yeah, this
I
time
was
it's
on
my
time.
fault. I have a tummy ache, okay? I've had a tummy ache for like 3 days, and I have not felt very good. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. I really don't. I haven't eaten anything weird. Although, I want to, you know what? It wouldn't be a stream if I didn't show you what we had for dinner. Which, actually, it made me really sad, because when I show you guys these pictures, you're gonna understand why I'm so sad. Is that okay? So it's a little bit like my fucking phone. You know why it's all washed out a little bit is because it was steaming hot, so like it steamed up the camera a little bit at this when I took this. But we've got Bill got some steaks. You got this mushroom cream sauce. My mashed potatoes, the way I like to make them, which it's got cream cheese in the mashed potatoes. Very nice. I like to do that. The steak was pretty simple. We didn't do much to it, just oil and butter. And then the broccoli I steamed with some onions. And then I also put lemon juice, Parmesan, and some of the au jus from the steak. But look, Bill cooked the steaks though. And look at how perfectly hang on. Does that work? How perfectly he cooked the steak. I mean, it like perfect medium rare. That was a damn good steak, and I felt really bad that I couldn't eat a whole lot of it because I'm not feeling great. But anyway, it was really good. Everything tasted very nice. But that I was trying. So how are you doing, Spoon? How are you guys doing, chat, too?
I have a question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in genetic superiority?
It looks depressed or British. I think it's mostly the color filter on my phone.
Yeah. Now, before you answer that question, because it's spicy, I'm gonna ask the chat the same question. When someone says the phrase genetic superiority, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Eugenics.
Exactly. Isn't that curious, though? That the first thing that comes to mind is an association with the phrase and not actually what the phrase means.
It's because there's
it's because history's gay.
Most of the time when people are using the term genetic superiority, they're speaking about humans, right? Most of the time that you hear that, although I think
look at the chat. Eugenics, IQ, right. Birth defects, yes.
You could very easily say that there's genetic superiority in species of animals, and which of course humans are, but that's far less contentious to make that. Movie Bob. Oh my!
That's pretty cool.
Do you not know that Movie Bob is it has said some of the most screwed up shit about eugenics?
Okay, yeah. But here's the thing. Like, I believe
Movie Bob's eugenics take.
But the reason I asked this is because someone in my comment section posted this about an old video, and I said I absolutely believe in genetic superiority, and anyone who doesn't is just an idiot. Like, because here's the thing: when someone says genetic superiority, no one asks in terms of what. Because when someone says like genetic superiority, I need to know in what context is this being applied. Because, like, for example, anyone who watches athletics, the 100 meters, why is it that everyone in that lineup is black? There's genetic superiority right there. Why is it if you look at like shot put, like it's some freaking woman from Bulgaria? Or like cold climb, why is it like strongman competition is overwhelmingly dominated by people from the cold? Right.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so there's certain people in certain situations are
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
again,
but
always remember that it's never a determinant, because there's certainly lots of people from Bulgaria, lots of guys from Bulgaria who aren't going to be very good at lifting heavy object.
Yes.
So there's going to be plenty of people of black men from Africa who don't run that as fast as Usain Bolt.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is when someone says genetic superiority, you have to say in what ways it's applied, because genetics
out the gate with some shit.
Like, I don't see this as controversial, because like people usually say, oh, it's like IQ, but it's like, okay, well, if your IQ is really high, but it in no way guarantees that you can reproduce or you get a high status and capacity to reproduce, your IQ doesn't mean shit. Like it's just like it needs a context of where this genetic superiority can actually manifest itself in some form of superiority. Because if you're a genius in a society full of thugs who will kick the shit out of you because you're not like them, doesn't matter how smart you are, they'll still kick the shit out of you. So like higher IQ doesn't mean shit unless it's actually useful in some way.
Right. Well, you know, we talked about this a couple weeks ago when I mentioned that I was reading about that that tribe that only has
bad genetics
like 10,
only from the neck down.
10 consonants. Because of where they live in the Amazon, there was no reason for them to have developed
past a certain point,
a different, to develop a more complex language. And by the way, here's one of Movie Bob's tweets. So has enough time passed at this point that it wouldn't be too awkward for the Germans to swing in and take care of this obviously dangerous nutcase running Poland before he gets all genocide-y, or is that one of the dirty jobs we can get to do again when we're on the good team? This isn't even that bad, actually. This isn't the one I like. Because he said other ones where, there's a game. I think there's a game for this. They used to play it on on EFAP sometimes. It's like, the game is it Hitler or Movie Bob? Like,
okay. And someone asked, like, Robo asked, like, why am I using sporting events as an example? Because sporting events are the most obvious example. That's why. And also, if I get into IQ, then we start getting to determinists and all this
right.
shit.
It's sports are the most obvious ones where, like, you do have physiological differences in between groups in general. Asian people, groups of Asians tend to be shorter than groups of Caucasians and Africans, but not all, because there's some African tribes that are much shorter. It depends on where in Africa and a whole bunch of things like that.
Yes, they also don't live as long.
I kind of wanted to see if we can take that Hitler Movie Bob quiz now. It's still up. It's funny.
There we go. Like Gary Thomas just says, hi, Dynamic Duo. When I hear genetic superiority, I think of NFL, NBA being majority blacks and STEM being majority Asian. Like, yeah, there you go. And the finance sector is run by Jews. Okay? Like, why can't we acknowledge this? Like, why is this like instantly like, it's a conspiracy?
Considered very anti-Semitic, even though like
to say that you're good at something? Why?
No, Bill just said you rang. No, but it's not. I do not think
it's
inherently
stupid.
anti-Semitic, particularly when you look at the history of what were Jews allowed to do in Europe. They weren't allowed to have they weren't allowed to have this regular jobs in the same way, and what they were allowed to do that Gentiles couldn't is lend money. Oh wow! So then you end up with a lot of Jewish people and Jewish families who are involved in money lending. That's not that complicated. So, I don't know. Yeah, I also don't know why it's like that's considered so anti-Semitic to say like, wow, you're generally speaking as a group have a high intelligence and are good with money.
It's so stupid when people just say, what are you trying to say? I'm trying to say you're good at handling money. Like, where is the bad?
Well, you know,
why is that offensive?
There's two elements to this, right? There's stereotype lift and stereotype threat. So stereotype threat is this idea that, like, when you say
stereotype
Asian
threat just makes me think I'm just gonna corner a Jew and force him to be my accountant or something.
You're just like, you're gonna do my taxes or else.
I'm gonna pay more. Fuck, I want to pay you and not the state, you damn Jewish man. You like okay?
Threat, though, is when you tell somebody, like, for example, you say, Asians are bad at driving, and so then as an Asian person, you feel like, Asians are bad at driving, so I guess I'm just a bad driver. And stereotype lift is
you are great at math.
Asians are really good at math. But if you're an Asian who's not very good at math, you're gonna feel really bad about yourself because you're not able to. It's basically in terms of stereotype threat, that's
you
sort
should just flip it. I suck at math, but I'm great at driving.
Or sometimes hard bigotry of low expectations, whereas stereotype left is the opposite of feeling like you have to compete with some stereotype that's applied to a group that you belong to. Do you want to take some of this movie bod or Nazi quiz? How long is this? I don't think it's that long. All right. So, are you aware?
Who did eugenics better?
Are you aware of Film Robert? This is just okay. He's the fat guy on the left, right? Obviously, it's not Hitler. But so this is a quiz where
I think the guy on the right is maybe the Austrian madman.
Maybe it's the guy on the right.
I think the mustache kind of gives it away.
Let's find out. So this was made for EFAP, but
okay. Now here's the thing. Okay. I happen to know a lot about Hitler's quotes. Don't ask why. No
reason.
Yeah.
But okay.
For the record, I have not read Mein Kampf. more than twice.
Look, it's not very long, and it's mostly just that it's funny. So make sure you read the instructions before starting. What are the instructions? I didn't read them.
Troglodytes.
Okay,
Okay, that's
the way
not
this
Hitler.
quiz
He would
works.
never say
All right, the way
troglodytes.
this quiz works is that you will be given a quote. You have to decide if it's a Nazi quote. No, so not specifically Hitler. Just any Nazi quote or a
Oh,
movie
shit.
Bob quote.
That makes it
And
more
again,
difficult.
movie Bob is like a. Well, you can see an image of him. You're gonna see lots of pictures of movie Bob. He's like a far lefty loony who reviews movies, as the name implies. You have to do this for a total of 100 quotes. The Nazi quotes could be from any Nazi, from the original funny mustache man and his edgy book, to whatever tismy stuff I could find on Richard Spencer's Twitter. Also, so remember that it could be any Nazi or anybody who.
Richard Spencer's
calls
a
himself
shit Nazi, by the way.
Richard Spencer's a Fed, but okay. Also, just in my
He
opinion.
couldn't do Nazi if he freaking
I
his
know.
life depended on it.
Also, I removed some of the words to make it obvious where the
Queer
quote is
cringe
from. I will
pretender.
censor the obvious word by putting theme in the censored word's place. Some
Can you make
examples of
this
these
bigger?
potential
'Cause,
words.
like it's
Oh yeah,
tiny.
sorry, it is freaking tiny, isn't it? Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
There we go. I will censor the obvious word by putting the theme in the censored word's place. Some examples of these potential words
After
be
also
Jew,
more after you do
Germany,
the quiz, I can see the statistics for the quiz on
or
Discord.
Nazi. Additionally, I had to fix the grammar of movie Bob's quotes. If I did,
Oh wait, this is you.
What? No. It's just it's Google Docs and I'm signed in. So
Oh, I
didn't
thought for a
make
second.
this.
I was like, did you write that? Gets
No, I
really
didn't
based.
make
Like
this.
holy shit.
No,
Thought
it
you
is
for a
very based. I'm
second.
not this based. Okay, so now that we've got the instructions, I'll
Okay.
never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong their worthless
it's
existence.
movie
Now
Bob.
I've taken this, so I know the answer. So you say movie Bob. This is Spoons. How does he do? I think that human beings, if you talk about our differences in terms of talent or intelligence or any other area, that doesn't necessarily make an individual human being inferior or a race inferior.
It's movie Bob because that sounds like something the Nazis wouldn't say.
All American politics of all of my lifetime have been about backwards people wedded to an inferior present trying to prevent
Movie
a
Bob,
superior
obviously,
future.
just because it
I
says
am
all
so-
of my life. Yeah.
Okay. Instruction in world history in the so-called high schools is even today a very
Nazi,
sorry
just by the way it's
condition.
written.
All right. At some point, you have to choose to be party to a meaningful social evolution and
Nazis.
accept not everyone is going to follow you. Okay. Some will choose to remain backward. When intelligent members of society become unable to overrule the ignorant, society fails.
Oh god, that's a good quote though, and it's also fucking true.
But was it a Nazi or was it movie Bob?
That's a wash. Ask the chat because I don't know.
I'm just gonna pick one if you don't know. 'Cause what do you have any inclination? Your last answer was Nazi, so I'll go with movie Bob.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
I have to say, and this is going to get taken out of context, and I don't really care. The thing is, I don't like this attitude of, oh look, the Nazis said it, therefore it's bad. Like if you go through life with that kind of attitude, you're going to miss out on so much information. But just because your enemy said it doesn't mean they're wrong. You can dislike the source, but it
Yeah,
doesn't make them any less true.
That is very true. That is very true.
But we're just so pathetically partisan. It's just like, oh my god, Hitler said it. He also,
Nazi said it,
he was
yeah.
also a vegetarian.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
He
are
was a
you trying to say
vegetarian
that
who
all
loved animals.
vegans are?
Right.
Okay, no, that's a
Never
bad
mind.
example.
Maybe right. Maybe
Yeah,
bad
because
example.
they are terrible. people.
There is forward and there is backward, superior future and inferior past, the evolved and intelligent versus the ignorant and small-minded.
That's movie Bob. I don't agree with the Nazis on that.
There are times when I really hate that Jim Crow era laws ruined the idea of intelligence testing for voting.
Movie Bob, and that's also correct. By the way, have you guys
Finds
ever
this trivially
seen?
easy, yeah.
Have you guys seen the intelligence test?
What? Wait, which one? Weiss or Weschler?
There was an
Yes, is
intelligence
the
test
answer.
for voting. Have you seen it?
Intelligence sense for what?
There was an intelligence test for voting, like the literacy test for voting. It was on Twitter a while ago.
Oh yeah, there was
Yeah.
one specifically, like a
It was
truncated
it was
version. Yeah.
genuinely terrifying to me that the vast majority of people who seem to comment are like, I don't know any of this. Like, I can't do this. I'm like, oh my god, this is in the 1960s, and it's like draw a line over the circle or draw a line through the square, and
Well,
the
a
line
lot
has
of
to
it-
go over both sides. Like people don't know I don't know what this means. I'm like, oh my god, you people are fucking retarded.
Yeah, a lot of it's about spatial intelligence because it's supposed to be more abstract rather than concrete intelligence, which is about like, oh, I know. Do you know what happened on this date in history?
Oh,
That's
okay.
not a very good sign of intelligence.
That explains why black women failed the test horribly. And I can tell it's black women because there's no punctuation. The entire comment section's in caps.
Now you're just being intentionally inflammatory, sir.
Okay.
We must.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this, and I'll ask the chat a question. Have you ever seen how black women write on social media?
On Black Twitter, yeah. There's a specific.
Have you noticed there's no punctuation ever? They write.
A lot of people don't use punctuation
with
though.
no commas, with no full stops, and the concept of lowercase doesn't exist.
And that's a big generalization.
It's a generalization because it's a stereotype, and stereotypes are based in truth. I've seen it over and over again. Like, why do you all write like this? It's generally just a noticeable pattern. I notice shit and I comment. I don't care if it's offensive. It's just a pattern. I'm not allowed to not notice shit. Fuck. Stupid as hell.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen. Yeah, of course. There's like Ebonics and white people shit.
Is we getting? Oh god, you can really tell.
We must become revolutionaries. We must bypass or shatter existing institutions and make them anew. The stellar to constitute the old elite must be removed forever. We must constitute a new elite. A daunting goal, perhaps, but the only goal that makes sense. Ask them to defend themselves. Give them an opportunity. They will give you nothing because they have nothing. These are the faces of evil.
Movie Bob.
I don't see any moral difference between a suicide.
Movie Bob.
Yeah, okay.
F-16 is kind of dating it. Yeah, there we go.
That one dates it. Here's something you should know about me. I believe that there is almost no such thing as a bad tactic, only bad targets.
Based.
That's a very leftist thing to say. They say that a lot.
And there's no thing as bad tactics, only bad targets. We want to throw a communist out of helicopter, so we can't say shit.
Just sometimes you have to, unfortunately.
Yes, like when they say genocide everyone that isn't the true. Like I'm kind of against that. If
That's
someone
true
says
Furby Slayer, by the way, is that the majority of U.S. citizens would not be able to pass the citizenship test required for foreigners to become U.S. citizens. I've looked at the citizenship test. It's
do you think I could pass it?
You could, because you know a lot about history, and a lot of it asks about the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and American history, which is one of the reasons why people struggle to pass it, because it's not like...
At least that's what it
used to be.
Home of the Whopper?
Yeah.
Family Guy quote.
Okay, so no tactics are bad targets. Is it a Nazi or movie Bob?
Yeah, that's probably a movie Bob. I can't imagine that's something the Nazis would say. Yeah.
Once we stop rejecting the basic truths of the universe and instead reject this theme, our civilization will be 100 times more efficient. Once we rid ourselves of theme, the stars will not be far outside our grasp.
That sounds like Nazis.
Okay. There's some things that I know about Movie Bob that would give them away to me a whole lot that you wouldn't know, but that's why it's more fun because you don't know really who he is, other than that he's a crazy lefty. It's possible to see this world, and remember also, it could be any Nazi, including contemporary, like, I hate to use the word alt-right, because that word used to mean just alternative right, and then, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's modern ones as well, it's not just those ones?
Yeah. Like it's Richard Spencer and stuff, yeah.
Oh.
Why
oh, okay, now I have to...
Yeah, recontextualize. It's not just the funny mustache man. Yeah, it's modern fascists.
Oh, fuck, okay, now I would radically... like to rethink
okay,
well,
let's just keep going and see what happens. It's possible to see that this world.
This is not the way I thought this was gonna go down. This is a fun way to like. Can we do this kind of stuff more regularly? I kind of like the racist shit.
This is fun. Okay, what I want you to. Okay, here's why I know this one is Movie Bob, because it's been a long time since I take this. This kind of shit. This is very. At least if I'm wrong on this one, I'd be shocked. But like, because him saying like he's very obsessed with space travel. So. That's usually when you see it's something about like they're holding us back from the stars. That's usually a Movie Bob quote.
Nazi.
Okay. People who have no understanding of the political world around them have no right to criticize or complain about our superior future.
I mean, I kind of agree with the sentiment behind that. I mean, if you don't know anything, then shut up. I mean, by that logic, with the software, we're against voting. So. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think a Movie Bob actually.
History likes to forget that theme often grow to assault true progress when the backwards and mediocre. Don't tell me to buy inferior products or hire less capable or qualified workers to artificially inflate a semblance of performance.
Nazis.
The American president increasingly used his influence to create conflicts, intensify existing conflicts, and above all, to keep conflicts from being peacefully resolved. For years, this man looked for a conflict anywhere in the world, but preferably in theme, that he could use to create political entanglements. Okay. All right. What, just from the rambling nature of it?
It's that theme.
There needs to be a separate category of biology distinguishing theme from properly evolved human beings.
Okay, everything with theme is going to be him then.
No. It's because, again, remember, it's also modern Nazi. So if it says theme, it could be Jew, or it could be conservative, it could be Republican, it could be black people. Do you know what I mean? Theme, or just like, for example, in this one, like that, like theme in quote 19 could either be, black people, or it could be.
I feel like people are going to watch this and just like a spoon is secretly really fashy as fuck. Needs to be a secret category of biology distinguished theme from properly evolved humans. Yeah, that sounds kind of fashy.
My dream solution. All the good
Movie
theme
Bob.
remove themselves. When I say the vast swaths of humanity are beneath contempt, I speak from knowledge, and some of you dare to give me this. This nation cannot continue letting its future direction be decided by a minority of its least intelligent, most backward-looking people.
Nazis.
There is, for example, the question of how we came to the preposterous state of affairs prevailing
Neo-Nazi.
today. Okay.
Just because, like, if he writes, the thing of it is, I'm hoping I'm right, otherwise I'm going to look like an idiot. It's because
24. How many are there? Okay, it's 100. All right, let's try to. Yeah.
You go through all of these?
You guys enjoying this? Yeah, unfortunately. I don't know. Can we just like do a couple of them and then submit?
Apparently, the chat likes this shit.
All right, as long as you guys are enjoying it and playing along at home. Even though, yeah, I think I did this on EFAP with those guys like.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Civil awareness space mustache. I was going to say, I think it's insulting you guys think I would read anything from an Austrian, and they were like, oh, there's some Austrians who are really based, actually.
Yeah, Austrian School of Economics produced quite a few, and then also Erich von Kuehnelt-Lenin.
Yeah.
Theme is the only way forward for genuine human technological
it's sort of the one drop rule has kind of fucked them up.
Oh, why don't we do this? Romo Grey Wolf brings up a good thing. Why don't we do it in pieces? It's 100 questions in total. We'll get to 25, and then we'll go and cover some news, and then we'll come back to this after a little bit.
Okay.
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Theme is the only way forward, for genuine human and technological progress. The alternative is the cave.
That sounds like Movie Bob.
I feel like I actually don't know which one that is, but I get the idea of putting the allegory of the cave in here. It probably makes it Movie Bob.
Yeah. He sounds more barbaric.
Yeah.
Whereas the fasci sounds more intelligent. You know?
So Movie Bob is someone who thinks he's way smarter than he is, which. Oh. But then again, a lot of these people writing on Twitter. Better human beings, upward evolution theme. That is the only way to find the answers to the questions that even our greatest philosophers and thinkers have been unable to answer so far. All right, that's a good place. We got
the next one is Movie Bob, just because it says Trump.
No, but remember, it could be a neo-Nazi, right?
Open nationalism, but the white race. Yeah, that's fascist.
Speaking of Trump, Biden announces his re-election bid. He's going to be running against Trump most likely.
Okay,
Let's watch his.
Watch
his video.
Yes. Now I want you guys to listen very carefully to what he says, provided you don't fall asleep, which is very likely.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
But I want you to tell me, what do you hear that is mysteriously absent from this video? Because I said this to Aiden as well, and then she just went, "Oh yeah, that's true." When I told her what's missing.
I didn't get what you meant at first, but yeah, there's something. So here we go, guys.
Yes.
As we watch this, see if you can find what's missing in his announcement that he's going to be rerunning for election in 2024.
Yeah.
Oh, CNN, really?
And we do begin with big news. Big news.
Big
breaking news. President Biden has made it official, announcing he is running for re-election.
You on the right has got one sharp jaw. Holy shit.
Watch.
Very heart-shaped face, though. Scary music. Spoopy.
Freedom.
I'm sorry, I just hate it.
Freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred. That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy. This shouldn't be a red or blue issue.
Interesting.
protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on
he can't even pronounce MAGA right. It always makes me laugh. MAGA extremists.
bedrock freedoms.
He says it like it's a slur, right? He puts a hard R on the MAGA. MAGA extremists.
Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love. All by making it more difficult for you to be able to vote. When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent.
And then we end on nice, hopeful music.
That's why I'm running for re-election.
Okay, so, it's just the first fountain. And Biden's the thing of weed next to it. Okay.
I was gonna say, why is there a lot of weed?
Did any of you notice what was interestingly missing from that ad? Because there was I didn't notice it first. I mean, to me, it was just like, it's just waffling.
There we go. Someone in the chat said it. Classy Kato said it.
Classy Kato got it.
Yep.
It is completely lacking any achievements and only talks about how other side bad.
Yep.
Which is, to be fair, I guess, as much as I can be, to old Joe, that's what he won on the first time, right? Was not like, vote for me because I'm going to do something good. I have, strong plans for the future of America, but no, instead, you vote for me, corn cob, ice cream. I mean, Trump is bad, Orange Man bad. That was pretty much it. I mean, his entire campaign was just vote for me because Trump bad.
It sounded like discount Americana porn.
Yeah. He didn't say a single thing he's accomplished.
Yes.
You listen to Trump talk. What does Trump do? Oh, and we've covered Trump speeches. He does it almost to the point of annoyance.
He brags about his accomplishments. Like, that's the main pitch. Is like,
yeah.
Remember when lowest unemployment ever? I had energy independence. We had no new wars. Like, he constantly touts what he did. Biden's just like, I fought for freedom and whether we get like, bitch.
Freedom and the MAGA extremists.
Does he not
they
sound?
They want to take away your right to kill your babies.
He sounds like someone who's running for president the first time, not re-election.
Yeah, very much so. But again, it's what won him. Well,
yeah, Rotten's right. They don't have achievements to run on. But that's the thing. It's like, why the fuck would you elect this dude? Like,
exactly.
There's a reason why they don't want any debates, because Trump would kick the shit out of him.
Well, we've
Trump could stand on the stage and go, "What have you done in 4 years? You are worse than me in literally every single measurable capacity." Sorry.
CNN. It's why I like pulling up CNN, because they will like they want to spin more than anything. And then they should sit and spin, but they really love to spin stuff. So presidential approvings April of the third year. Now, Trump's is low, but Trump is still higher than Biden. But he was just constantly, dumped on. Your third year Reagan and Jimmy Carter tier.
Look at this.
Dear
Trump
God.
was demonized every freaking day.
Every second.
As long as he was breathing. Biden, despite breathing and despite being inflated like a son of a bitch, he's still lower than Trump. Could it possibly be because you suck and you're not really president? Because no one really knows who the fuck is running the show? I don't even think he knows. I don't think he knows who the fuck's in charge. Because I don't think anybody in the world knows. That's why people are like, hey, look, there's no president in the United States, so we can basically just do what the fuck we want on the world stage. That is the reality of the situation. I mean, I don't see anyone who can tell me that, ooh, Joe Biden is really the guy running the country. No, he fucking isn't. And everyone knows it. Everyone knows he's not the dude running the show. Jeb Bush would be a better president than Biden. At least with Jeb Bush, he would get lower taxes, I think.
Jeb is a waste. Jeb is a mess. I saw
You would have
for a
had
second
more the war though
that
under Jeb.
Neon Suspenders said that CNN should do a flip, which did remind me of this image, which I'll just bring up here for a second. Please don't jump. Don't jump. You're worth it. You're worth it.
So I can't say it, but you can
No,
put the word on the screen.
But you can see it. There you go. Oh.
Chad, what's the word on the screen there? I can't see it.
Please clap. Oh my.
Oh god,
Okay.
that was the moment that defined his entire presidency, and for a better part, his entire political career.
Yeah, Bush,
The presidential run. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you are right. You know what? It did define his presidency because I've seen this on good
Yeah.
evidence that Jeb, in fact, have you seen the presidential election map for Jeb?
Is it the one
if you-
with his face in the bottom, with his arms like wide open? Is it that meme? Yeah, that's the one.
I had just dominated in 2016 every state,
He looks
every
like he's
county.
He looks like he's
every
being
town.
blown by a deity.
Jeb, 538 electoral college votes, all for Jeb! Exclamation point.
You know what's
Get
the
your free
funniest thing that he
guacamole.
said on stage? Is he said you're not going to be able to bully your way to the presidency.
Yeah, he did.
And like, yeah, he actually
Shows
did.
you.
Like, yeah.
Um,
Oh, sure, Jeb, you're really tough. Yeah. Oh,
so
God,
here's
that
the
was
thing.
great.
So we watched a CNN article. This is from NBC MSNBC, which is the most left-wing hardcore Democrat outlet. I think
By
they beat
far.
CNN by significantly
Oh, yeah.
in terms of their bias. I'll put shit on CNN, justifiably so.
I watched-
but MSNBC
I watched
is
it,
way more partisan.
I watched Hot Bastard stream
Mm-hmm.
a couple of days ago, and I think it's the first time like I ever just sat out to watch like a whole segment past like 5 minutes, because I've seen like Joy Reid or whatever.
Yeah,
And I watched like 20 minutes of it with Hot Bastard, and I would like, how is anyone watching
I
this?
didn't watch it. They don't.
It's so badly propagandized. Like, I'm like, holy crap! How do you not see this as like insane race baiting ass?
Well,
He was so
again-
overwhelmingly shy. Like, I was shocked at how anyone watches it.
They don't. They don't. Do you know where MSNBC's ratings come from? I'm being really serious about this. Like, this is not a joke.
Black woman over the age of
MSN
50.
No, MSNBC's ratings come from the fact that it is the channel that is put on in doctors' offices and airports.
Is that not CNN?
CNN or MSNBC.
I think
That's
it's
where
CNN.
all that. It's both. Doctors' offices and airports will leave on MSNBC. It's pretty much that, and people who really are insane. But it's mostly this that it gets put on televisions in public. It's not genuine support.
Or people that are disabled and they can't.
Maybe that one too.
Yeah.
Maybe
Spoon is
that
a Hard Bastard. I've been a Hard Bastard fan for like
Yeah.
5 years.
we had him on.
Yeah.
I didn't for 5 years.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Back when I used to hang out with him?
Yeah.
More? Oh wow, I didn't know that. I thought
I
thought
watched
he
Hard
was
Bastard
there.
since like 2017.
Okay, yeah, dang.
He was one of the
Yeah.
first people that I watched shred the Young Turks.
That was the stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah, I love
I've
watching him
watched him
destroy
for
the Young
years
Turks.
actually.
HP's awesome.
We
Let
should
me
get him
read
back
the
on the
super
show
chats
again.
before we. Yeah, he's always fun to have around. And he knows his stuff when it comes to political analysis.
Yeah.
Daka Dakason for 5 says the tuck has been cucked for now. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like he's been cucked for now, but not for long. Tucker Carlson is honestly at the top of his game even now. He doesn't
Yeah.
need Fox News; they need him.
Fox News.
And I'm
is-
saying
yeah.
that it's Fox News is the biggest conservative, outlet, and yet I don't think that technically so there's one person who gets is it Jesse Waters who technically there's one person who has like similar ratings. No, I think it was Gutfeld. Gutfeld has higher ratings, but it's because Gutfeld does a comedy show essentially. So whereas Tucker does actual news and analysis. So I think actually
He's like
Gutfeld
skirting
does
boomer humor.
skirting it. Look, I don't even dislike Gutfeld. My mom loves him, though. My mom's a boomer, so
There's a couple of moments where he said like some really racy
some
shit.
Yeah, he said some pretty base
We'd
shit.
maybe go like, "Ooh, good stuff."
No, I don't think Tucker needs to take an offer from anybody. Tucker built the Daily Caller and sold it.
Yeah,
Why does just make your own media network? Honestly,
I don't think he can for a couple of months because he's on a contractual obligation.
probably. But what Tucker should, in my opinion, his name alone, he already did it once. Like that's how well liked and powerful Tucker is.
And
as
if
a
he did
conservative
that
commentator.
before, I
Yeah.
can guarantee you can do it now with a lot more ease.
Yeah, exactly. He's got way more support now than when he started
Yeah.
the Daily Caller over a decade ago.
Yeah,
You know,
he's a Jew.
Gary
He can't be
Thomas.
quiet.
Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, Dynamic Duo. Hey, when I hear genetic superiority, I think of NFL and NBA being majority black and STEM
Yeah.
programs being majority Asian. Yeah, I mean that's what Spoon was getting at, right?
Yeah, I don't know why that's
Thank you for the
bad. Like,
5.
hey, look, some people are not academically gifted, but they
Well,
have like really
it's
good brute
only
strength.
bad if you know what it is, because it's only bad if white people are good at something, right? That's it. Because it's about this like race baiting stupid shit. Like we celebrate. Oh, because we're talking about the Cleopatra thing, right? So we can celebrate. Oh, let's celebrate this.
Hey, Chad, do you want me to say some really
achievement.
base things?
Not on YouTube, and I can't get Rumble to work today because I was having problems with race
Oh, no, it's not that bad. It's
Okay,
just
go ahead.
honest.
Okay. What are you gonna say that's so spicy?
White people make the best civilizations because we do. And also, I don't know if you've noticed this,
I mean,
but Europe-
East Asians do pretty well, and
yes,
I mean,
that is true. But the thing of it
Okay.
is, Europeans are Christian, which means they're the best. That is
Yeah.
a fact. And secondly, Europe is really diverse. Like, just because
Yeah, of
you're
course.
white doesn't mean
Right.
that you're the same, which is the stupidest thing. Like, the thing that I hate the most about this particular Americana perspective, that the white race is one group. Like, dude, we were kicking the shit out of the first, in the former half of the last century in 2 world wars. The idea that white people will get along just because they're white is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We don't even speak the same
that's
language in
some-
most of Europe.
It's stupid people like Richard Spencer who believe in that shit
Morons.
of like white homogeneity, right? That all
It's
white people, all
such
groups are the
bollocks.
same and need to come together as whites. It's like that doesn't apply to any broad racial haplogroup of people.
Yes, Asians
the
kill most
fuck-
other Asians. Blacks versus blacks. Europeans versus
yes.
Europe. Yeah, because that's how we've are for most of our entire fucking species.
Brother wars
Like,
are way worse in terms of people really screwing each other up.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I was listening to, speaking of the Cleopatra stuff, I was listening to Disparo's take on it earlier, and he did have a good point. It's just like, it's ridiculous. It really is insane. He's an Englishman, and to go up to an Englishman and say, like, you're the same thing as a German. Your culture is the same thing as a German. Close enough. No, it's not. Not even a little bit.
If you try that, you might not see for a while because he's going to give you 2 black eyes.
Right, yeah. You know, yeah.
You say that to an
down
Englishman, he's likely to kick the crap out of you.
Right, you
which
got
is
to
fair
baz
enough.
down at the pub and say, you're the same thing as a crowd. You know, he's gonna beat the shit out of you.
Quite literally.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's so silly. Yeah. Who do the Brits hate most on Earth? I'm pretty sure it's the French. You know. And
Who
vice
do the
versa.
English... No, do you know who the English hate most? Other English people.
Huh. Well, that's true. Well, that's usually the case, right? It's
Ask
in-character-
Rotten. He's English. He will tell you that, like, English...
Oh, yeah.
Andy Pass used to joke that English people hate most people, including the rest of the other English.
Well, actually, I played this earlier. It's in my video, and my new video is almost done. It's a little bit late because I've been a little bit sick, but hang
I'm trying
on.
to think of who does my nation hate the most. Probably the Australians.
Yeah, why do the South Africans hate Australians and vice versa? Is it that sports, isn't it?
It's kind of funny because Australians, South Africans, and Kiwis all dislike each other for sporting reasons. It's quite weird because all 3 consider the other 2 arrogant, which is kind of weird
That
because
that is
everyone
ironic, right?
thinks that the other one is more arrogant than the other, which is true. But New Zealand kind of have the right to be because they're exceptionally good. Australia is shit right now, so they can't say shit, and we're the current world champions, so suck a dick. So
Here is-
yeah.
James May on the French.
They haven't got better cheese. They are a bunch of treacherous, land-burning, work-shy peasants.
But all white people are the
yeah,
same
but all
and
white
love each
people
other,
would
right?
get along.
But people who are supposed to all get along are leftists who all agree with each other on stuff, right? Well,
But
not
look-
looking great.
but
I
look-
wanna
look-
wa-
Look how many
Go
white
ahead.
people don't like the white working class in America. So it tells you that
Yeah.
class is more of a divider than freaking race,
Exactly.
or like a point of solidarity. So it's like,
Yeah.
it's just, man, I'm reading a lot of books here because I've been editing works and shit. But
I know.
I'm
Spoon
reading
just
some.
got done with his giant project of cleaning and editing. And
Yes, and
this book that how long has it been out of publication for, Spoon?
well, it was I think it
long
was
time.
published in 1939.
Mhm.
As
But no one has the copyright to it, right?
Yes, no one has the copyright to the book because I still like.
Before you go and sell that on Amazon, you better secure it. I don't think since it's in.
I need to sell it on Amazon.
I thought you said selling it on Amazon.
No, I went to go look what it said on Amazon.
Oh,
Because Amazon
That
is the
could
one
be-
that said it no one has publication and you have the right to distribute it because it's not owned by anyone.
right. But if you're going to make money on it, you're going to have to secure the rights,
Why?
even if it's like essentially an escrow.
Why?
I think you're going to have. Look, you want me to talk to one of my lawyer friends? I would consult with a solicitor before you do anything to try and make money off it.
Why can't they just sell it as a PDF like the people who message me in an email?
I'm saying before you do that, before you charge a single cent for somebody else's work, even though I do think, by the way, that you could make a very good legal argument that you have significantly transformed the work by editing and cleaning up the entire thing to, pass for moderns to be on a modern standard for and make it basically reavailable, right, to the public. If you want to charge for it, speak to a solicitor before you do anything. Like you can probably just like have a meeting and meet with somebody for fairly cheap.
I mean, who's gonna
'Cause
gonna freaking sue me?
You never know. Like
But-
you really don't know.
But who's gonna sue me? Like no one owns the freaking book. What are they gonna do?
Somebody might claim that they do. So I'm saying
But they
yeah,
can't
ask
because the
Styx
game.
I don't know. I'm saying, yeah, that's the other thing, Arthur Line, is that they someone might go and then buy the rights and then go back and try to retroactive and do it. Look, all I'm saying, just go speak to a lawyer before you do anything. That's it. Before you charge a cent for it. If you want to give it out for free,
Fuck
but
no,
I know
put too
you told
much.
me earlier. I know you told because and here's the thing. I know for a fact Spoon has spent a lot of work on this. Like he's been working on this for weeks and weeks. And has put a significant amount of work into it, and I think really should be able to sell it since nobody else does. But you never want to, as Neon Suspender says, don't leave the door open for somebody who just doesn't like your politics to try and come and try and legally fuck you over something they shouldn't be able to. But
I don't even know how they would even do that.
I don't know either, but I'm not a lawyer. Always talk to a lawyer before you do that kind of stuff, though.
Because like
that
if I look at the book, right, it just says here, this work is in the public domain in the United States of America, possibly other nations within the United States. You may freely copy and distribute the work as no entity or
freely
individual.
copy and distribute. I think though, if you charge for it,
As no
that's the
individual
problem.
has a copyright to the body of work.
I know, but
So who's going to
still,
charge me?
There are people out there who will try to do it.
Based on what?
Based on your politics, they'll try and screw with you, dude.
Okay, so they don't have any legal grounds. They're just being a bunch of.
Yes, the problem is they
Wankers.
do have legal grounds because the law is weird and wonky and complicated. So all I'm
So
saying
how
is,
dare you restore a piece of art?
yeah,
essentially.
just be careful about that. All right. You can probably go get just talk to a lawyer, talk to a copyright lawyer I'm sure you can get I'll help you pay for it if you want to. I mean, we'll off of, the super chats will help you pay for it if you want to go sell it, Just, as Zero Fuck says, they'll find some legal grounds to try and screw with you. Daka Dakason for 2 says, MAGA is our word. You can call it MAGA. You can call me MAGA. Yeah. Namu Zed for $5 Canadian says, I want to be optimistic about 2024, but a lot of nominees are still filled with Russiagate nonsense. Or normies, sorry. Normies are still filled with Russiagate
Okay, well,
nonsense.
how
Have
does
memory hold the worst
it's
lockdowns.
just
We're going to talk about that
what
in a minute,
Hasselhoff said. The book is called The Good Pagan's Failure. So there's no good pagans or failures that are going to fucking sue me, so eat a dick.
Styx is a pagan, and he's a pretty good guy.
Six isn't going to fucking sue me for this book. It's
No,
pro-Christian.
I know, but you're not. You're not getting my point. Hasselhoff for 10 says,
I don't even know
yeah,
how many
right, sorry?
people are going to would even buy it.
Yeah. True.
I don't even think like it would.
No,
maybe
but
something
you're
like,
trying to sell it. You're trying to sell it, which is where someone can come in and try to screw with you, dude.
Okay, but like, how? Like the main, I just said like if people wanna
Spoon,
buy it.
I'm telling you honestly, I don't even have an inkling of enough understanding of copyright law to know how they would do it. But I know that the world is absolutely full of copyright and rights assholes and
I don't
trolls
even.
who will try to screw with you. I'm just saying, before you sell it, to make money off of your hard work, because you have spent a lot of time, like legitimate hard work and time, cleaning up this book so that it's
Can you show it on screen?
actually distributable.
Can you
some of
show
it,
it on
yeah.
screen?
Do you have the full PDF? I mean, you sent it to me before.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can resend it to me.
It's in your email.
Oh, it's in the email. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Because I did spend a shit load of time, mainly because I made a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
That's more the reason. Someone's gonna come out of the work. Yes, like how dare you make money editing a 1939 edition of a book?
Yes, but hang on. Yeah, this should be fine. So, like, I don't know if you have the original version, but it's like, it was very difficult because it was in just like, it was a clearly like an old scan, right?
That's what the original looks like.
Yeah.
Like with that text and everything. I went to go
Right.
find the actual original text.
Yeah, the
The
font.
fonts. Yeah.
So yeah, Spoon recreated the font. And you used AI, right, for some of it? Or did you go through and manually do every page?
No, I went, but like the text itself, I got through the AI scanning.
Right, yeah.
But the picture, the editing, the sort of correcting the
Margins.
pages, yes, that's all done
pages, yeah.
by hand. Yes, as is the top of the page, and every little freaking detail is. I can still tell you what the margins are off the top of my head because I had to do them manually.
Yeah, so Spoon worked on this for a long time. Yeah, Jake, the Just asking for an audiobook. A lot of people have, but Spoon has also said that, well, you want to speak for yourself.
Yeah, if I were
this
to
is
do this, this would take me like several hours. Like the people who make audiobooks get paid in thousands. Like there's no way in hell I would do an audiobook unless I was getting serious cash for doing this. And like that's not like I can do on a YouTube channel. That would be a waste of my time.
I don't know why people like listening to like audiobooks, even of obscure books. If it's just something that what you could do is you could just release a chapter every once in a while, you know?
I could maybe do like 15 minutes of it. And if someone says, or if it's like, I can get enough views to say like, do more of it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't know. Said Spoon's lawyer.
Yeah, Porch Producers lol said Spoon lawyer Lamau.
Thousands
Yeah,
for reading a book. Yeah, people get paid thousands for doing audiobooks.
I know. I'm just saying, be careful about that. Hasselhopper for 10 says, rights aren't something that increase or decrease. They are inalienable. Saying, do you want more or less rights? I know, how ridiculous. It fundamentally misunderstands the concepts. Sort of, there are laws that are prohibitive and laws that are, pretty much all laws are prohibitive, but some laws are expansive. So in terms of, there is some degree of sense to that, but Biden explains it horribly, right? It is in the public domain, Furby Slayer. Also, Hasselhoff continues, the question is if rights are honored and Joe doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about your rights.
Yeah, it's, I basically, before I edited the book, I was reading like a couple of pages, because it's on archive, but the archive version looks really...
Yeah,
like,
it's a very old scan.
Yes, you can tell, because like the book is basically brown. Like, legitimately, like, cardboard brown. And I went like, that's not pleasing to the eye. I basically read like 5 pages, and there was one like section that made me go, holy crap, this is extremely good, because it is absolutely true. And I went, I need to like do this whole book. It's not terribly long, and I just basically embarked on a small project of, can I potentially turn this into a restoration project? Which I did for no other reason other than I can.
Right.
Because I didn't think I would be able to sell or anything.
And Max Slippy Fist, hopefully that's true, that because it's public domain, then he should be able to have at it. Uploading it, for sure. Trying to make money off it.
I don't know where I could upload it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're trying to sell it somewhere, like on Amazon,
You ask
you're
a
gonna want
lawyer?
to. I think. I don't even. I mean, yeah, I don't know who would be best to ask. I don't know if I know a copyright lawyer. But that
Ask
I don't think I
ask
do.
Rackets.
I guess I guess I don't want to bother Rackets, but yeah, why not? I'll bother Rackets. I'll ask him. He knows it, but he's not a copyright guy either. Who's a copyright guy or gal? I don't know. Let me look into it.
Yeah.
Anywho, speaking of looking into it, let's look back into this. Here's the polls from MSNBC,
by the way, if-
the most left wing outlet
I've had people
from their audience.
I've had people message me, crush your enthusiasm. I don't know why crush my enthusiasm. Because people do not ask Amazon to speak with a lawyer. I'm not going to sell it on Amazon. I'd rather do it manually because then Amazon's not getting a cut, so fuck them.
Oh, would Uncivil know? Yeah, maybe I can message him. Uncivil's, yeah. Oh, right. Uncivil does copyright law. There you go. Thank you, Zero Fox. I forgot Uncivil does copyright. Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
I
Can you ask them? Doesn't Michael Malice sell things? Yeah, but I think Michael Malice writes stuff though. Like this is just a
Right.
this is just a
This would be,
restoration.
basically, it would just, yeah. Now, I think you should be able to make money off of it because you have restored it. You've put in like significant work. Styx does that for a living. Ask him. Does Styx, is what he's doing mostly just fixing up old books?
His
and
editing works, yeah. But
then Styx, and you know Styx. Haven't you talked to him?
no.
Oh,
Why the hell would Sticks know me?
I don't know. I thought maybe you did. Anyway,
No.
okay. We'll
And
just
also,
saying.
Can you
be
message,
careful about that
Can you message me on Twitter? Because for some reason I can't message people on Twitter.
right now.
Yeah, just anytime. Because for some reason, if I message someone on
Yeah.
Twitter, hold on a sec. What the hell?
What?
Because if I try and message someone on Twitter, it's just like it says it doesn't send.
Oh, I've had that glitch before. Isn't your name Needed Utensil?
No, that was my old one.
What's it now?
That I can't get access to.
What is it now?
Hold on a second. This is very professional to do this on stream. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to make a segue.
Uh,
Okay, just message
There
me
we
later,
go.
okay?
yeah, there it is.
What is it? You send it to me on Discord? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, I would know that.
It's supposed to be Broken Marshall,
Okay.
which is a reference to an amp.
That's fine. We'll do that. I'll do that later, okay?
Yeah.
Let's watch this video, but from MSNBC.
Check this out. We asked folks in this poll, do you think Joe Biden should run for re-election? Look at this. Only a quarter, 26%, said they think he should run for re-election. Age, a big concern. He'd be 82 upon being sworn in for a second term. Check this out. We asked folks in
We're not on Rumble tonight, Delaire, because I do not know what's going on with Restream. It was just not working. So, I mean, that's interesting. 70% of MSNBC viewers, the most left-leaning network in the United States, don't want Joe Biden to run again. Even though he's just announced it. Kirby Slayer for 2 says, add relevant illustrations and it's a changed work. Maybe. Again, I don't know. I'd ask a lawyer. Is Andrew from Legal Mindset also a contract lawyer? Yeah, Andrew's really nice. All those guys are nice. So, yeah. Okay, so even 70% of the people who watch MSNBC said don't freaking run Joe Biden. Now, I'm going to bring up that this has happened. Democrats have decided not to hold presidential debates in 2024.
Oh, I wonder why.
Well, to be fair, I'll give you my little steel man. If usually there's a known incumbent, right? So they don't very often actually parties don't hold internal debates because they already know who's going to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they already know they're just going to run with the incumbent. So I don't think that this is as weird as it's been reported by some conservatives, because it kind of just seems like a no. Also, yeah, who's going to challenge him? Good question.
Let's see. Robert Kennedy Jr.
Oh, yeah, that will be the
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom. I don't know. Like, Kennedy is damn near defecting, though.
Oh.
You know, which I'll bring up here. So again, I keep seeing people talk about this and being like, oh, well.
You do realize AOC is going to run for president one day, right?
Oh, of course. She can't though yet. So, like, McCarthy again is seems to be close to. But here's the problem: is that
would wreck the
McCarthy's
economy.
McCarthy at this point is a dino, right? Like, or very close to one. Like, he's still on the Democrat side, but like,
I don't really think so. I have mixed feelings about McCarthy.
I mean, he is a Democrat, though. You know what I mean? Like, on paper, right?
He's a Republican.
Is he a Republican? I thought he was a Democrat.
No, he's a Republican.
Oh, I got that. Why did I think McCarthy was a Democrat?
No.
Oh,
How the hell would he be a Democrat? Republicans have the House.
Why did I think that McCarthy was a Democrat?
Because you're an idiot.
Apparently so. Jesus Christ. I thought he was a fucking Democrat. My bad.
Yeah,
well, I'm retarded. Admonish me, dude. Shame me. But yeah, okay, he's just a neocon. Well, my mistake then. It's easy to mistake the two.
He has like a vibe of Romney about him. I will say though, he's been
why did I think he was a Democrat? Probably because he's a rhino.
He's not been bad as a Speaker of the House, actually.
No, recently though that's why I thought he was a Democrat, because he's a rhino. But I was thinking of Joe Manchin, probably James Early. But recently I have been pretty I'm not gonna say impressed, but been like, McCarthy seems to be doing at least something.
It's because he's
more than most Republicans do.
It's because he knows that if he defected from the sort of MAGA push, his career would end.
Yeah.
That's like he's playing it because of the environment that he's in. He's surrounded by sharks who would kick his ass if he steps out of line. So that's why he's kept in line. Also, I think that if Trump were to win in 2024 and McCarthy has proven himself to be disloyal, Trump would make his life a living hell.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That is my perspective of the situation. I could be wrong, but I feel like Trump is looking at all these people like, who can I trust and who can't.
This stuff, that passing this debt ceiling plan.
Why does Joe look cockeyed in that fucking phone?
Because he's had a bunch of plastic surgery and it makes him look weird sometimes, but very often. Yeah, he really does. The thing is that I feel like this is just trying to sincerely save the country at this point, because this debt ceiling, Democrats always do this. They dump a shit ton of money, raise taxes, spend, and at some point it's like, yeah, it's like that saving the actual country, particularly after the absolute devastation that came out of the COVID pandemic.
Yes, and who has done that? Oh yeah, that would be.
Oh gee, who could have done that? I don't know. It is a mystery.
Yeah, I do like the way that Trump is to blame for all of that, even though each state's run their own.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But then Ron DeSantis gets praised. Like, oh look, Ron DeSantis did great, but Trump is also shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how do you reconcile?
But Ron DeSantis did do a good job in Florida. I don't think that's up for debate.
Yes,
I know you're not a big fan of DeSantis comparatively. And I truly do understand your criticisms and your concerns. Yes, it's just mostly a concern.
And also, I think Tim Pool is going to sour on him.
I don't know about that.
Tim Pool has a huge hard-on for foreign policy. That is Tim's
true.
biggest
That's always
thing.
been Tim's big thing.
Yes, and Trump has a way better record on foreign policy than Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis already flip-flopped on the Ukraine position, which instantly is going to make Tim go, uh-oh.
Hang on, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Tim may be a lousy fence sitter, milquetoast of the variety and all that, but the one issue where he is very quite strong-headed is on foreign policy. And if he looks at Ron DeSantis and just goes, I don't like what you just said, I find you sketch, he is going to defect to Trump. And also, Trump has better policies than Ron DeSantis. At least with Trump, I know what he's going to get. Ron DeSantis, motherfucker, that guy is raising more money than anybody else in the fucking field, and he hasn't even announced yet. And he's mainly funded by the Bushes, so no. Yeah, my Abraham Accords. I don't know, but of all the people there, I would say Trump is the only one. He's the only one that has a shot of winning. Like Ron DeSantis, like no one fucking knows him. He has no brand recognition as well.
I don't believe that. That nobody knows who DeSantis is.
Yeah, the only people who do are people who are in Florida.
or people who are politically activated. You're probably correct about that. However, Trump people, even like regular people, so many of them have real. And by regular people, I mean people who don't know anything about politics. They just what you watch my new
he's
video.
been endorsed by Jeb Bush.
When my new video comes out, that will explain some things about the psychology there. Is that basically people, when they get into this tribalistic mindset, even if they don't know anything about politics, they will just go, "Oh, Trump, yeah, he's a Nazi. Trump's evil." The Disney feud did raise DeSantis' profile as well. Hasselhoff, I think that's true. But
Look who's endorsing him.
Look, I think it's.
He's on Fox. He's on the New York Post. Like, fuck that.
I don't think it's as cut and dry of an issue as I think
he was endorsed by Jeb Bush. Fuck him.
Okay, I know.
Karl Rove was running his campaign.
Hang on. I think there is an element and it's not just an element. I think there's a lot of people, like a lot of people in this country, if not maybe even the majority, who just want to like turn back the clock to 1995.
That's never going to happen.
Right? Of course not. But there are people who look at someone like Ron DeSantis and go, he's maybe he's funded by sketchy people. Maybe he's.
This is what Biden was sold as. A return to normalcy. The adults are back in charge, and then completely fucking wreck shit.
I'm well aware because Biden was never going to do anything. And I think probably DeSantis as president wouldn't do much either. I fear
DeSantis has no balls.
I fear that DeSantis has also stood up to the Rainbow Mafia people pretty hardcore.
He's in a blood red state. He's in the reddest state in the country. I want to see him. Florida's the reddest state in the country. If you think you're going to walk into the mouth of DC and replicate that shit in the federal government, you have another fucking thing coming.
Yeah, Florida, I don't know if Florida is the reddest state, but it's certainly up there.
He is a career politician, and people think you take some public sector schmuck like him and you think he's going to replicate Trump's private sector attitude? Not a fucking hope in hell. Please stop.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not all on board the DeSantis train at all. I'm also, look, I love Trump. I just worry that he has
didn't make
too
red.
much.
Trump made Florida red.
I just worry that Trump has too much baggage, too much because.
Whereas Biden does not.
It's not about that. It's about what's going to get people. What's going to get the lefties? Like they're gonna riot no matter what. But what's going to get them to really go out and burn things down? And that's
what's going to get them to vote. You think Biden's going to get them to vote?
Well, what is Biden running on? As we just saw with his re-announcement ad.
Nothing.
No, it's I'm not them. They are bad. And the
Trump can run the
thing,
exact same thing.
But they won't listen to that.
Yeah,
the baddest thing that look, all that the left in America has is that the conservatives are Nazis and they're evil. And the icon of that perspective is Donald Trump. I'm not saying that therefore it's that DeSantis has to be the choice. And I don't even know if it's the right choice because they're gonna tar and feather DeSantis with the same Nazi brush.
Yeah.
Obviously, and say he's preventing kids from, getting life-saving care. But I just look, I like Trump. I'm just not sure what the best strategic decision is.
That's because you're black-pilled.
Yes, I am black-pilled, but only a little bit.
No, you're not a little bit. You're a lot black-pilled. Stop lying.
Yeah.
I will call you out for your crap. I don't care if I'm your best friend.
I know. I'm just telling you, I don't know what the correct answer is. And we're going to find out one way or another. So.
How much is Trump leading DeSantis by?
Well, Trump is kicking DeSantis in the polls. So that part's true. But I'm not talking about in the Republican primaries. I'm talking about what's going to happen at the national level, right?
Okay, yeah, but I don't care what Florida was like 10 years ago. I care about what's like now.
But it wasn't even, it was considerably less than 10 years ago. Florida does tend to be actually more of a purple state. That's why I was kind of surprised when you said that. But, I mean, it's been pretty consistently red. But DeSantis did a really good job in Florida, and a lot of people. And here is why I was also surprised that you say that people don't know who Ron DeSantis is.
Because they don't.
Because what I'm gonna. But here's a thing that happened all during the pandemic, and now I know we're contending with the microscopic goldfish memory of the average person, but while the rest of the country was in like these horrible lockdowns, which we're only now starting to see just how devastating. Even though I talked about it over a year ago, and a lot of people have. I will read Super Chats in just a moment after I'm finished with this point, because I'm sorry. Even though the rest of the country got to basically sit by while they're all being locked down, told they can't send their children to normal school, they can't go to work, they have to have these ridiculous mandates about what they're allowed to do on every level of life. Like their just whole lives were shut down for nearly 3 years.
Why did you tell me before we started?
And yet almost the entire time, Florida remained open, a state that has an extensive elderly population, and yet did better than states like New York that had the most draconic COVID policies in the country.
What did you tell me before we started?
What, about people's memories being abysmal?
Yep.
Well, yeah, I just said that again. But I think probably some level of that resentment might stick by in some people being like, well, I wanted to go. I wanted to have my life.
So can you explain to me why your resentment factors only in terms of COVID, but not the shitty economic state? Is it too soon, is it?
The shitty economic state is, okay, here's
affects them every single fucking day.
And I'll tell you why I think it's different. Because the general shitty state of the economy is the boiling the frog slowly, right? People get more and more accustomed to how bad the economy is over time. That's just the reality. Whereas with COVID, it was very dramatic. It was very dramatic, particularly when you were in a state like New York where you could not do anything. And you're seeing Florida's open and people are out having fun at beaches, right? And living their lives normally. And yet their death tolls aren't through the roof. I'm not sure, sending your kid to school probably is better for them, to be fair, but I'm not sure how much of that is, because one thing that is pretty clear about memory research, people don't remember positive things. People don't remember positives in their lives as much as they remember negatives. Something that really pissed you off, something that really bothered you, like, I don't know, not being able to live a normal life for nearly 3 years, I think is going to stick in people's call way more than the economy slowly turning badly. Getting worse and worse and worse under Biden.
No, because people don't give a flying fuck about COVID anymore. They just want to get the fuck over with.
I don't know. There's a reason why they keep putting out articles being like, oh, well, we should we just forget the pandemic. Please forget it. It sounds like they want people to forget it. I don't know if they will. And when their children have 20-point decreased IQ scores, are failing because and cannot keep up with any kind of thing in school because of the COVID lockdowns, when people literally couldn't go to their families' funerals and weddings, that's the kind of stuff that sticks in the memory. That's the kind of stuff I think actually. What?
Also, what do they have to vote against in terms of Trump?
I don't know.
Orange man bad, whereas Biden is literally screwing me.
I know, because it's another super chat, so let me get to them real quick. Delaire for 5 Canadian says, you guys are cool AF. Hey, thank you. Is Spoon part of the cool kids club? Yeah, he's a fan of Mr. Mediker. Aiden, I'm glad you found God. Thank you. Also, love your researches. Spoon, do more vids. Spoon does a video like almost every day. Thank you. So
I haven't done a video in like a week.
Really? You haven't done a video that long?
Yeah, because
you've been working on this book.
Yeah, I'm working on the book.
But Spoon does videos more than I do.
And now apparently I have to contact lawyers.
Yeah.
Which is
I'm looking out for you, dude.
I'm gonna bully you and make you do it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up having to do it. Keza for £5 says, special delivery for Miss Paladin. Check DMs. I did. So, who do we think is to blame for Tucker being fired from Fox News? Let's move to that because we've been screwing around.
I don't know. Of course,
as always, adorable picture of Keza's knees. Indelible to the hippocampus, boss, Minnesota Fat says. I think some things maybe are a little bit indelible to the hippocampus, just in terms of like anger and rage and resentment. Those ones are harder to get rid of than happiness, which is really sad about the state of the human brain. But
a book, when was it released? In 1939, and no one owns the copyright to it. Delay.
Still just saying to be sure. Michael for $2 says, I've seen a DeSantis sticker in Texas. I'm not shocked by that, but that's interesting. Jacob Meesemer for 5 says, I've heard from People's Pundit that some Republicans are trying to make California the first Republican primary state to screw over Trump. Think that would work out? No, I don't think it would work out. I think Californians would. I don't know. I don't think that's going to work. They can try it. I just don't think that's going to work out very well.
Someone in the chat is asking me something.
Kizza for £5 says DeSantis is only being endorsed to try and take votes away from Trump. Yet to be
Yeah,
blind or
agreed.
stupid to not see this attempted game. I
Yep.
think that part is true 100% because Democrats who have spent years and continue to be like every Republican is evil, literal Hitler, double Nazi, worst person who exists. But hey, we like this one. That is a big red flag, and that maybe, that DeSantis is just being used to split the Republican Party. And if I hope, because this would be the best thing, is DeSantis just doesn't.
If Sanders
doesn't-
was smart, he would
If he stepped in-
he
just-
would shut up and not say anything.
If DeSantis just didn't run in the primary,
He'd be a lot more
which
popular.
he'd be a lot. I think people would be like, okay,
Smart
Now,
move. Because if
you understand-
if he gets in now, people will look at him and go, "You're in your early 40s. Trump is in his
yeah, DeSantis has
70s.
plenty of time.
If you want to run for president and you legitimately want to be good for the country, there is absolutely no reason for you to run now. None. You are just there to him running would prove where his loyalties lie, and it would be anti-Trump.
Again, of course, what everyone would prefer is a Trump DeSantis ticket.
But
right?
that can't happen.
It can't happen legally.
Oh.
So
Constitution, the VP and president
Yeah.
cannot be from the same state.
So that's a problem. I think DeSantis, if he plays nice with Trump and endorses Trump, and everyone just because I do think Trump
would
has a
look like a
better
bitch if he
chance
does
than
that.
DeSantis. But then, yeah,
DeSantis right now is staying with ambition. That's a good point. DeSantis does not have any momentum. No. Trump has
he
all the momentum.
yeah, Trump does have all the momentum, and if we come out of a second Trump presidency and then go in to DeSantis, that would be the right turn, I think, because then DeSantis will have really proved himself. And if DeSantis does back Trump, I think strategically that probably is the best way to go. But I can see why a lot of conservatives and Republicans don't think that's the right way to go, just because of how much the left hates Trump. But like I said, they're going to smear DeSantis either way. I just don't know if the vitriol with the Antifa far lefty types is there for DeSantis.
I'm
it is
curious as to who he will pick as a VP.
for Trump. Tucker would be awesome. And then Tucker would be
No, that's absurd.
It's not
Tucker,
good.
Yeah, no.
It's absurd. It's not happening. It would be people are bringing it up Trump Tucker.
Yeah,
but-
because there was Tucker is like being VP is something that I've seen pitched by a lot of people, which is like insane
same.
to me. And because I wrote a piece earlier today that
Tucker's not a politician. He's a
commentator.
pundit, you know.
Um, The thing of it is, if you look at
and Tucker apparently hates him too. Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's that.
Okay, you know what the hell these people say behind the scenes, but if you look at historically speaking what VPs are in American politics, they tend to be either a tool used to attract an audience that the main gunner for president couldn't really pull, or they're used as a failsafe to keep them in power. For example, Spiro Agnew with Richard Nixon, and or Cankles or Cackles as fucking the VP is now, because actually she's both.
Yeah.
And the joke that I had in my video was that she's missing two elements, White and Wang, but she's also
That's
missing
true.
two other elements, is Wit and Wisdom.
Sorry,
Because she was too busy being a whore for Wang. That's how she got her position.
A lot of people in the chat are bringing up really good points. Like, yeah, Trump should maintain a moderate someone to balance him. And I was about to say,
Yes.
like Mike Pence and Fox 2 right after Fox B2 right afterwards
Yes.
said, someone Tucker hates him. Yeah, so did Pence. Right? So it's
Yes.
like, yeah, wait, pick a moderate. What? Someone like Pence? Someone who hates him? Oh, wait, what? Like,
Yeah.
It's-
That's
this
the
is
thing.
This is kind of one of the more fun parts about politics is just doing like just rampant speculation of being like, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, it is
You know?
like a blood sport kind of element to it.
Right.
Who I want him to pick as VP personally, I would like him to pick
Carrie Lake. A
no.
lot of people are saying Carrie Lake.
Yes,
I don't.
Yes, but she's a woman, and
I don't
therefore
understand
no.
why. Based.
I want him to pick Byron Donalds.
I don't even know who that is.
He's
Byron Donalds.
He's a black guy.
I've never heard of him.
I think, but the problem
Maybe
is,
I have.
I think he's in
no,
Florida
I've
as
seen
well,
his-
which is
then
wrong.
it's
Yeah,
fucked.
but he's really
Yeah,
really
Florida.
good.
Yeah.
Or do you know who'd be a good choice? Larry Elder.
Ooh.
I would really like, but the problem is like he's also
With
like
Larry
further right
Elder-
than Trump. There isn't a moderate on the right. A moderate on the right is seen as a cock.
Trump is actually like, again, Trump is a lifelong Democrat. It's just
Yeah.
that the left has gone so crazy far left. Larry Elder would be an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Kristi Noem has
Kristi Noem,
mostly
yeah.
left, has mostly retired, unfortunately. I would love Kristi Noem. I really liked her, and I would have.
Yeah, Carrie Lake would kick the shit out of Harris.
Oh, Carrie Lake. Oh, look,
Oh my God! Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Larry Elder would be a really good choice.
Can you imagine if Larry
Elder's
Elder
some- some
debated
people respect.
Kamala Harris? Oh my God!
Oh my God! It'd be a
Jesus.
fucking massacre.
That is a black on black crime I want to see.
The first black on black crime.
Oh my God! That would just be.
yeah.
Oh, I'm getting an erection just thinking about
Dude
it.
wants to see.
He would fuck her up. He would fucking wreck her. Because Mike Pence made her look like a complete bitch. And with Larry Elder wouldn't hold punches. Because like, I'm black, I'll fuck her and kick her ass up. There'll be no like
Yeah.
racial politics bullshit.
But Rumo says like he wants Elder in Cali, and I make that again. It's the same thing where it's like, I think it's best for. I think it just outside of the fact that now is not the time, is that DeSantis has proven himself to be a very good governor. So I'd like him to, keep running Florida. I mean, isn't that if we did hypothetically, if we got another 4 years of Trump, and the entire time you have people like DeSantis and governors and politicians in other red states who just keep having their states prosper, but the left-wing states do crazy shit like, I don't know, becoming sanctuary states for children to basically be
Mutilate
kidnapped.
themselves.
To be
Yeah.
I mean, was it in California or Oregon where it was just like, yeah, we can just kidnap your kid
Yeah, it was
and then
Cali, I
mutilate
think.
them, and then you can't do anything about it as the parent. I mean, when at some point people are really tired, like they're not going to tolerate that shit. But if DeSantis, I think DeSantis is best placed. Having
Rand
really thought
Paul
about
would
this
be a
more.
great choice. I know Styx would be extremely happy.
Rand would be good. Rand would be good.
Mm.
Rand would be real good.
I quite like
can't
someone like
remember
Rand Paul being
why-
that close to the executive.
Rand would be
Because I feel like Rand Paul would fuck shit
That might be the one. Son of Tiamat, member for 5 months. Hey, thank you so much. Says, are you still going to have Menches Mold Burgerstein on at some point? Yeah, okay. I'm going to bring it up real briefly because I've talked about it. I have said before that if we're going to have, I've talked to Moldbug. He's very responsive, and he'll go on like anybody's show. The only problem is that we do like a weekly pod where we just talk about everything. You know what I mean? I feel like if we have Moldbug on, I want something really good and
Substantive.
specific to specifically ask him about.
We can think
Now-
of questions. Not like we
Yes,
would
we
be
can.
running shit to talk about.
The obvious answer is that if Dev does manage to ever make his Moldbug is a fascist video, that
Which
would
is
be the
already
one.
stupid as hell.
That would be the thing. That would be it, right?
I feel like
Like-
Moldbug would just laugh at it because it's not the first
Well, then
time
the-
these people like think of monarchy as fascism.
Exactly, but then
Which
we
is just dumb as
we could have a funny conversation, laughing at the
What's up,
parts of it that
Bethel?
are stupid, and Moldbug can, I don't know, like who is better at at being able to debunk claims of here's what I think's really going on inside your head than the person himself, right? And that's the only problem, Arthur Line, is that Dev's never going to release that video. And even though he's talked about it now for like, I believe a total of 24 hours in total between 2 different streams with Adam and such, I'm not going to ask Curtis to sit through. I mean, I guess I could clip, parts of those streams that would take me hours, but yeah. Look, I don't really want to talk about the Dev drama because, like, even though it has hurt my feelings
Yeah,
a
watch
little bit.
Uzulu for that.
Yeah, well, you can watch. We talked about it on Uzel and I have talked about it. I've talked about it with Scrump. And look, Dev appears to be the agent of his own destruction, which I don't like seeing. Honestly, I used to really consider myself to be fairly friendly with Dev. I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, and I don't want to how much I should go into it, but he just keeps.
He's trying to adhere to a cult of personality.
I don't get why you would do this. It's like, okay, you piss off a lot of people because supposed to mention on EFAP as well. Oh yeah, I mean, he's probably. I don't know if he's talking about Moldbug on EFAP. It doesn't seem like something to bring up there, but he did 2 streams with Yeah, I agree with you, Sketch. Usually, basically put all the dev stuff to rest. Time to move on. No, again 3. I want to get through this real quick, just for people who are not aware. Real quick. Yeah, Dev's still talking about it. Dev made a really bad take about Bud Light, where he said he didn't know who Dylan Mulvaney was essentially, or didn't know anything about Dylan Mulvaney's past, which is a ludicrous claim. Then, like,
how are you a commentator and you don't know one of the most prescient fucking personalities in the current day? That's just ridiculous.
Then
I know you're Canadian, Jeff, but still.
Then, while he was getting crap for that, he decided to dig up the Pikami issue, which again was the VTuber girl who is half Japanese, half Caucasian, who was like bullied her whole life, and or at least in high school in Japan, because that's what happens in Japan, particularly when you look different. And she's got bullied apparently outside of her career, lost her career from the looks of it, because she was planning to play Hogwarts Legacy. He dug that up out of nowhere and basically said she deserved it because she was weak. He did sort of walk that back afterwards. And now, while he's catching so much flack for these 2 things, decides to out of nowhere, like, I mean, pretty much out of nowhere, even though I, by the way, for those of you who watch this channel every week, had been defending him for the most part. I'd been like, that's a bad take, but had been defending him repeatedly over this. And in fact, even I just said like the other week that he did a really good video. I talked about it on this stream, that he did a really good video. And he decided to call me a backstabber out of nowhere. And he keeps repeating it over and over on Twitter. And he's, talked about how evil I am on a couple streams now. Yeah. And it's like,
Scrum showed me some shit he said on Twitter. I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking when you wrote this shit? Well, it was hilariously dumb.
And then now he said it's like TJ Kirk was then getting canceled because people dug up 10-year-old tweets from TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, where he said some weird stuff about
ego fail. CP. Yeah, it is absolutely ego fail.
And Deb decided to double down by being like, oh man, I can see that TJ Kirk's catching flack. I'm going to talk about how sperm is underage because the sperm are only a few days old or something. It was like an incomprehensible tweet, which I know was supposed to be a joke, but I've just never look. If you want,
you have it somewhere.
I thought I sent it to you. I did.
Yeah, hold on. It's in my. He says if you believe life begins before conception, the ultra pro life position. I've never heard any conservative say that ever, by the way. Then all sex is child molestation because your sperm is underage and it touched your dick. What the fuck? Like, you have to be high as balls to write that shit and put it online.
Again, I think he's in a spiral right now, and I hope he gets better. But like
that was a while ago because that was written under his name. That's like before he got banned.
No, that's a new tweet. That's from literally the other day.
Are you sure?
Like 2 days ago. Yes.
Why is it called Short Fellow Talker? Like he's got a different name on Twitter, doesn't he?
Oh, I don't know if he's been changing it or what, but
yeah, because the one he has now has like a mustache.
Oh, I saw that just the other day though, so I don't know. Maybe I saw it on his timeline just the other day because I screenshotted it, but I don't know.
Yeah, okay then.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know either. But yeah, look. I think he's in like acting like a holier than thou idiot ego fail. Yeah, I think that's it. It's like ego out of control. If you would like to learn more, I did a stream with Uzalu and Scrump, who are. I mean, the reason Dev hates me, which I didn't really understand that he like hated me. I knew he like didn't like me that much because he sent me weird stuff. But it's like,
oh, we got his old account on ban. Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, he claims that it's because I leaked DMs, and when you ask him what were the DMs I leaked, he won't tell you because it was "Don't do that again." So 3 words. That was the leaked DM in regards to me trying to get him to talk to Uzlu and Scrump because he didn't want to get into a call with us. Where I told him like I'm talking to Uzlu and Scrump right now that you have a big beef with, and I think we can all talk together and get along. And he's basically has
Get
said now
along
publicly
with
that-
right-wingers? How dare you assume Canadians can do such a thing? Pay attention to their politics, young lady.
Well,
They
now
can't
he's-
ever do this kind of thing.
Now he said he's hated me since that day, which was like 8 months ago or something, while still
Yeah,
kind
I
of
get
pretending to
the
be friendly
I
with
get the
me.
impression Dev likes to hold a grudge.
Yeah, you think so? Because he
Little
has
bit,
one
yeah.
with those two guys, including Scrump, who used to be his co-host. But yeah, like I don't know. He seems to be in a spiral, and
Also,
that's it. People were asking about the drama, so I just wanted to cover it
Someone in the
real quick.
chat just said like this
That's
all
it.
started when he was insulting my timeline on monarchy. I don't think it started before that. I think that was just something that pissed me off.
No, but well, I do think the Moldbug video was aimed at.
I don't know why the
originally
hell he
at
need to
but I
mention
don't
me,
know.
and then like, what the fuck are you talking about, Dev?
Well, yeah, that was so weird when he was on Adam and Sitch and said that, and he
Yeah.
literally lied about your background
Yes.
that you used that like 3 years ago you were a leftist. Just like,
Yes,
what?
I'm
Dude?
like I was your average
Excuse
center
you?
lefty, and then at age 18 I read Molbug's book, and like this converted me from a progressive to monarchist. Like, what the fuck are you talking? No, it didn't. Molbug was my gateway into monarchy. Like, what made me a monarchist was probably Hopper and Ledden. That's the shit that maybe some Robert Filmer.
Aiden's
but,
changed a lot. My politics, only the monarchy thing, but
Yeah,
other than that,
I
I'm
have
still basically
people telling
libertarian.
you that I radicalized you in the monarchy,
I know, but the
which is funny as hell.
yeah.
I don't know how the hell people got to that idea. Like, how the hell like it's kind of weird that people just think, oh look, you've been hanging around with this Spoon character and he's made you a monarchist. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How? You don't even know me.
Yeah.
How the hell do you think I radicalized her?
Yeah, guess he's experimenting with polio in Sudan. Oh, I don't know.
Is it?
Could it be the U.S.
is-
government?
Does his name begin with B and G by any chance? Does he have a foundation?
Could it be? Yeah, could it be?
Does
Bill
he
Gates?
have really lacking tits and always wears a jumper?
He gets sent me a whole bunch of messages. He really wants. So sorry. Let's get back into this. But yeah, we'll see. Like, I would love that. Would be the best way to have. Yeah, I've changed. I'm more than willing to change my opinions. Yeah, I was a Norse pagan for years, and I'm more than willing to change my opinions on things. And people change. You know, there's a great quote about from a documentary about a redneck man named Stevie who has no teeth, and probably is a pedophile. But he did say one good thing: is he said people changes, and I'm always stuck by that. People changes.
If
Don't
Hopper
you know?
made you a monarchist and you didn't read Hopper, yes, I did. That's why you can.
No.
Hopper is an anarchist, but he still thinks
Hopper's
that democracy
yeah.
is worse than monarchy, which it objectively is, and he brings receipts for that.
If
He
you
is an
wanna
anarchist, but yeah.
Yeah. If you want to make an I'd say kind of unfair thing for Hoppe and monarchy, you could say that Hoppe is the gateway drug into monarchy, but Hoppe himself
Yes.
is not a monarchist. He's a narco-capitalist.
Yes.
So it's not fair, you know. Didn't we become friends only through monarchy? That's how Spoon and I met, was talking about it. But no, we just went on Yez's show, and then
Yeah.
you and I kind of actually, if anything,
I
we
messaged her.
radicalized each other. No, I'm saying like we both were like, oh, I'm interested in this monarchy thing, and then we would just talk about it
I
all
didn't
the
even
time.
know how we got into a conversation about monarchy, to be honest.
No, but we did.
I just
Yeah, and
messaged
then
you
we-
afterwards
right.
because I just went like,
Yeah.
hey, you're nice, you're a cool person.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we.
And
we went-
I think where it freaked people out is because when we were on Centrist Militia, and you just said, "No, I love Spoon," and then that people
Oh,
would
yeah.
just go, "What the fuck just happened?" That was a bit like, "What? How that?" I've had people messaging me like that. You realize what you just told me? Like, yeah, and why are you also surprised by this? That freaked people
yeah,
out.
because we were.
I still
talking all
remember
the time.
people's
Just about politics in
reaction.
general.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh.
Anywho, okay, let's get back into this.
Someone's like, you
So-
guys taking on Dev is like sandblasting a soup cracker. Putting up against Yavin is like nuking an ant. Overkill and cruel, so you should totally do it.
Thank you, Dreadnought, for 10. There's no.
that is-
okay.
yeah.
If Dev releases his monarchy video, which is probably about as likely to happen as the trucker video, but it is what I would finally be like. Because Yarvin did ask me for the stream where he was talking to Adam and Sedge, right? With the first one about it. But the problem is, like I said, with that, it's 12 hours, so it's impossible to get at anything without me going through or someone going through and clipping all the parts that are actually relevant. Dev's gonna debate Yarvin? Oh, hell no.
He would get mauled. He would get utterly annihilated if he tried to debate
absolutely
Maul.
not.
He would
No.
killed. Okay, some in the chat, Athlon said, what books do you recommend for monarchy discussions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Democracy, the God That Failed. That is an obvious one.
Is your starting place to? And again, here's the thing that a lot of people ask.
It's gone a bit more left. Really, you think, Dilly?
Yeah. Here's the thing: a lot of the monarchy books that we're going to talk about are more anti-democracy books, but ones that aren't oriented from a position of, let's say, instead promoting fascism or something like that, right?
Yes. You have to think
more,
like previous centuries.
Yeah, you have to kind of go back to the past.
Yeah.
To play the shitty games that suck ass, but
Yeah. Okay. So I have a list of books here. Essays on Catholicism, Liberalism, and Socialism. I don't even know. Aiden's even heard of that one.
Trying to find my book list, but I don't think that's on it. The books that I've read or I'm going to read.
Here's one if you can try and find this one. Monarchisms in the Age of Enlightenment.
Yes, that one's really good. And we have the PDF for that one too.
Yes, you can find it on LibGen.
Yeah, it's on LibGen. Right,
yes, the Generative Principles of Political Constitution. That's quite a good one. Patricia on the Natural Power of Kings, Robert Filmer.
I haven't read that one.
That's still in the 1600s.
Oh,
that is like the antithesis of Adam Smith. Like that's anti-Lockean. That's fucking real monarchy.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that is like the English absolutism. Who was the other one? Here's a short essay on who's the French lawyer 1600s. Hold on, give me a second, because it's somewhere here in.
This is the wrong.
In my.
Oh, it's on my. Oh, this is my Amazon.co.uk chart, not my.
Give me 2 seconds. I have to. It's fucking hell. I have a long list of shit here. Oh, Jean Domas, who is a French lawyer. There's like a small thing. There's like a short piece you can read called "On Social Order and Absolute Monarchy." It was written in 1687. If you want to learn about monarchy, especially like the old world, you got to read like previous centuries, because you're not going to find any modern shit nowadays.
I'll
it's
tell you
really democratic
some
revolution
stuff
shit.
a little bit more modern. Okay, I think we can both agree: The True History of the American Revolution by Sidney George Fisher.
That's more historical, I would say.
It's more historical, but I'm not just saying things that are purely pro-monarchy, but things that help give you a better understanding of history, particularly of America. The Machiavellians, James Burnham. That one's also, I'd say, like kind of.
That's Mulberg's, yeah.
Yeah. There's this one I have read a little bit of, but I haven't finished. It's called The Demon in Democracy: Totalitarian Temptations in Free Societies by Riesgard Legutko. I've read a little bit of it. I have not finished it, but so far I've really liked that one. I'm just going down my list. Another one that I think is required is On Power: The Natural History of Its Growth by Bertrand de Jovenel.
Yes.
That's a classic. And Leviathan and Its Enemies, which is by a guy writing under a pseudonym of Samuel T. Francis, but that is a response to a lot of political theory, but specifically he's responding to Hobbes, right? And I've also not finished that one, but that one is I really liked what I read of it. This one, of course, I've read, and it's relatively short, which is The Servile State by Belloc. Hilaire Belloc. Yeah. The Monarchisms in the Age of Enlightenment, that one for sure. Homo Americanus, The Rise of Totalitarian Democracy in America. Liberty or Equality is one, again, it just shows up.
In everything.
Yeah.
That's like, that's Aiden's monarchy Bible, basically.
It really, because it is, yeah. Another
David
James Burnham
Starkey book
Suicide of the West.
Yes.
I mean,
really,
really,
David Starkey writes new books.
Yeah. Really, another thing that people should just read is Hayek's work. Road to Serfdom, though, specifically. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This one, "Freedom from Reality: The Diabolical Character of Modern Liberty" by DC Schindler, and
Read
Unbroken
Notes on
Thread.
Democracy by H.L. Mencken just because it's really fucking good.
It is interesting. Unbroken Thread: Discovering the Wisdom of Tradition in an Age of Chaos, and that is by Sohrab Ahmari. Those are
Read
just some
Julia
books.
Sivola.
Look, okay, Ride the Tiger is worth reading. I know that Dev thinks that it's fascistic, but
Oh, for God's sakes. And when a leftist says fascist these days, you should just gloss over it because it doesn't fucking mean anything. Okay, if you're going to read, like, Giovanni Gentile, that's, like, origins of fascism. But, like, nowadays, it's like, oh, you're fascist. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, it doesn't mean anymore.
I will... Here's the thing,
Tiger,
Spoon and I,
yeah.
at some point after the stream, you and I need to get together and make a list.
Of what,
Athlon, we do.
Of just books?
Yes, we have a Discord. It should be linked in the description. If not, it should be. Right? Hang on. It should be linked in the description here, but let me double check.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So it linked in the description of this stream, and in all streams is a link to our Discord channel for Broken Ground. But anywho, you and I need to get together, Spoon, and make a list of all the books that we'd recommend that people read about monarchy. But again, it's not just monarchy. It's that, you know,
It's
Against
really
Democracy.
It's
You
really
must
books
read
about
Against
power.
Democracy. Yeah, it's books about power. And when you hear the word, title of the book from Jason Brennan is fantastic. Very, and in my opinion, very
Read
easy to
Industrial Society in its future.
honestly, everybody should.
Read Uncle
I'm not
Ted.
even joking. I'm not even joking. People
Yes.
should just read Industrial Society and its futures. But problems with constitutional monarchy. Look, and here's the thing: how many books did you and I just list off there, Spoon?
Too many.
Did either of us list Mencius Moldbug?
No.
Weird. How? But when I spoke to them about this months ago, and he was
I
like,
will
he's
say-
like, I'm going to debunk because he's very worried about this NRX uprising, which
No,
again,
shut up.
Scrump and I have talked about. It's like no one, besides like the whole dozen of us, no one's used NRX as a term pretty much at all for like half a decade, if not a decade at this point. NRX is a really fringe, tiny little like, it's not even like a
yes.
political group. It's just people who like reading history and political philosophy. It's not like a
yes.
serious threat.
But here's the
right?
thing. You don't need to get many people to believe it. You just need enough people who can make a difference to believe it.
Maybe. But the point is more is that like NRX is not a threat to anybody really. It's more about just
It
trying to
can-
get people to...
It can be, which is why
I
people
would
are
hope
scared
so.
of it.
But right, is that why?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think that's actually why. I think that Deb is mad at me and decided to go on a crusade. NRX
Yeah, but that's
is
his
a term
perspective.
from Curtis Yarvin, which stands for neo-reactionary.
Yeah.
Which again sounds scary, I know.
I would say read Unqualified, An Introduction to Unqualified Reservations at Your Peril, because it is a really hard red pill. It's one of those books where like this is a journey you're not going to come back from in one piece.
Yeah, I would suggest that people do read Unqualified Reservations and Open Letter, but
Open Letter is a
Open Letter
great
to Open
book.
Minded Progressives. Yes, it's fantastic. Released with
it's
Open
very
Letter,
wordy,
those are
though.
free.
But I quite like
What-
his writing style.
What did I say that was arrogant? Oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
You are beginning to annoy people in chat, which makes me happy.
I don't know. Oh, I'm just not sure what I did. My bad. Sorry. Did I say that it was daunting to read? It's daunting for me to read. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, if I said it was because I said something was daunting to read, I mean,
I don't know how that's arrogant.
it is. It's daunting. I'm saying that from my perspective, it's daunting to. I think that Liberty or Equality, despite its age, is by Eric von Knopf.
That to me
which
is
one,
daunting.
Again, the Bible, you know, the monarchy Bible is just such a good book, and to me, it was very, very easy to read. I
will disagree with that. The religion stuff is not fucking easy to read. That's bollocks.
Yeah, when
The
he gets
religion
into
stuff
religion,
is yeah.
it's a little heavy.
That's like there's a lot of names here that I'm unfamiliar with.
Oh, that Dev would change his opinions to attack me. You know, okay, so here's the thing. I said that to Spoon like 6 months ago or whatever, however long ago it was, like however many months ago it was. Remember when I told you that we found out that Dev was like working on this grand like project to go against to like debunk Moldbug, And I told
Yeah,
you
good luck
that
with
I
that.
thought, and I told you at the time that I felt like that was because he was still mad at me over the stuff with Scrump and Oozlo. And at the time, you said exactly that same thing. You said that I was being a little arrogant and that it definitely didn't have anything to do with it. Do you still believe that?
No. Because it wasn't more that I thought you were arrogant. I mean, that's probably what I said. It's because I thought, like, there's no way someone's that fucking petty. That's just dumb. Turns out, no. You can't be that petty and stupid.
Anywho, back to Super Chats. No, we got so much stuff to cover. Come on. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's see. Keza, for £5, says, the public have major amnesia. If they had good memory, blacks would never have voted blue. The Fed would not exist along with the CIA, FBI, NSA.
Aiden,
Yeah, I know. Yes?
Let's do 25 more questions.
Okay, right. All right. Let me read the Super Chats and let's do the questions. God, we're going to go for tonight. I agree that's generally speaking correct. Because there's also the primacy effect versus the recency effect. So primacy effect is that people remember whatever they heard first about an issue. Recency effect is that people remember whatever they heard most recently. There's not great support for
I heard
recency
that
effect.
most Canadians
There's
are gay.
very good support for primacy effect. There is some support for recency effect, but it's nowhere near as prolific as support for primacy, meaning people will tend to remember whatever they heard first. However, again, my new video is about how people develop stereotypes and fake ideas in their own heads via nothing more than the power of mere thought. And yeah, I think that will explain a lot. Hopefully quite soon I'll have it out. I've got 45 minutes of it edited out of, I think I got an hour and 20. So very soon.
I've never had to keep Aiden in check for her ego. She would have a better chance at keeping my ego in check. Which is going to be very difficult for her because I don't think many people can keep my ego in check.
No, but that's why we bounce off each other because I don't have much of an ego. I don't think I do. Maybe I do.
Whereas I have a massive ego.
Dreadnought for 5.
To be fair, I keep it in check by I don't talk about things that I don't know.
Yeah.
Or I try not to because like, there's nothing more ridiculous to me than people who speak about things that they've no fucking idea about. Like if someone asks me about something that I don't know, I would just say, yeah, I don't know enough to talk about this.
A lot of times I'll say when it's like, oh, I've heard about that. If I have heard about it, and I was like, I have no freaking clue. And if I don't know anything about something, I'll just be like, don't know. What do you think? Because I don't have any idea.
Oh God, Jeff Holiday, dude! I saw Styx made a video about him because he had a go at Styx, and this was like the first time I saw Jeff Holiday since like the 2016 election, and he went like fucking insane pro-mask, and we're like, what the fuck are you on, Jeff? How you were like massively against the establishment, and now you're like a shill for Big Pharma. What the fuck happened to you, dude? It is very bizarre. I think people just like chase the money. I think that there's very little people that have actual convictions in their ideas.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, I would say what I wouldn't do is make a video about a full, just dedicated video about the Bud Light thing and then be like, oh, I didn't know. And not investigate who Dylan Mulvaney is. You know, that one I wouldn't do.
I actually have a video coming up on that. Because I've written scripts for basically like 2 or 3 of them.
Interesting.
I have a long-ish script about the Trump and the Bragg thing.
Yeah.
I have one about why society is losing its mind, and I go over some racy things, like I go over sexism and segregation, and why you should be pro those things. Which is kind of a strange thing to say on a stream because people are gonna like, you're actually pro? Like, yes, I am, for pragmatic reasons in ways that you can't talk about.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if I can. I'll make it compelling. The thing about me is I'm good at presenting ideas that seem sketchy, but if I explain it in a way, it makes people uncomfortable. Go like, fuck, he's got a point. Yeah, because that's fun.
Flana McManel says he hasn't heard from Jeff Holiday in forever. Last time I saw a Jeff Holiday video, he he was going to. It was in about like 2021 or 2022, and he made some video where he like went to a nootropics kind of convention, and he dressed himself up to look like who's the guy who takes you to Flavortown?
What?
Bill, who takes you to Flavortown? What's that guy's name?
That sounds like a gay group.
You know who I'm talking about from the Food Network. Flavortown. Guy Fieri. He was dressed up like Guy Fieri, like he got his hair bleached and stuff so that he wouldn't be.
Oh, okay, I know who that is.
So
yeah.
that he wouldn't be identified at this convention that was selling like supplements or whatever. And which is a little bit. If you're doing it for the video, it's funny. If he was serious, it's really egotistical to think that anyone would care that you're there. But just me want to read this meme real quick. Where's this story?
Okay, so apparently the chat is familiar with the guy. And when you said the bleach hair, we're like, okay, I know who
Yes,
is
they
now.
knew who Guy Fieri was.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I pronounced it wrong. Guy Fieri.
Gay Fieri.
There's a really funny copy pasta.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
like, yeah, hang on, the copy pasta. What do you call it, a copy pasta? There's some kind of, it was a
How do we
post
not
about
look at
how,
the chat immediately? We do. The chat's literally in front of me.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, we have a delay by like 10,
right,
10
yeah,
seconds-ish.
it's a little bit more than that, but yeah.
Is it? Mm. Hold on, let me time it. Chat, whenever you can, press 1. Just so I can see what the delay is like.
It was like this post. It says one thing like, I'm worried for my daughter, my dad. He calls every town Flavor Town.
Oh, wow. It's okay. It's like 5 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, so
Here
it kind of depends what people are on the chat, but yeah.
wow. I found this on a
Chris Reagan thinks
random-
Trump colluded with Russia. Yeah, but he was in a boxing match recently, so he's going to think a lot of dumb shit.
What's wrong? This post.
I don't care what everyone says.
We are
That's
writing
funny.
this letter as a last resort. The Food Network is killing our father, and we don't know how much time he has left. When this all started, our family thought it was a joke. Our mother doesn't even let him cook in the house. He makes cereal with melted ice cream. He uses frosting as a palate cleanser. Those saying he has, they aren't just sayings. He really does eat flip-flops. He's always done that. He leaves notes on waffles, usually about how we're out of waffles. He calls every town Flavor Town. It's extremely confusing when we try to go on family road trips, when we try to go anywhere. Our dad never tells us that he loves us, only that we're off the hook. He often mixes up... He often mixes up our names with breakfast sandwiches. Sometimes we're not even sure they're real sandwiches, just foods and nouns he puts together in his mind like cheese ham Texas toast or gravy boat junction. He keeps trying to patent fluffer butter, which is just butter mixed with marshmallow fluff. His pockets are always stuffed with deli meats. It attracts wild animals, and our whole family has gotten rabies more times than we can count. Our mother says he wasn't always like this. He used to have a regular 9-to-5 job working at Blockbuster before he dyed his hair and devoted all his time to eating himself to death. He doesn't even watch movies anymore, just videos of people frying bacon. Our family hasn't seen a movie in 7 years. We need your help. He has every kind of diabetes. His blood is 70% caramel. Every meal could be his last. All of his doctors have either quit or gone into hiding. We are begging you, his audience, please stop watching his shows on the Food Network. He has 12 of them now, and another 6 in production. Demand more shows about beating Bobby Flay, cooking with ingredients you'll never find, or making children cry. We just want the dad we've only ever heard about, seen in pictures. We want to touch our father's hair without cutting ourselves or coming into contact with bleach. Thank you, and please stop encouraging him.
That was extremely well written.
That's why I wanted to bring it up.
That is some creative shit.
What are the ones in the chat for?
Oh, I just said I want to see what the delay is like. It's only like 5 seconds.
Oh, that was it about.
Yeah. It's gone into hiding. That's some fucking good shit.
Speaking of having fun, shall we do 25 more questions on the movie Bob or Nazi quiz?
This is a weird fucking show, by the way.
70%
caramel.
Dude, and there's so much stuff I wanted to get to tonight, like actual news, but we're just having a time.
Oh, fuck it.
Why not? You
Let's
have to
see.
stay up with me though. Get some stuff in I want to actually talk about.
I'm,
Deal with it.
I'm basically
Get
full with
coffee.
coffee, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Trump has
floss
opened the
to it.
door to nationalism in this country, not American nationalism, but the white race. Once that door is fully swung open, you can't close it.
Neo-Nazis.
Okay. Socialism is the final concept of duty, the ethical duty of work, not just for oneself, but one's fellow man's sake. The above, and above all, the principle, common good before own good, a struggle against all partisanism. We are aware that in this fight, we can rely on no one but our own people.
Fasci. Neos.
Okay. One's in the chat to confuse Aiden. I was in the middle of reading a very good copy pasta. It's thus necessary that the individual should finally come to realize that his own opinion is of no importance in comparison with the existence of the nation, that the position of the individual is conditioned solely by the interests of the people as a whole.
Fashy.
Every time a fellow white person asks me if I'd want to be a minority in my own country, I tell them I already am a minority in this country. Themes often use film executives or financial moguls sexually use and abuse women by the thousands, decade after decade, and almost always get away with it. Nobody is punished. Nobody goes to jail. Every now and then, somebody gets publicly exposed for what they are, but it blows over and the practice continues unabated. Sometimes one of these themes is so egregious in his perversion or aggression that he's thrown to the wolves by his fellow themes, such as what happened to Harvey Weinstein. Do I need to keep reading for you to get an idea?
Movie Bob.
Really?
You think it's fashy?
I don't know. I would have thought that's fashy, but let's go with your initial impression. History will eventually remember Theme as a hero, however imperfect, who was failed by the country they tried to save.
Nazis.
It's hard to tell because it's so vague. I will never forgive Theme for this. A superior global future was in sight, and they threw it away.
That sounds like Richard Spencer.
I'm almost positive that one's Movie Bob, by the way.
Really?
And yes, because he's talking about conservatives. And that is really, I think so. I could be wrong. And that is really the only possible response to that question, because this film does not even bother to attempt to provide any form of plausible deniability. This is a shameless celebration of violence by white men against a society that has abandoned them. Joker is a love letter to mass
Movie
shooters.
Bob.
I wonder if that's an actual Nazi. I don't remember. I haven't taken this in years.
Sounds like Movie Bob.
I know, it sounds like something that Movie Bob would say, but the nation I love and thought was heading in the right direction is failing, and I can only blame the ignorance of my fellow countrymen.
I mean, I can guarantee you that's not just fashy. There's a shitload of people who thought that about Biden.
Mm-hmm.
They're mostly in our chat. And the two people hosting the show.
Yes. So, was it Movie Bob or a
we're
neo-Nazi?
monarchists because we don't like because we think the masses are stupid.
True.
And I don't mean
So
that
is
in
that movie-
I don't mean that in an arrogant way, but just like if you vote for Biden, you're legitimately retarded. I don't give a fuck if someone finds that offensive or thinks I'm speaking
after the
disparaging.
after the last 4 years, come on.
Yes.
You've something wrong with you. Either out of tribalism or something else.
Oh, you're a woman.
So, Movie Bob or Nazi?
Let me see. Oh God.
Ignorance of my fellow countrymen.
Oh, Movie Bob actually.
Alright.
It's not on the nose of fashy to me.
The fact no one wants to hear this, not everyone gets to win, even if you aren't a theme. Theme is superior way forward into a better future for a better world.
Neo-Nazis.
I've always felt in some way apart from theme, but never so much as now. How can I share DNA with these monsters?
That could be either one. Yeah, you go. What do you think?
No, I've taken it before.
Well, you don't even know half of them.
Yeah, but it's been years. But this is for you. I've taken it before, and I know more about Movie Bob than you do. So
someone said my rants are meant to get under your skin, harsh delivery, but good for the soul to hear. You make it sound like I'm a detoxing influence, like you were high.
That is kind of, I would sort of describe it that way, though. Like, sometimes the stuff you say is, yeah, it's hard to hear, but, you know.
But it's smoothed over by the fact that I have a sexy voice. In case you can't tell, that was slightly sarcastic.
Fucking ego of this dude. All right, so how can I share
I
DNA
get
with these
compliments on
monsters?
my voice more than anything else.
I know. You get them from me. Well, used to. You don't need any more compliments from me. You're full up.
That's like the way it is. Like I gave him compliments. Look at him now. Just what a bastard. Oh God.
Sorry, Bester.
Probably Movie Bob. I really don't know.
It's a shame that we leave the abilities of the nation at the mercy of citizens who act with these abilities lightly, as if they were playing a game.
Oh, fascies.
Freedom of expression is nice, but it becomes a factor of corruption, and corruption, if not exercised within the limits set by the interests of a nation.
That's fashy. It's also true, though.
Yeah, that one is kind of true, though. Theme are not motivated by the desire to defend a scientific idea or spread this idea, but by the bigotry of opinion, idea, or belief.
Movie Bob.
Theme were given a choice to evolve and become a superior theme, or stagnate and remain
Fashy.
inferior. I'm almost positive that's Movie Bob, by the way. I'm not joking.
Someone said I was originally Danish.
In those days, I was stupid enough to try an enlightened theme about the meaninglessness of their beliefs.
I swear to
thought I
God.
could show them the danger of theme, but
if-
I was getting the opposite result.
The people in the chat, if you ever tell Aiden that I like her Japanese voice, I'll find and beat you. Don't do it. Don't.
Okay. All right. So is this? You know what I wanted to.
To be honest,
okay.
I don't mind it. It's when you do the high pitched one that freaks me out.
I know.
Or the fact that you can do Lilith's fucking impression, which is disturbingly
I'm not
like
doing
her,
that.
which is
I'm not reading that.
it's so creepily accurate. It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I don't want to, but let's go. Okay. Is this Movie Bob or a Nazi?
In those days, I was stupid enough to try. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because as soon as he says "I," it's yeah.
Wait, which?
Movie Bob.
Okay. I'm not for the correct action to be overridden. I'm in favor of the will of the stupid, just because they happen to occupy more space.
Movie Bob.
Oh my god. As for democracy, I believe in results and long-term vision. Systems, not so much. In this regard, I am closer to a technocrat.
Mr. House.
Yeah, but who is it? Who said this? Movie Bob or a Nazi? Come on.
Movie Bob.
All right. Hey, let's leave massively important geopolitical decisions with potential
Movie
global
Bob.
impact. Yeah. Your fellow theme failed you. I know the feeling, yeah. Theme cannot be won over, saved, or reasoned with. They need to be defeated along with their values and political power.
Oh god, I agree with that though.
I no, this is more revealing of Spoon than Movie Bob or Nazi. So who is it?
Me.
All right.
Thanks for that, you fucking asshole.
Would you prefer I clicked the other one?
Basically, like, are you left or more left?
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Most people don't know what is best for them, and in taking actions under the assumption that they do, often mess things up for us.
Oh god, that's fucking true as well. God, people's gonna say, look, this is a stream that made Spoon a fashy. God, this is fucking right, though.
Oh my god, I was not expecting it to go in this direction. I was never expecting this to go in this direction.
Sometimes I'm dumbfounded. I know what amazed me more, the abundance of their verbiage or the artful way in which they dress up their falsehoods. I hate them. Yeah, so do I, dude.
It sounds exactly like a quote from Goebbels or Hitler, but it very well could be a Movie Bob quote. I don't know.
Could also be me.
Okay, then. The superior future of the United States is technological and theme. Until then, a lot of
Movie Bob.
noise. All right. I think
don't
you
agree with that,
might be
though.
moving towards that because he's an American. So long as there are employers who attack social understanding and have the wrong ideas of justice and fair play, it is not only the right, but also the duty of their employee to protect their general interests against the greed and unreasonableness of the individual.
I don't agree with that, actually. Movie Bob, probably.
Yes, I condemn, quote, democracy as it currently exists in the world, which is, quite anachronistically, still called by the name United States of America.
Probably Nazis.
We have reached the halfway point. The following picture includes major spoilers for Hell. View at your own risk. Well, welcome to Hell. Let's put that off for a minute.
I think if you were to fast forward that video, that picture 5 years into the present day, it probably has a wig that's multicolored.
Oh, for sure.
And
Actually,
probably
well,
has
no,
cleavage.
he's still around. Okay, so let's talk about the Tucker stuff. So AOC goes on MSNBC
Oh god.
and calls for the government to ban Fox News,
You see, in this
including
picture,
Tucker Carlson.
in this picture, we have donkey bitch and redheaded wench.
Yeah, there you go.
We have to watch the whole thing.
Federal regulation.
No, hell, I just
in
want to
terms
watch a
of
little
what's
bit.
allowed on air and what isn't.
Hell no, I don't want to
And
watch
when
all
you
this.
look at
God,
what
no.
Tucker Carlson and some of these other folks on Fox do, it is very,
What did you just say?
very clearly.
Okay, it's just the clip that's here at the beginning of this segment. That's why I put it on, right? Okay, let's
Did you just
re-listen
say
to it.
Fox do?
Fox News. All right, here it is again. Let's go through it again.
What's allowed on air and what isn't. And when you look at what Tucker Carlson and some of these other folks on Fox do, it
Oh, on
is
Fox
very,
do. Sorry.
very clearly incitement of violence.
Okay, pause for a
Very
second.
clearly incitement of violence.
If it
Yep.
was very clearly incitement of violence, you could hold them liable in a court of law. The fact that no one does tells you that it's very clearly not incitement of violence, you stupid bitch. Fucking- God, I hate this woman just because she's so stupid. Like, do you want to know how I got my positions of women? It's because I heard them talk.
One sec. Bill is giving me a breaking news story. 1 second. Whatever.
I want to know what the breaking
Kennedy-
story is. Kennedy?
Hang on. Kennedy has released information in a speech that cites specific information that shows when chronic disease spiked, which would have been 89, which would have been the AIDS epidemic, Bill.
Oh, so Fauci.
Oh, chronic disease. Oh, no, it's not like AIDS. Bill's saying chronic disease such as obesity and autism all started in 89, which is also when AIDS basically started exploding, and when the interstate drug epidemic also exploded, so. Who's... Okay, so apparently Kennedy is dropping some extreme red pills right now.
Yes.
Who's funded by oil and coal but not pharma? The EPA is funded by oil and coal, but not big pharma because it's more reliable. Is what Bill's saying. Bill, send it to me.
You want to know how I got these cars? I can do that voice. Probably better than anyone else on Earth.
So, yeah, Bill, send it to me. Yeah, is that basically Kennedy's been dropping a bunch of like extreme red pills on the government, which we were talking about a little bit earlier. Yeah, that Kennedy appears to just kind of be fucking tired of this shit. Yes, it's based. But let's get back to AOC. Bill's gonna send me the thing.
You want to know how I got these scars?
It's pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Oh, you look nervous. Is it the scars?
It's actually disquieting a bit. Anywho.
And that is the line that I think we have to be willing to contend with.
That was New York Progressive.
Oh,
Hey, that was
if
it.
only we could find some way to make her disappear.
Okay. All right. So that was the the initial quote. Now, some real big fucking dum-dums think that AOC is thereby, because she called for this a couple days ago, is responsible for Tucker Carlson being fired from Fox News.
Which is, oh my god, like, you just want to make me hate society.
That's not... I've seen conservatives saying it too. She does not have that kind of power. She really doesn't. Here she is on, what is this?
Who the hell is
Snapchat or
stupid enough to
what the fuck
believe
is
this? Like
Instagram? I don't know.
legitimately.
I don't know. But here she is gloating and basically taking responsibility
Yeah,
for
it is.
him being
It is
fired.
from a movie.
Yeah, it's from Dark Knight.
My god, like the arrogant
Look at just how the
just-
smugness on her face out of the gate. Let's go. Here's she's taking responsibility. And listen, just oh my god, this like how can you make a video like this and not realize that you're the baddie? Okay.
Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News.
Wow. Because remember from her perspective, she probably thinks like Tucker's done and his career's over because she doesn't understand that he's independently wealthy, and this won't do anything to him.
couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Oh yeah.
What I will say though is, while I'm very glad that the person that was arguably responsible for some of the largest, driving some of the most amounts of death threats and violent threats, not just to my office, but to plenty of people across the country.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Prove it in a court of law, bitch.
I also kind of feel like I'm like waiting for the cutscene at the end of a Marvel movie.
Oh my god, my blood is literally boiling. Like
literally,
I can
like
feel
literally.
I can feel this urge in my hands turning into a fist. I have a desire to throttle.
I know.
And just.
Oh my god, Spoon! I don't understand. Why are you not like? Oh my god! It's just like the end of a Marvel movie. It's just like the end of Avengers Endgame.
This needs to be the end of a horror movie because
it's just like the end of my comic book
no people of
superhero
color
movie.
ever survive in horror.
When did she start lisping? I don't know. I'm just mostly making fun of her, but like, yeah, it's just like my Marvel movies. I love my Marvel movies. My fantasy. It's so I love it. This is real world shit, bitch. It's not like your Marvel.
She's
movie.
like a cartoon fucking villain.
She is like a she's not like a cartoon villain. She's like a cartoon retard.
Yeah, that's probably even better. But,
After all the
oh
credits have
god.
rolled, and then you see like the villain's like hand.
Yeah, that's you
reemerge.
fucking bitch.
I'm sorry. I have never been able to understand people like this who think of they legitimately can't think outside of media quotes and media references.
She's going to age very badly.
I honestly do not get it. I've never been able to understand. Yeah, it's beyond parody, Stanton High. Exactly. Yeah. It's beyond parody. I have no idea how people get like this. How they get this crazy to the point where they really just.
By the way,
they can't think
guys,
outside of absolute lunacy.
I have to say,
of references to things.
Do you Americans understand that when we look at the world and we see this as like the mascot of your Congress, it makes your country look really pathetic and so juvenile.
No shit. Obviously,
it's like embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like if if your country like needs any more like mascots for stupid, like Jesus fucking Christ, you guys are like cranking out winners left, right, and center.
The thing that's particularly bizarre to me, right, is that I'm not anymore, but I used to be a very, very heavy, fictional media consumer, right? I was
hoping you said drinker.
Well, no, I'm still that. But I've seen tons. I'm a huge Trekkie, I speak a certain amount of Vulcan. I love shows like Stargate SG-1. I love the X-Files. I love science fiction. I love fantasy. And I play every week on Tuesday, I play D&D on this channel. I like nerdy shit. I've always liked nerdy shit. I don't play as many video games as I used to. I have enjoyed playing Hogwarts Legacy, but which is like
this does not resonate with people. This resonates with Neanderthals.
However, what I'm saying, my point in saying all that is that never in my life have I felt the need to do this. Like, in my political goals, I'm just like the Federation, and these people are the Borg. I mean, maybe I've done that a little bit, but not really. They were just, we're the Resistance, and they're the Empire. It's so weird. It is so bizarre that you can't think outside of media, of massive Hollywood films and television products.
It's because Aiden, that's because your politics is wrestling. Your politics is pageantry.
Oh, right. Hers is, right. You mean?
Yes. No, your politics, like America's politics, is fucking wrestling.
Oh, don't put that evil on me. But yeah, it's
it totally is.
Remember, this woman's an elected official, and her comprehension of political issues is boiled down to, I'm the good guy and you're the bad guy, just like my Marvel movie. It's astonishing. I'm glad you made this video, AOC, though, because it shows your political acumen begins and ends at Disney films.
Out to grip over like the end of a building or something. But deplatforming works, and it is important. And
Deplatforming works, and it's important. Nice for saying the quiet part out. You're not supposed to say that shit, that you just wanted to deplatform everyone who disagrees with you. But you said
Books are horribly bad, but if I can use the power of the state to silence my political opponents, that's totally fine.
Of course.
God, I hate these people.
And there you go. Good things can happen.
Yeah, instead use biblical references. At least, Dutchman, at least that's redded. You know, you have at least read the Bible. Or if you're making a reference to something that, even if you think the Bible's fictional, if you're at least making a reference to some historical work, if you're making a Shakespeare reference, it's not like
Stacey Abrams is president of space. You could never be in space. You wouldn't have enough to eat.
Yeah.
You'd be floating like fucking Vader.
Dang, I have so many super chats I gotta get through. Sorry. Dreadnought for 5 says, I think the lockdown will be a net. Oh no, no, I did that one. Right, yes. No, I didn't.
Is bourbon the favorite barbecue of monarchists? Bourbon is a whiskey, so that's kind of a weird thing to ask. Is there barbecue
and James
sauce?
Harley, that is correct. The left did do this with Harry Potter when Trump was president before they decided to hate Joanne. Dreadnought for 5 says, I think the lockdown will be a net positive for the left since the tards won't be able to connect the cause and effect. I don't know if I read that before, but like, I think because we got into that topic a little bit. I'm not sure about that.
Also, someone just said, and the fact that there's no Second Amendment in the UK is your fault. I'm South African, so that doesn't really work on me.
We just both happen to live here. Well, sort of.
Yes, it's just kind of strange.
We're also very sort of on living in the UK.
It's very strange because people still seem to think that I'm English, probably because of the accent. But no, I'm a Dutchman, much to Aiden's chagrin.
Oh, the Dutch.
Yes, but the Dutch are superior people.
But you don't even live in England, you know.
I know, but people just think, oh, look, you have fancy accent and you speak English and you're not American. And because Americans are dumb as holy fuck, the only place that they have in the world that they think that speaks English outside of America is Britain. Because Australia doesn't exist.
Your South African accent only comes out hardcore sometimes because you trained yourself to kind of talk out of it, right?
Yeah, but I can still sound like a proper South African if I choose to.
See, what I'm saying, but it's the same thing. Like you also said at one, well, sometimes I've heard when you get drunk and you sound more Irish.
Listen, so, I mean, if I were to speak with a South African accent for an entire stream, I would drive myself completely insane. I do not like how this sounds. It drives me crazy when I hear South African people sound like this. It's. I've had many people say to me, "Why don't you talk in a South African accent?" Like, because this is what we sound like, and I do not find this accent particularly pleasing. I think it's disastrous. And oh dear God, no.
I'm so used to hearing it though, you know.
It's just fuck that. No.
Flannery Manuel has also admitted that he's never met a nice South African, and that's not bloody surprising, man, because we're a bunch of ignorant loudmouths with no sense of humor.
If you've never met nice South Africans, it's because you're a prick.
It's just a meme, my dude.
I know, but it's still funny. If you can meme on me, then why can't I just say you're an asshole?
You meme on me all the time.
Not you specifically, just everyone who says that.
Let's see. Jacob Miesimer for 5 says
Most
Florida wasn't open.
Transfall.
It was closed well into 2021. Even Abbott in Texas, a rhino, did objectively better than DeSantis on COVID. You know what? I had to look back into that exactly. As to when DeSantis opened up Florida, because now that I see you say that, I do feel like that probably is true. But I'm not sure about it. Thank you, though.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way?
Your African accent's better than fucking mine.
Kizza for 5 pounds says, Trump and Rand Paul is the best combo. Trump is the bull, and Rand wants Fauci's head on a pike. Me too. By the way, I kind of agree with that, actually. Yeah, a deadly alliance, you could say. I think that's probably I think it's a good call. I think it's a good call, Kizza.
I will say, as far as the South African thing goes, like, just no. God, no. I'm just watching the fucking chat talk about it. Yes, you know. It was really funny because I remember asking, this was before I said that I'm South African on a video, because people were asking me where's my accent from, and I just asked, where do people think I'm from? And
I remember. Oh, I remember when you did that. Yeah.
yes, the most common one was Indian, because people thought I'm clearly English, but I'm not native. It's like I went to like an English boarding school because I thought like you sound well educated, but you don't sound natively English. I'm like, okay,
It's a
that's
little bit
weird.
It's not fully, but a little bit, RP, received pronunciation, right? Which
My pronunciation is what? Do I sound like a bard?
No. Do you know what received pronunciation is?
No.
Received pronunciation is the style of speak that they teach at like well-to-do English boarding schools.
So basically, my diction.
Yes, which is the diction, right?
Right. Aiden has a college accent, apparently.
But it was the same thing where I got made fun of as a kid when I moved to Maryland from West Virginia for having a Southern accent, which honestly, in retrospect, I think was probably quite minor. But I had to work myself to speak with non-regional diction, which I do now, mostly. But and then I started learning Japanese when I was 11. So so my palate is different, because if you start learning a foreign language very young, as I did, and my Japanese sucks now. We all know that. But for a long time, I spoke Japanese all right.
It sort of depends, really, on the kind of cadence you wish to speak in. Yes.
But yeah. What Kraut did was
yes, we do call it a rubbish bin.
It's called received pronunciation. If people don't, let me play a video of it, or I'll look one up real quick so you can see what
do you call a rubbish bin?
In America?
Yes. Garbage can?
Trash can.
Oh, you said trash can. Yeah.
Yeah, trash can. Let's see, can I have a real quick...
Also, the best accent in America that is attractive is a Southern accent on a woman.
Really? Interesting. The thing I try to divest myself of. Anyway,
no, Southern accent on a lady is attractive. Dear God.
The only one who never sticks up for me in all this is you. Why is
this? Is
You're
RP.
my darling daughter, and I love you. Hard as it is for an Englishman to say the words.
So that's just an example of what RP sounds like.
Oh, you're my daughter, and I do adore you. Oh, what a dreadful day it is, my dear. Please fetch me my shoes and polish my penis. It is a hard day here.
It's a very
it's the
specific
sort
way
of accent
speaking.
that I can instantly slip into at a moment's notice.
But you do,
if only for my own amusement.
You have a little bit of it though.
But
that's because
naturally.
but you also taught yourself to speak that way as an older person rather than as a child. You actively worked on it,
Yes, because I find it gives you an air of credibility. Because this is true. It's ridiculous as it may sound. It's just that if you can say something in a convincing way, you can believe, or you can make people, or sort of convince people to believe all kinds of insane shit. It's why Vosh is popular, because he sounds like a fucking moron, but people, what he says, but people think, oh, he's got an authoritative voice, therefore he must know what he's talking about. It's only if you know what he's talking about, you realize he's batshit fucking lunatic.
I do think Vosh is a batshit lunatic, but his cat died this week, or is dying, so give him a little bit of... I'm not going to talk shit about Vosh this week. I felt really bad because his cat died, or is dying.
Is it because that gremlin fucking sat on it?
What?
Is it because that gremlin fucking sat on it?
The cat has cancer or something. I saw he posted about it. I only saw because Shu retweeted it.
Oh god, there's a joke about weight loss I can smile right now.
No, I just saw Shu retweeted it, so I gave him my condolences on Twitter, so I'm not talking shit about
the first question people in the chat ask, what did he do to us?
I know.
God, good, the chat is based.
He's got a bunch of those cats that are, what are they called, the sphinxes, where they're hairless, And look a really cute cat.
The defrosted chickens.
Yeah, I'm not talking about it. Just sorry, I don't want to talk shit about Vosh when I know his cat is.
No, we're not talking about the cat. We're talking about the person.
I know, but
If Hitler's cat died, I'm not going to stop talking about Hitler just because his cat died. Fuck him.
I guess so. I don't know.
The cat.
Tonight.
Yes, I'm sure.
Next week I'll talk shit about Vosh, but not tonight.
I'll talk shit about him. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know. We are not the same.
Yes, you are kind, caring, compassionate. I'm careless, heartless, and kind of an asshole.
Yeah, Beatus.
Yeah.
The Bingus boys cats, yeah.
Ballsack cat. Oh, God, yeah. It does really look like a scrotum.
Gary Thomas for $10 says, hey, random question. If Americans were to adopt monarchy, how would the rules of succession work? Would it be like England where the eldest child succeeds, or Japan where only the eldest son does? I almost think it's pointless to talk about American monarchy. However, if we were going to, I mean, again, it was originally George Washington who was proposed to be the king of America, in which case, I'm not sure. How would you...
Probably the elder.
The eldest child, whoever is able... Well, you want to... Obviously, if you're the monarch, you want to train all of your children. Now, historically, you want to do that because the death rate of children was way higher. But you want to train all of your children to be able to inherit the throne. You know? So I would say that all of them should be trained equally, right?
You know, that wasn't the only king they were thinking of.
Who else? Did you look into this more?
Yes, they were thinking of sending a letter to... I think it was Frederick of Prussia, Frederick the Great. I think, yeah, it was one of his relatives. I want to say his nephew. They wanted him to be king of America because they needed one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we did talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, but then they said they thought no because they didn't think that they would just train one king for another.
And yes, a Dutchman, I think Molbug's plan is basically that like the first one would need to be elected because I don't know how else you get out of this current system, which would make it probably Trump, right?
Yes.
So, most likely.
He said that what Trump would be good for is he said Trump would make a terrible CEO because he's not built for it, but he would make a great board of directors. He thinks Trump has the attitude for a director of a board, and I kind of agree on that.
I do as well.
Not chosen by board of directors. I think Trump would make a good person to keep his CEO in line. I do agree with that.
And, you know, Kunal Lenin...
monarch chosen by Twitter poll.
Oh, God, no. Kunal Lenin proposed a very similar
Make
system,
Musk
which
the
was
CEO and Trump the board of directors.
Maybe. If you, I mean, you know, Musk... Actually, Molbug's entire proposal is to run the country like a business. Yeah. And monarchy and businesses are run very similarly.
Yeah. I think it's because the way that he frames it is that the idea of running a country like a business in the modern day perspective
is different from the traditional model of a family business.
Yes, the way that we run countries now was like completely antithetical to how countries were usually run. Like the way people think like the way that we run the country is normal. Like no, we would be total freaks of nature if we went back in the past and say, hey, this is why we run our state. People would look at us and go, what the fucking hell are you doing? You people are nuts. Why the hell would you? I can think if you went back in time and say, hey, look, like we basically let the government decide interest rates and currency manipulate. People would look at us and go, Jesus fucking Christ, you gave your kings or your presidents way more fucking power than we did.
Yeah.
Like, what are you, nuts? And they're not held to account?
Yeah.
Like, my God, you people are out of your minds.
Again, a CEO is held to account. Ultimately, well, not always, but let's get into that a little bit, actually. Let me get through these super chats, and then let's get into the other stuff. Because there's so much every
please
week,
get
every week.
AOC's arrogant face off.
Yeah,
Before
please.
I want to smack it with a white
Okay,
glove.
let me get through the super chats. I'll go through it. Kesla for £5 says, by Dev's logic, trannies are the weakest people in the world, given their suicide rate. Oof, dude. Dang, he would say this. He would not say that. You said he would say that his co-host face, but he wouldn't. But yeah,
But that is technically what he's implying.
I mean that really is what he was implying by calling Pikami weak. Hasselhopper for 5 says, "Oh wait, Lord." I'm sorry, what?
Pikami's not trans, is he?
Who?
Pikami.
No. Lilith is though. No, but he said Lilith, or excuse me, he said Pikami was weak for giving up and quitting. But he would never say that about a trans person.
See, you could right? See, on the one hand, you can call that a weakness. On the other hand, you can say it's a lack of tolerance.
I just don't think. I don't know. I'd like to hear Dev's response to that. Because I don't think he would call it.
Hasselhopper said we didn't read a super chat. What did he say?
Yes, 1 second. I just don't think that Dev would call a trans person weak for killing themselves. Lord Kelvin first for 2 says, are you maggers going to Charles' coronation next month? No, neither of us are in like the vicinity, but I I'm cautiously optimistic about Charles. Hasselhopper for 5 says, Guy Fieri slathers barbecue sauce on a bullet. He loads it, puts the gun into his mouth. One last trip, he whispers to Flavor Town.
God damn.
Dang. Rick for 2 says, is bourbon the favorite barbecue sauce of monarchists? I do love the flavor of bourbon, particularly like a nice aged bourbon it's got that woody flavor to it. So it makes a very nice barbecue sauce. And Dreadnought for 10 says, I don't know, guys. The comparing politics to movies, people might have a point. I mean, every time I see AOC, I feel like Darth Vader felt about Admiral Ozell. Dude, bruh. Like, there's some benefit in making movie comparisons, but usually it's like the lowest form of politics. That's funny, though. So, moving on to the more stuff about Tucker, though. Okay. Any kind of optimism about Chuck? I can explain to you why I have any kind of optimism about Chuck. We've talked about it before, though. He's said a lot of like cringe stuff about the environment, but I think that's because he's a pastoralist. Chuck. I think it's not because he's like. I hope so. Would like to not be proven wrong, but I very well maybe. I think it's more because he's a pastoralist, his environmental stuff, and not because he buys into like stupid green propaganda. If you listen to some of his old speeches from like 10 years ago, it sounds more that he just wants to preserve the natural beauty of England. I mean, sincerely, like, you know, he wants the Shire to exist, essentially, rather than him just buying into environmental bullshit. We're all going to be dead in 5 years. So here's Abby Grossberg, who used to be a producer on Fox News, who is now going on MSNBC.
God, that is an unfortunate freeze frame. I mean, fuck me.
Yeah. And
I have to ask, I've noticed something about the small hats. All of them have really good eyebrows.
Yeah, I mean, her eyebrows on fleek. Is this person a woman, though, by the way? I actually don't know. I'm just saying, it's impossible. Who knows at all anymore? I have no idea if this person is actually a biological woman.
Let them talk.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Could help if I had the volume on. There we go.
To get these texts come in from friends, and it just said, a few words said Tucker Carlson. I thought, okay, maybe it was the 60 Minutes episode that they're talking about, and I started to write back, oh yeah, I saw the Epps thing, this is terrible, I was there while we were doing this kind of coverage, and they said, no, he's fired. And it was literally, what, are you sure? Because obviously, you know, I'm at the center of a lot of this, and it felt surreal, and there were a lot of mixed emotions that went through my...
Yeah, supposedly...
Arrogant, full of shit. Yeah, definitely
right,
female.
Yeah. Well, this is a biological female. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe. But trans are like this, too. Arrogant and full of shit. But, you know, definitely, yeah, obviously, okay, this is just a weird thing to do, is to, like, the second that that Fox throws Tucker under the bus, essentially... This woman goes on to MSNBC and is like, he was so mean to me, he made my life hell.
By the way, if you notice, it's kind of weird the amount of people who want to take credit for getting rid of him.
It's everybody, right?
Yes, it's kind of weird because you are saying that he is a person of great importance, that it's like a scalp you want to frame on your wall.
Yeah, Michaels for 5 says, why is it always 5 years? Like, the plans used to be 5 years. Oh, this person looks like Dylan with a wig and appropriate voice, bro.
Dylan does look a bit like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, a little bit.
At first, like, yes. And then also the reality that you don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, but at the same time, Tucker and his executive producer, Justin Wells, who was also fired, really were responsible for breaking me and making my life a living hell.
How?
So there is a feeling of justice, but it's only partial.
Like, by the way, again, Tucker's gonna be fine.
Yeah. So apparently, because I think Mark Dice did a video on this, she complained before, and basically HR told her to get the fuck over herself. Because HR just said to, like, you're basically full of shit. So apparently something that he complained about, that she complained about, sorry, they put a picture, you know that picture of Nancy Pelosi, I think she was in Europe, and she had like massive honkers in the front. Yeah, apparently they put that on the background just to like troll Nancy Pelosi. This was before she was even at the fucking thing, and she complained about that.
This woman did?
Yes, like, bitch, you came into the office and this was there as a joke, and then you complained about it, and you said like this was like harassment.
How long has she worked there? Because that was only like 6 or 7 months ago. The big tit Nancy Pelosi thing. So how long was she a quote producer on there? I'm sorry. Look. If you're looking to be offended, why are you working at Fox News?
That's a good point. Oh, I know why. So you can get a paycheck for wrongful dismissal, probably.
Yep. Sounds like it.
Yeah, have you ever noticed all these people, they always say this horrible shit only after they get fired. I wonder why.
Weird. Weird. Why are you coming out on MSNBC saying this after they fired Tucker?
Because MSNBC wants a hot scoop, and because they're desperate for fucking ratings.
Oh, and they probably paid the shit. They probably paid her a shit ton of money.
This
Give
woman,
us the scoop.
This woman, I really hate her because I find myself attracted to her, but like as soon as she talks, I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
The blonde.
Yeah.
Not Abby Grossberg. Okay.
Oh, the blonde, obviously. But like, there's a bit of her that makes me want to just like drag her out of the studio and go like, what do you actually like because you're attractive? But when you talk, it disappoints me because you sound stupid. And I want to know you're not retarded.
Yeah.
At the time, I knew as a female that I would never get the executive producer title.
As a female.
Working on that show.
But were you not? But you were a producer. So you're lying. It's literally on the Chiron right now. I knew I'd never become a producer. It says former Fox News producer.
I got promoted to
like
produce. How can you complain about not being taken seriously when you're the producer of the top-rated cable show in the entire fucking country?
I'm sorry, what? I knew I'd never be a producer on Fox News. Says former Fox News producer. What? I'm actually flabbergasted by this, by how stupid. I mean, it's on the Chiron, bitch.
Actually, Michael, my favorite person on Friends was probably Phoebe because she was just fucking weird.
Phoebe's my favorite because she's weird.
Yeah, and she speaks.
Let's go, Phoebe, gang. I mean, I love Chandler. He's funny, but
I like Joey just because.
I like Joey.
Joey, just because when Joey thinks, his eyes go really wide, which is funny shit.
Yeah, Joey and Chandler I both like. But yeah, what the heck?
It was a promotion. I would be overseeing a team. I would also be overseeing 3 different platforms. And I liked the staff, honestly, when I interviewed with them. And I was hoping that it would be more professional and what he was portraying on air was just a show. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
So
oh my God, how dare Tucker be a genuine person on TV?
I know.
Holy fuck me.
I know. She thought that she's so deluded. She was like, I just assumed that Tucker Carlson was fake, and then no, he really is who he portrays himself as. This is not the own you think it is, bitch.
Yeah, you basically just said he's genuine.
Yeah.
You fucking moron.
I'm so stupid.
Immediately.
Oh God.
I show up first day of work, and I know that this is a popular one. It's been widely publicized. There are literally.
Oh, you're right, Deckwell. She said executive producer. That was the thing. She was angry she wasn't an executive producer. I see. Yeah. Yeah, but you're not getting the job while someone else has it. Basically, that's it. She's like, well, you gave me a producer job, but I wasn't made the executive producer. I should have been immediately hired to the top position. Okay.
Early pictures like this big of Nancy Pelosi in a bathing suit in Europe, plastered
it's really funny.
all over. There was even one on my computer screen for the temporary computer I used, and I had to take it down.
Oh my God, why are you working at Fox News if you're this easily offended?
Yes.
Just to work. Within a few days there, I was called into Justin Wells' office with Alex McCaskill, who was a senior producer as well, and asked if Maria was having an affair with Kevin.
Has MSNBC not changed their fire alarm? What was that? Did you hear that?
No.
Was it a fire alarm? Hang on. So what were we at? 2
I didn't
or 4?
hear that.
I did, because I hate that sound. Was that a fire alarm?
Haskell, who was a senior producer as well.
Oh, wait, I gotta go back again. Hang on, sorry, I go back further enough.
Just to work. Within a few days there, I was called into Justin Wells' office with Alex McCaskill, who was a senior producer as well, and asked if Maria was having...
Oh, yeah, there I heard it.
Uh-oh, now did my Brave browser just crash? No. Do you hear that? Really? You don't change your fire alarm, MSNBC?
having an affair with Kevin McCarthy. It was just, I was shocked. I couldn't even believe it. I was floored.
Let's go through some of what you allege in your lawsuit.
Was you trying to say
It's this
floored?
culture of misogyny.
Yeah,
How did
she
that
tried.
manifest in a more personal way?
I'm tough. I have
Are
dark
you?
skin, obviously.
Really? You're tough. I'm
Bitch,
sorry.
you complained about the background on your PC.
On your computer when you started.
You're not
So how?
tough. You're a whiny bitch.
Again, the Nancy Pelosi thing was like 6 months ago, right?
If you told me you were offended because you don't want to see aging honkers on your screen, that would have made some sense. But the saying it's like, oh, I'm just offended by tatas on my screen because Nancy Pelosi.
But it was somebody else
cringe.
had it there as a joke, and they
Yes.
were laughing about it, and you could have just immediately
And you got
changed
offended
it.
by it.
And you're like, I'm tough. But here's the thing, actually, I'm really tough. I'm a big, strong woman. I'm a big, strong girl, and I don't get offended by things, even though I get offended by literally a
She looks fucking crazy in that still. man.
desktop wallpaper. I'm real tough. I've never heard anyone. I mean, I'm sure I have, but that's real up there in terms of contradicting yourself in
Yeah,
the
total bitch boy.
shortest time possible.
Yeah, that's complete bollocks.
Having been through all I've been through in the last month, but
Dude, for real, I'm tough. Spoken
That's
like the true
smart.
Weenie Hut Jr. Yeah, how tough are you? I managed to survive having to see a Photoshop of Nancy Pelosi with big boobies. You are tough. Wow.
it's hard to take day in and day out, which is a big part of why I'm speaking out now, to let people know that it's not okay, and the impact of bullying when it's done.
Bullying!
Oh, shut the fuck up,
Bullying!
you dumb bitch.
Seeing a picture of a Photoshop picture of Nancy Pelosi with big tatas is bullying. Okay. Oh, you know what it is. I know what it is.
Because she's gay?
I would like to look at her tatas.
Oh, she doesn't have any.
File not found. I'm sorry. File not found there. I'm not seeing any tatas there. That's why. That's why she's very
God.
upset. She's very offended.
That's
It's
horrible.
bullying. Bullying.
Day
Her
after
chest is
day
flatter than
after
Biden's heart
day,
rate.
And very quickly I spoke out. For example, early on they had Andrew Tate on the show, and I raised my hand and I said, we have to be very mindful.
Again, she worked there for what,
the
like
fuck are
4
you?
months? Yeah, what
We have to
she
be very
sounds like she
mindful
worked there for
because
like
of
4 or
what?
5 months. Who cares? This woman was a plant, obviously, I think. She, you know, she was just like, she worked there for 4 months, immediately quits, and then goes, "Ugh, I was bullied.
And then whines about trying to make money. Well, she's a small head, so what do you expect?
That this is two white males together, and I use the example of Gayle King and R. Kelly.
Why were you working at Fox News?
Saying that she could go in a different direction with that interview, that I felt Tucker couldn't. And they weren't happy about that because they wanted to be a bro fest. They were all laughing about how fun it would be to go to Romania and hang out with him. They liked his messaging. So whenever I said something like that, it put a target on my back, and gradually I was shut out of meetings.
No, I think it's pretty clear from the things that you've said here in just a little bit of this interview that we've watched that you don't hold any of the same values as anybody at Fox News.
How the hell did you
were
get a
looking
job
to
at
get offended.
Fox?
Yeah, how did she get hired in the first place? Dear Chase King for 5 says, I don't care what he says. I'll never trust a Kennedy. Both RFK and JFK deserve to be removed, as they were not heroes we should look to. You know,
I
not
mean,
gonna agree with
Kennedy-
that, but I can.
Kennedy did criticize the Fed.
Kennedy, the reason that the feds killed Kennedy is because he was gonna cut their funding. That's why he got fucking murdered by the U.S. government.
Also, he said he wants to crumble the CIA into a million pieces and shatter
Exactly,
them
because
into
he
the
wanted to
wind.
get. Because well, not, yeah, but the
Yeah.
feds. I mean, the Feddy boys, not the Fed, is in the Federal Reserve.
And also,
But yeah,
he fucked Marilyn Monroe. That's pretty
Based.
base. If you fuck like the sex
is
symbol of
based.
your decade, like that's.
But yeah, he wanted to destroy the CIA, so the CIA killed him.
It's
Wow,
like if
what
Clinton.
a shock!
It's like if Clinton fucked Brooke Shields.
And by the way, people who think that's a conspiracy theory, it's at this
What,
point
they
it's been
fucked
all but
Marilyn Monroe?
confirmed. No, not that. That the CIA killed JFK.
Well, yeah, we all know that.
Well, I know some people will be like, "That's a conspiracy theory." Is it though? In fact, it's been pretty much all but confirmed. You know.
I was mocked.
Jeez,
was
I wonder why.
demoted.
Seems like you deserved it because you kind of sound like a bitch. But all right.
that's how it played out for me. And it got worse and it got worse and it got worse every time I spoke out.
How, again,
Why
it sounds
were
like she
you
was there for
there?
like 4 months. She really sounds like a plant. Like she was just like, I went and applied for a job at a place that I knew I would hate working at, and then I complained that they didn't align with my politic. Okay, lady.
What was your experience with anti-Semitism?
It's interesting because
Oh,
I've never
God.
experienced it in my life until now. It was nothing I ever really thought of. And
Oh my God,
it
let's
started
hear it.
sort of around the holiday period. I had a colleague who was
Listen to this.
Israeli, and they do this thing with HR where you become this global ambassador for Fox for the show, and you get $10,000 essentially to represent the program as a diversity ambassador, and the whole staff was white. So
Did she just complain about getting 10 grand?
Yes, as a diversity ambassador, and the whole staff was white. This is a thing, though, with some Jewish people, right?
Bitch, you are
You know what I
white.
mean? Where it's like, well, no, sometimes Jewish people will claim that they're white, and sometimes they'll claim that they're Jewish, and they're not white. And I think that's what she's about to do, that, where she's going to claim, I'm not white because I'm Jewish. I'm wondering. I haven't seen this clip entirely. I just read the headlines on it, you know?
Go on.
So they recommended that he be that person because Israelis and Jews are minorities. And they first suggested it.
But here's the thing, is that a lot of times Jews will say that they're not white. They will self-identify as not white.
Okay, I don't quite know what's going on, right? But let it talk.
Yeah, sorry.
Meeting, and then they brought it to him. I think he was shocked. And they said he could use that money to buy pizza for the whole staff for a year. Now, I know HR claims they did an investigation, and they said that some of these things were said, but the feelings about it in the office were different than me.
I'm sorry. What?
You make Tucker look fantastic in this interview.
So they said they made somebody the diversity ambassador, and the diversity ambassador's only job is to have some money to spend on whatever they want. So they just gave you money.
And they use it to spend it on the
buy
office staff.
pizza to help the office staff. And your complaint is that they gave it to a Jewish person, and you believed that was anti-Semitism.
Right now, she looks like a complete moron. And also, Fox sounds like a great place to work. People seem to be funny.
Yeah, they seem to be like nice and chill. And he was like, "Oh, well, thanks for making me diversity ambassador.
they
I'll
seem
use
to
the
be-
money to
They
buy my own
seem to
pizza
be
once a week or
genuine
whatever." You know,
and make jokes. And also, they troll Nancy
it's not
Pelosi
even a-
behind the scene, which is like really fucking funny.
it's not even a joke. They're like, well, "Okay, well, you're a diversity ambassador. Jewish guy is Jewish Israeli." And then he's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to spend the money on pizza parties." And her response is, "That's anti-Semitic." From an Israeli Jew. What? I honestly...
I'm starting to see why
Spoon,
she was fired.
Spoon, I legitimately cannot figure out the calculus behind how this is anti-Semitic. I'm really trying. I'm searching the deep depths of my brain, and I cannot figure out how under any, like any perspective, that could be perceived as anti-Semitic. It's because they didn't give it. It's because they didn't give it to you, who apparently only worked there for like 4 months. Is that it? And that's what it is, right? That they didn't give the money, the $10,000 or whatever it was. Was it 10,000? Is that what they said?
Yeah.
So they didn't give the $10,000 to her, a brand new hire, who then immediately turned on Fox, by the way.
I don't know if it's a brand new hire. I didn't get that.
No, because she said when she showed up for work, there was a picture of Nancy Pelosi with
Yeah,
the
I'm
big
looking more at
titties.
the 10 grand thing.
Oh, no.
That was a
But for
Christmas
her,
thing.
right. But her first day of work, she sees the photo of Nancy Pelosi with the big titties.
Yes.
We covered that. I used that picture in one of our thumbnails. That was
It's
like
funny.
6 months. That was like 6 months ago. So she worked at Fox for what? Like 6 months? 5 months?
It's not that new.
No, I think the Nancy Pelosi. Okay, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's say she worked there for less than a year, though, right? That's correct. The Nancy Pelosi picture is definitely not older
Because
than a year
pizzas are baked in ovens.
It's definitely not
Oh,
older than a
gosh.
year. The Nancy Pelosi meme is not older than a year old. So she had worked there for less than a year and was like, actually, I would like to have the money, the $10,000 choose how to spend it instead of on pizza parties for the office.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that if you're trying to use logic behind this, it's not going to work.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah.
It was said, but they weren't offended.
Yeah.
What is it about the culture at Tucker? Because listen, as someone who covers him and covers him as a force that threatened democracy until Friday night,
threatening my democracy.
It falls in this category of shocking, not surprising. What was for you, as someone inside Fox,
hold on a second.
shocking about the culture?
Did you just try and tie Tucker's behavior behind the scenes to a threat to democracy? Because I feel like that's what you...
Oh, it's all a threat to democracy. They don't have to explain it. Threat to democracy is just it's just like calling people Nazis. It doesn't mean anything. You're a Nazi and you're a threat to democracy.
I hate democracy.
Well, you understand that to them, threat to democracy means a threat to the democratic,
oligarchic regime.
liberal oligarchic hegemony. Yes, that's it. That's what it means. Threat to democracy.
God, I hate these people.
At Tucker coming from Maria Schau.
It's just so shallow. This is pathetic, by the way.
It is, yes.
It was very out in the open. What you see is what ends up on air. People are believers who are there.
So you make the show sound like full of genuine people. You make Fox sound great in this interview, by the way.
So they give money to one of the people on staff to spend however he wants, and he says, "I'm going to spend it to buy the entire crew a pizza party once a week," and he happens to be Jewish. You feel slighted because you, as a brand new hire, because I don't know how long the other guys have been working there, but I presumably longer than her, didn't go to whatever your cringe cause was, and then what the fuck?
By the way,
I really don't get this.
The unevenness of her hair is bugging the shit out of me.
This is pathetic, lady.
I found it difficult to cover the kind of stories that they wanted me to cover.
Then why'd you work there?
Why'd you work there,
Dude,
then? Yeah.
Errol Merton, you're completely correct. This feels like a fake segment filmed for like a movie. It feels like this feels like a parody, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't feel
This
weird.
doesn't feel like a real. This feels like a joke segment from a comedy film.
Wasn't expecting it. Maybe I should have. That's what some people say. But for example,
yeah, if you're working for Fox News, expect them to be right-leaning.
Right toward the end of my time there, when
Which
the
was like
January
6
6
months.
tapes were coming out, Tucker was very set on finding an FBI person who was implanted in the crowd and spinning this conspiracy.
Oh,
Ray Epps.
you mean like Ray Epps, who was implanted in the crowd and was a Fed?
That's Fed.
I don't care that Fox News had to pay up for that. That part is true. Ray Epps used to work for the federal government and allegedly doesn't now. Your only claim is that he allegedly doesn't now. Okay.
Conspiracy that they were ultimately the ones responsible for the Capitol attack,
They
not
were.
Fox News, as they're about to go into the Dominion trial, that it was really, the FBI that set up this thing, not
They were.
Fox telling the American people that the election was.
Look, I have to. Sometimes I need to go to a sides because it's relevant. So the U.S. government definitely is not involved in any of this shit. Ex-CIA chief spills on how he got spies to write false Hunter Biden letter to help Biden. Mike Morrell, acting director of the CIA, helped Biden by organizing 50 colleagues to sign a letter in October of 2020. Of course, the feds are not involved in any of this. Of course not. There's no Fetty boy involvement. Like, we're going late. I don't want to go too late, but I just want to show you so that there's that's happening right now. An ex-CEI director says publicly now that he and his fellow agents were requested, I should say, by the Biden campaign to write letters lying that Hunter Biden hang on, sorry if you can hear Bill, he's also streaming, I think. But that Hunter Biden, the whole thing was Russian disinfo. And then now here we also have this federal case against Hunter Biden just became much more interesting. This is just from this last week. because now there's an IRS supervisory special agent who wishes to come forward as a whistleblower. On Wednesday, Lytle sent a letter to a bipartisan group of members of Congress, said his client, this is the lawyer, had been overseeing the ongoing and sensitive... He does a bit, yeah. Ongoing sensitive investigation of a high-profile controversial subject. Would like to reveal the disclosures to Congress. Letter does not name the subject, but just the news confirmed the allegations pertain to attorney David Weiss's investigation of Hunter Biden. So the IRS and CIA knew about this and were involved in it, apparently.
We were surprised.
But apparently, you know, this is all fake bullshit. Okay.
It was rigged and the voting machines did it. And when I went back to them and said, look, there's no conspiracy theory here. I called this attorney that's representing one of the Proud Boys. And he flat out told me on 2 occasions, there is no conspiracy. Get away from this stuff. This is dangerous. Tell Tucker to stop. I'll come on your show and represent my client. But
yeah, I'm gonna talk about, you know what? Let's go into this. We're gonna talk about the Dominion thing here, because let's talk about this. I'm kind of done with this dumb bitch. Like, she's a liar. She's worked there for a year and is a liar. So, okay, what happened at Fox is that they have been forced to pay a settlement. We talked about it, I think, last week, but it's $787.5 million. They're not going to pay anything like that because their insurance is going to cover a lot of it. Also, federal tax credits are basically going to make sure that Fox isn't going to pay almost anything, really, as for this. Now, that's interesting. This is because Dominion, the company that made the voting machines, claimed that Tucker Carlson and other people at Fox slandered them. Tucker Carlson is fired almost directly after this. I actually don't think Bill's streaming, by the way, guys. I think he's just talking to friends, but it's just, I'm sorry if you hear him coming through. But because he can probably hear me coming through. Sorry. So it is what it is. So Dominion is this company that makes the voting machines. Fox is supposed to pay a huge amount of money for the claim that Tucker Carlson specifically, but other hosts as well, defamed Dominion voting systems by claiming that they conspired to rig the 2020 presidential election. Now, here's where it gets really weird. I want you to look at the dates here on some things I'm about to post. Okay. This is from February 28th of 2023, this year. BlackRock, get out. What the fuck is this? Do you see this weird thing it was doing there for a second? Weird. Get out. Anyway, sorry. It's like a weird twitchy thing happening on my screen. BlackRock Inc. grew stake in shares of Dominion Energy. Is this Dominion Energy? Or is this not? Or is this Dominion? I think it's the same company, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong about this? It's the same company.
Might be.
This says Dominion Energy, but I know that for a fact. This is Dominion Energy. This is not the right article. I'm sorry, I had the wrong article. BlackRock, though, however, let me find it. BlackRock. That was the wrong thing. It's BlackRock, Dominion voting machines. Because BlackRock, AP News says BlackRock doesn't own stock in it. Does it, AP? Does it, AP? Let's look at the article. Let's look at the AP News article. Spoon. Okay, so that's the claim. BlackRock has substantial stake in Dominion Voting Systems and Fox Corporation. I'll get into that last part in a second. AP's assessment. Could you read this part for me, please?
It's false. While BlackRock does own non-voting shares in Fox Corporation, it doesn't have any in Dominion Voting Systems. Both the investment firm and the voting machine company confirmed posts are misrepresenting shares that BlackRock owns in an unrelated energy company also named Dominion.
Okay, so that's where the confusion did happen, right? However, BlackRock absolutely owns shares, and in fact, directly upped their shares in Fox News. So that was the misinformation, right? I got that, okay. It seems a little bit weird, right, though? That they just bought 15%. They just bought 15% in Fox. Right here, in February. They just bought 15%. in Fox News right before Tucker gets fired. So apparently, yeah, it is a different Dominion company. I do understand why people got confused about that.
Not enough the majority, but enough to get a seat at the table on what, the board?
Yeah, they have a seat. They're not the majority, but yes, they are on the board.
The Fox News may also consider it in part of its decision-making process. Oh,
yeah.
Great.
Yep.
Fox produces an annual ESG report. Why? A significant portion of the 2022 report is focused on diversity and inclusion.
You know why? To get money. It's all about getting money.
To support the rainbow, or the Android community, as I like to call them. It talks about standing in solidarity. Fuck off. Only these pricks can make the phrase ally sound gay. Access powers. The company also lists a commitment to diverse expression. Go to hell.
Right. So, it's a different Dominion. However, what is true is that BlackRock just bought a pretty significant stake in Fox News right before Tucker Carlson gets fired. So it's not Dominion, but it probably is BlackRock, right? And by the way, Fox News, Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling so good, to be honest. Look at this graph, right? I think it's here on this. Where's the graph? Where's my graph? Here it is. Wow. Now, I always want to be clear, like, you can't take stonks too seriously, because things can happen. But it does seem odd, right? It does seem odd. That,
only 4.8%.
Yeah, it's not great.
It only looks that big because they zoomed the fuck in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for the one-day graph, which is why it looks so big. But I don't think it's necessarily going great for Fox. There's other weird financial shit going on that is real. Again, the Dominion versus BlackRock thing. It looked really sus, but it does appear that that's different. However, the American government's about to buy a bank, apparently, or they're being kind of directed to.
By who?
So the first Biden's government is being basically encouraged to pay off and bail out this bank. Trading of First Republic Bank stock is halted for the second time on Wednesday after its share price plunged more than 50%. Deposits fell to $104.5 billion in the first quarter, but the bank says deposits have since stabilized. The U.S. government may seize First Republic Bank, according to Fox Business. Let's play this real quick.
First Republic shares selling off today. You're looking at losses of just about 43%. They were halted several times for volatility. Shares plunging.
And by the way, this is a major bank. This is a massive, massive bank. And their stock has just plummeted. So the U.S. government's going to buy a bank. Now, there's two forms of government that tend to buy banks and have them be owned by the government.
Communists.
And
fascists?
Yeah, typically speaking.
After the bank disclosed that clients pulled more than $100 billion in deposits in the first quarter in the heights of the banking crisis. And now the bank reportedly considering up to $100 billion in asset sales. This is according to Bloomberg. So here to weigh in on what happens next is David Smith, Growth Banks analyst at Autonomous Research. David, it's good to see you. So certainly the volatility that we're seeing and the sell-off that we're seeing in First Republic reigniting some of those fears just about the stability of the banking sector. Do you think First Republic is at risk of failing?
Well, it is certainly a risk. Deposits came in for the quarter much worse than had been feared. With, as you mentioned, 100 billion or so of core client deposit outflows.
Try not loaning and giving money that you don't have, jackass.
Yes, it's usually not a good idea. I don't know how much you want to go over this, but look at this video. This is in Brentwood, Los Angeles. This is at First Republic Bank branch. People are standing in the rain to try and pull their deposits out of out of this bank. And this is a massive bank. So we have a bank that appears to be failing. Now, I would say the thing also with, which we said last week as well, the stuff with Tucker Carlson and with Bud Light, I believe is related to ESG scores.
Cool.
I absolutely believe it's related to ESG scores. So, and in that case, it is related to BlackRock. As we saw, BlackRock has purchased a 15% share in Fox News. And the thing with that is they're going to be at the table and saying like, well, if you want more money from us, you're going to need to do what we want, which is to propagate leftist hegemony. And I should say leftist very, the American leftist global elite hegemony. So this bank, this is now what? This is like the 5th bank that's basically failing. And this one looks like it's going to be about to be purchased by the fucking government.
With what money?
When your money, well, not yours, you're not American, but with your money, viewer, if you're an American, it's your money that's going to be used to pay off this failing bank, right? And why are they failing? I'm guessing it's because they've made risky investments, just like all the other banks that have failed recently. What are they making risky investments in? Probably BlackRock and Vanguard kind of ESG shit, just as my guess. We'll find out more as this goes forward, but my guess is that the reason why First Republic is failing is probably because, one, there's general runs on the banks, but these banks are also spending money poorly. The bank is failing because they're spending money poorly on ESG shit. At the same time this is happening, now this is... Okay, there we go. Digital Currency Monetary Authority, the DCMA, unveils its white paper for international central bank digital currency. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. That's what this is about. Last week, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, Spring Meetings 2023, the Digital Currency Monetary Authority, DCMA, announced their official launch of Universal Monetary Unit, Unicoin, an international central bank digital currency that can transact SWIFT-like cross-border payments over digital currency rails, completely bypassing the correspondent banking system at best-priced wholesale FX rates and with instantaneous real-time settlement. The response to the amount was, okay, what this is about is that the federal government is, let me go down here. Okay. Central banks do not fully understand the driving forces behind cryptocurrency adoption and have missed their mark on the research, development, and launch of CBDC projects, while banks are focused on monetary sovereignty and financial integrity. Crypto investors are keenly interested in making money in a more fair and open financial monetary system. Nope, that's not what's happening at all. How is Unicoin any different? CBDCs are a legal tender regulated by central banks, whereas Universal Monetary Unit is a money commodity regulated by the U.S. Commodities Futures and Trade Commission. It would basically be that any spending that you make using this money, yes, it is called Unicoin, I know, funny. You would not be, they want to move all money to be away as far as possible from being backed with actual assets, with gold or silver, right? This is a specific plan to move U.S. money away from anything backed by physical gold and silver into being pure crypto shit. So that, the way this is going to end up is that when your crypto wallet is going to be heavily monitored, you're not going to be able to take out cash. They want to remove cash altogether because cash can be spent on whatever you want. But a crypto coin like this can be very easily tracked comparatively. The whole point of this...
I don't think this would work because Russia and China would never adopt this. And therefore they
but
would
the
get
U.S. government wants to.
Yes, but you're going to get killed by the likes of Russia and China if you adopt this stupidly suicidal thing.
Well, China does have a social credit score. This is an attempt to move into the social credit score.
Yes, but the thing is with China's social credit is that that's used to like shame the population. It's not used to fuck up the country in a way that would like demoralize it in a sense of it would damage the country. This would be done purely as a method of gaining control. And also, this is going to sound fucked up, but I think China's Communist Party is less invasive than this.
That's China.
Yeah, because China doesn't even do this kind of shit.
No, this is saying that you literally cannot own You cannot have any money
And
that
also-
we don't allow you to have.
Yes,
you can't
and-
spend
and
money on
also-
anything we don't allow you to spend it on.
People would just return to bartering.
I think so, because I don't know what else would be the case. I really don't know what else would be
people would
the outcome of
outsmart the
this.
system. Yeah, with this.
Right. And it would be, like Neon Suspender says, it'd be like, oopsie poopsie, you bought too much meat this month. Now you can't buy anymore. You can't
Yeah.
donate to this person. You can't support
And now
this
we will
cause.
trade.
Right.
The people would do a new currency.
This is, but this is truly dystopic, I would say, of saying, like, we're going to get rid of cash and any kind of system that's backed by actual assets in favor of, well, this, which is just, we get to tell you what you can and can't spend your money on.
Yeah, people
Speaking
would,
of,
people would end up making a new currency.
I think almost inevitably, because this is untenable. Saying like, well, you can't spend your money on that. You just can't do it.
Also, this would be run by the
It's
government.
gonna happen,
which
Michael,
means
but
it would be highly sus, because if people could make, this is the thing, the state will never be able to pull some shit like this off, because the amount of brain power outside of government is way, way significantly stronger than in the state. That's the best.
Oh,
That's like, people are always like, if you think that the government would be able to pull this kind of shit off, not a fucking hope in hell, because other people would be able to fucking break it. They already went.
I honestly, this is so, the idea that they would, because the whole point here is to make sure that you cannot spend money on anything that they don't want you to spend it on.
Yes,
and
carbon credits, basically.
Right. And speaking of spending money, Kizza has sent us a lot of super chats, so let me go ahead and read these. For 5, he says, these are all for 5, so I'm going to just go ahead and read them. He says, AOC proven retard for all to see. Fox News plant is retard for thinking Jews are ethnicity when they're a religious demographic. What we're seeing is the reality of fractional reserve banking and why it's fucking cancer. 100% minimum reserve, or you can't exist, you lying cunts. True. If King Charles cares for the Shires, deport everyone from Windrush onwards and prove yourself a king and a traitor and execute Parliament. Damn, dude. It's not happening, but understandable. And then says, for the last £5 says, remember when the cashless society was a conspiracy theory? Also, these people should be made homeless in their birthday suits. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. They used to say that cashless society was a conspiracy theory, and here it is being implemented by by Biden's federal government, that you will own nothing, you will be happy, you will not have money that is backed up by anything other than cryptocurrency, and you're going to have to just deal with it because we don't care. And we're making you slaves to the government. That's it. I want to get through the last couple things before we have to end. So the other big major drama that kind of happened this week, besides with Tucker Carlson, who again will be fine. We talked about it earlier. Tucker Carlson will be fine, but
except he can't do anything for the next 18 months, apparently. Conveniently right after the election, which is not a conspiracy theory at all, Aiden. I don't know.
Yeah,
about you.
weird. Interesting that. Interesting. Some more interesting timing on that one. Not only the buyout from BlackRock, the major investment from BlackRock and Fox, but yeah, very interesting. So
you need to speak for a lawyer to me after the show about this shit.
I know. So something weird happened. Dave Landau went on with Michael and Alice, yeah. And we could watch the whole video, but the Timcast article it just truncates it, and I read it. It's fairly good. So Dave Landau, who used to be I'd say co-host on Steven Crowder's show, has come out while talking with Michael Malice and basically said that Crowder is a nightmare boss. Like, he was terrible. So he says, for example, I wasn't treated as talent. I was kind of treated more like a 9-to-5 employee. He said, clarifying that he didn't mind being a 24-hour employee. But he did say it wasn't like 9 to 5, that it was 24 hours. And sometimes he would be asked to write like huge parts of the show with 3 or 4 hours, to prepare. For somebody who uses the term moving goalposts, that's all it became. The comedian provided Malice with samples of his contract, including strict tardy policy, which only applied to Landau. contractor agrees that if he arrives to work more than 5 minutes late, he's considered to be in breach of Section 1 and must leave company premises and will not be compensated for the day the breach occurred. Along with the 5-minute tardy policy, Crowder also was contractually obliged to promote the fellow comedian's show once a week at a time and in a medium of company's discretion. Landau alleged Crowder did not uphold his agreement, and the comedian subsequently lost money from ticket sales. In fact, what he went on, if you watch the entire interview, it was more that, according to Landau, that it was Crowder not only did not promote him, but he made it very difficult for Landau to even do his comedy shows, and that Crowder really hadn't been doing stand-up comedy for like a decade until Landau reintroduced him to him. Among strict tardy policies and failed contractual agreements, Landau claimed one of Crowder's contractual agreements, including relocating his family to Dallas, where Ladderworth Crowder studio is located. Whatever he's going through, I think he was bullied at some point in his life, Landau said of Crowder. He's become the bully and he doesn't realize it. The comedian has said he's also been criticized for sleeping on the job, which he said was the result of jet lag from traveling.
Which is understandable.
Yeah. Legal Mindset has covered this. He isn't a fan of people taking contracts and then weaponizing, revealing the contracts publicly. Well, El DeGusto, I would agree with you, but here's the thing. Crowder just did that with Daily Wire like 2 months ago.
Yeah, so fuck him.
So, I mean,
tit for tat.
It is tit for tat. Like, Crowder revealed his, alleged his proposed contract with Daily Wire. I don't think he can really get mad when Landau reveals his contract with Crowder. I think that is, as you said, tit for tat. If you're gonna go ahead and say like, that this is how I feel about things, then, or this is how you have to behave, then I don't understand how you can.
I'd be pissed off if I was Rumble right now.
I think it's a little bit bizarre. It's a little bit bizarre, right? That Crowder ousts Daily Wire for what he perceived to be a bad contract, and which we talked about on stream. And I think we both also agreed was not the best contract. But it's like, how, I don't understand. I mean, I understand why Legal Mindset would say that, but I really think that if you've already done it, you've done that just like 2 months ago, then I understand, why it would be the opposite way around. Can you give me 1 second?
Oh, look, Dere. This is just my perspective. I may agree with Crowder politically on a lot of things, but I find his humor to be fucking cringe. It's something when I watch this show, I'm like, I agree with all your politics, but you are not funny. Like, at all. Like, not even a little bit. Your humor is like a teenager's. It's like, this comedy skits died like 15 years ago.
Well, I don't mind comedy skits. But like, it also seems weird. Again,
all
I'm saying about this.
Funny. His humor is unbelievably cringe.
Funny. No, I don't think he's very funny. And again, sorry if I was like talking up a whole lot, but it's like Bill was like talking really loud, which is because he's on a stream too, and so we're both gonna try and so I'm gonna be more quiet so he can hear, and so I'm gonna be more quiet, and he's gonna be quiet so I can hear. So I do think it's really bizarre that. It's just a weird timing. Just a weird timing, though, for Crowder to say that, like, for him to come out and be like, I'm going to expose Daily Wire for their shitty contract. And now, and I'm not saying this, I understand why Legal Mindset would say that. But if that's the whole thing, is that like, oh, how dare Dave?
Yeah, I like the crew. The crew is funny, but.
They are.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, is that
himself is not.
Crowder's had problems with staff in the past, right? I mean, like with not with quarterback Garrett, but with, Not gay Jared, who left and basically said that like he was treated terribly, right? Holy shit. Keza, you don't have to give us all these super chats.
How dare you tell someone else how to spend their money?
No, I'm just saying.
That's not very capitalist of you.
So Crowder's an asshole to work with and is going through a divorce. We're about to cover their divorce. The timing of all of this is very oddly specific. Can they all grow up? Yeah, the weird thing is with the divorce. Please go over the Akraf Hakimi divorce article. It's hilarious how he played the court system on alimony. I've not I did have an article about his divorce up, but let me
Oh, yeah, that was brilliant.
find that. I did not see that one. Let me find this one.
Basically, what he said is he put all of his assets in his family's name.
Oh, yes, yes.
So when the time comes to like divorce him, take half his shit, they're like, you are not entitled to shit because I don't own anything. It's all in my mother's name. So she didn't get shit.
Is this
brilliant?
Did Akrev Hakimi did the same thing, or
No, that's him I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Akrev Hakimi.
This has nothing to do with Tucker or with Crowder. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a different story altogether. This has nothing to do with anything.
Well, I know. Okay, got me a little twisted because it was like I thought maybe this had something to do with the same thing. Yeah, I did hear about this though. So yeah, his he basically gave all of his money to his mom.
He just put all his assets in his mother's name.
Yeah, he put all his assets in his mom's name.
Yeah,
I did hear about this.
All his assets
and then
are
his
registered
wife
under his mother's name.
He's a sports star, right?
Yeah, he's a football player. Don't ever say sports star. That's
I don't know which kind of sport he played. Okay.
Football, for God's sake.
Which kind? American or?
There's only one type of football, and that's football. Because the world is not American. Thank God for that.
I know. But it is interesting though. I mean, it is kind of unrelated, but this is what you should do. Yeah, like so then she decided to sue him and take all his money, and then she cried. Yeah, sue him for divorce, you know. Yeah. And then he basically didn't have anything. This is a Chad move. This is a Chad move. Yeah. Now, I would say don't marry a woman because it's kind of telling that he thought he needed to do this. So don't marry a woman like that, maybe. Because if for £5 says, last member tonight, y'all take care. And remember, my niece is the cutest, and coronation stream on Sunday. Maybe we should do a coronation stream, actually. That would be, we are a monarchy channel. So, yeah, at the same time, Crowder has announced his horrendous divorce from wife Hillary as YouTuber speaks out on deep personal failure. I don't know about this. It's weird that it's all happening at the same time that Landau's speaking out, but it's not really, because apparently
I didn't even know Crowder was married.
Yeah, they have 2 kids.
Okay. He just doesn't look like marriage material. He comes across like a kid.
Well, he does constantly wear women's clothing as a joke. But yeah,
no, it's just because I just find Crowder just very. He doesn't sound like an adult.
I guess so.
Because of his humor.
I think that the divorce was actually first filed for back in 2021. Yeah. So as you can see here, so yeah, they've been married since 2012. So they were married for nearly 10 years. And the only thing I would say about this, right? And I don't know. And by the way, oh yeah, they right after they had kids, Magnus and Charlotte. So basically, like after she had children with him, they had twins. Then she almost immediately divorced him. But the other thing that was happening, if people don't remember, is that in 2021 and 2022, Crowder was dealing with, he has a inverted septum, I think it's what it's called. What's it called?
Septum is his nose.
Not septum, what's it called? His chest is inverted. Like, to the point where it was like pushing on his heart. Stephen Crowder surgery.
Oh, septum is a part of, it's either your nose or your heart.
He has a serious lung issue. Yeah, so this is, okay. So she gives birth in early 2020. This is all happening at the same. This is so weird to me. What was the thing that's actually wrong with him? His chest is. Look at this, right? This is all at the same time. He's like this. By the way, yeah, okay. Genetic defect that had to deal with his chest was somewhat inverted, right? Connective tissue disorder, chest caving in on his heart. Pectus surgery. Pectus excavatum, which sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Oh, geez. So, but
only you
like,
can make it fucking nutty.
Sorry. This is. Say sternum, maybe. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, not septum. Sternum. My bad. So,
Sternum, your breastbone.
Yeah, but yeah, his sternum, his breastbone was like turning in on itself, right? Lung collapsed. So this has happened. This is July 28th, and then it sounds like since
I should know the human body parts. My mother's in medicine.
When did she give birth? Yeah, I know. When did they? So here, the baby is born on August. So in July. Okay, so just saying.
Looks like he's breastfeeding.
I'm reading chat. He does look like he's breastfeeding. So in August, the twins are born, right? In July, he has a serious surgery that
I'm not gonna lie, you
like,
scrolling back
him.
and forth is like giving me a headache.
Sorry. So in July, July he has a serious surgery that could have killed him. August, his twins are born. And then the only thing we know is that they've been in talks of divorce since that same year with no... I think there is specificity. I could go find the divorce filing. Let me go find it. Because it wasn't that year. Let's see if I can find this. Hit this all up and figure out the timeline here. Divorce filing. Because it just says since 2021, but I know that the document is out there, right? I'd have to find it. Why did he divorce? When? It looks like at the end of the year. Okay, what I've seen some people say, and I won't speculate too much on this, but I will throw it out there. Is it maybe she thought he was gonna die? Or that he'd be crippled? And wanted to kind of, like, walk away with the money, you know? I don't know. Hang on, did she file for divorce as soon as they had kids? Yeah, within like 2 or 3 months. Yeah. That's for sure, because it was by the end of 2021. So within a few months of them having kids, and within a few months of him
You left her man for having cancer.
having a serious medical issue.
How to not get into marriage? It's like fucking Jesus.
I am not in these people's relationship. It's been really fucked up if you go on Twitter. It's a bunch of leftists just laughing at Steven Crowder and
That's
being
just
like,
because they're
haha, it's so
envious
funny.
they've never had sex.
That's so funny that your wife left you. That's hilarious. And I hope she gets the kids and shit like that. And it's like, when you look into this, I don't know. Is it postpartum depression maybe? Maybe, but I don't know. I think it looks really, really bad. We're gonna have to get out of here because it's late, but a couple things less. It looks like companies are laying low on ESG as backlash intensifies. We talked about the importance of the ESG in Fox News, and it looks like the ESG numbers might be relaxing a little bit. Companies don't want to talk about their
the president
ESG.
is a Russian puppet. 2020, the president is Joe McCarthy. Oh my God, fucking Michael Malice.
I know.
Oh God, he is the best troll on Twitter, by the way.
Oh, I love Michael Malice.
Do you know who
He's
also is
hilarious.
really underrated on Twitter? Is Gadsad.
Mhm.
He's fucking massively underrated. He's fucking trolls some good shit.
I've known Dr. Sad for years.
Wow,
companies
Fox loses more than half its audience in key demographics.
Yeah, which of course is understandable.
Oh,
people don't.
Shit.
So this is interesting though, but apparently like ESG, they're rolling it back. Let me see if I can find the date here because I think this is basically right after the Dylan Mulvaney thing started to pop off. Come on, Brave. Here we go. Where's the date on this? Where was the date on this? Oh, April 20th. Yeah. So last week, it looks like the ESG stuff has been basically turned off. Zoom in financial services companies in particular are in retreat. I think all of them are a lot more careful since the Republicans are so vocal about this. Gee, I wonder why. A source who's close to the financial industry tells Axios. Whenever there is a possible conflict coming, the shutters go down, the source said. For example, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink didn't mention the term ESG anywhere in his most recent investor letter.
And look at your Twitter. Not your Twitter. Your Discord.
Mm-hmm. Confirmed ex-Tucker Carlson producer suing Tucker Carlson has never met Tucker Carlson? Really? That same bitch? Abby Grossberg, yeah. She's never even met him, and she's gonna sue him now? Good luck. These people are so desperate for money.
How the hell did you work
It's
for him if you've never met
pathetic.
him? Like, what the fuck would you do then?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible at a big organization like that, but still. So it looks like right now, BlackRock, Vanguard, they're moving back on their initiatives after the Bud Light thing. But remember, the protest didn't do anything. It didn't do anything.
I'm guessing people really want to see what Tucker says behind the scenes because I get the impression.
Oh, for sure.
I get the impression he probably says a lot of spicy shit, and judging by shit that we've seen him say, I'm starting to think that maybe all these people are full of shit.
Yeah.
And Tucker
Yeah,
is,
Vanguard
like,
already
really
pulled out of ESG, and now BlackRock has followed them, and right after the
they
Bud
bought
Light
more
thing.
of it in Fox, which is kind of weird.
Well, they bought that was in February. Just now, in late April, they have said they're going to stop their ESG initiative. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Can you read this thing from Don Lemon? Then we can laugh at him.
Dominated
How
by
CNN
CNN, I am stunned. After 17 years at CNN, 10 years ago, I said some really base shit about the black community, and now I decry my words as white supremacy 10 years later. Someone in management would have the decency to tell me, well, Don, it's because behind the scenes, you're apparently
Hang
a
on one
prima
second. I
donna."
realized it was cut off. So
I'm quite
let me
sexist.
hang
Yes,
on.
yes.
Like it's cut off. I have to go pee.
At no
but
time was I
so-
ever given any
There you go.
indication
Okay,
that I would
I'll be
hope
right
to
back. Right back. One sec.
continue to do the work. I have loved the network. It is clear that there are some larger issues at play. Yes, like you're a prima donna bitch, boy. With that said, I want to thank my colleagues and many teams I have worked with for an incredible run. They are the most talented journalists in the business, and I'm a lying sack of shit. No, they're not, Don. They're not the most talented. Look, my God. But fuck it, let's be real for a second, shall we? The most talented people in news media does not work for mainstream cable fucking news. Let's be fucking real. Can you name a single like credible person aside from Tucker on mainstream news? Seriously? Because I can't even fucking name even one. I'm trying to think of like people you see regularly featured on. Like, how many of you guys watch cable news as like a way to get information? Because I fucking don't. I watch like 4, maybe 5 people, even on YouTube. Like, I basically watch the Lotus Eaters guys. I watch Mark Dice, Sticks. And that's basically it. I don't even watch Tim. I watch Tim for like... I watch Han Barson maybe sometimes.
I watch Tim HB. I watch I watch like everybody.
I watch Salty. Because
Salty
funny.
Packer. Yeah, I
Yes.
watch I watch like kind of everybody. Because particularly when I'm editing video, I really need to have like something on in the background to listen to. A lot of times it's audiobooks or whatever, but a lot of times it's also just
I watch
recent news.
I watch Judge Napoleon.
Yeah, we're not gonna have time to get to that tonight.
Yeah,
dude.
Napolitano, something like that. Yeah,
Napolitano, I think.
yeah. Judging Freedom. By the way, if you're not subscribed to that channel, seriously subscribe to him because he does the best like fucking judge news on YouTube as far as I'm concerned. Like anything to do with like legal work that currently is going around. Holy shit, do watch him because he and also he's like the most sanest person on YouTube when it comes to Russia because he gets like military leaders to come on that are not fucking swallowing the mainstream anti-Russian horse shit. Like he just seems like, yeah, this is like one of the persons that he has on would actually vote for Trump. So he's, very base in the whole Russia thing.
Yeah. Academic Agent, also very good. Oh, Kizza for £5 says Vosh being sad because Cat died is funny. It's not funny, Kizza. I do feel bad about that. Even though I don't like Vosh. I think he's kind of like not a very good person, and I disagree with him politically, but it doesn't mean we should like celebrate
I don't
his
disagree
cat
with him
dying.
politically, I disagree with him morally.
Well, how about yes on both? But I still don't think it's... The cat is an innocent animal.
Yes, but you can feel bad for the cat, but still think he's a shithead. The cat
I
has
still
nothing to
don't.
do with him.
Well, I
If
wouldn't
Hitler's
celebrate like
dog
I wouldn't think it was funny if his mom died either or whatever. I don't know. Like I'm saying for Tuesdays I'm listening to you guys while making thumbnails. That's what I do too. Kinds of stuff like that. Anywho,
Am I saying you
so,
make
however,
content?
yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. either, no.
But in response to Don Lemon's little like pride post
Drama.
there because he's been fired.
I like the
CNN
way that
communique.
he's basically completely ignored because Tucker's overshadowing the shit out of him.
I know. CNN Communications responds,
Which is
CNN
great.
and Don have parted ways. Don will forever be part of the CNN family.
No, he
and
won't.
We thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years.
No one's going to
We
give a
wish
flying
him
fuck
well,
about Don Lemon after this.
and we'll
Let's be
be
real.
cheering. Hang on, this is where it gets funny. We'll be cheering him on in his future endeavors. Don Lemon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement.
That makes it sound
on
like
Twitter.
he quit.
No, it sounds like like they could have talked about it, but he decided to be a bitch, basically. We might have to do a second stream. I don't know tomorrow, but I'm gonna get through what I can get through.
What, this one and on Sunday? Fucking hell.
No, just on Sunday. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
So-
this
Because there's 2 articles you wanted to read, and there's just no way
insert
we can get
racial
through them.
slurs.
There's just no way we can get through the articles tonight.
Oh, I said we do the questions.
Oh, we'll save it for Sunday. Yeah. White House press secretary calls
No,
criticism of Dylan.
the movie Bob and the Nazi
Oh,
thing.
I know. I'll save it so that we can get through it on Sunday. We can do we can finish and find out your accuracy on the movie Bob or Nazi question. So Karine Jean-Pierre called criticism of Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light violence.
And influencer Dylan Mulvaney has been the target of a barrage of attacks from anti-trans individuals online after she did an ad with Bud Light a couple of weeks ago. She's someone who has been here to the White House. She interviewed the president last year. He had a lot of warm words for her. Has anyone here at the White House reached out to
That
her?
is a guy.
So infuriating. Yeah.
And
it's
also-
a guy who also hates women, by the way. It's a gay man who hates women.
Yes, also, like, I don't understand how you as a woman can defend this. Not you personally, but like I don't understand like
Oh
how
no,
any
you can.
women...
I think she's irritated. Elder Gusto, we didn't really cover the weird Dalai Lama thing. Yeah, but he like kissed some kid with tongue. It was really weird. Cold War Mech for 5 says, imagine playing second fiddle to Fox, even in your departure, eat scat lemon. Yeah,
oh,
lemon.
God, that's true. Lemon.
Really, like, yeah, like he was big news, and then the thing with Tucker happened. It's like, and then
Yeah.
I am forgotten.
Yeah. Oh my God, Don
have
Lemon
any,
is being let go from Fox. Who saw that coming except fucking everyone?
Everyone.
Because
yeah.
your ratings were
Review at this
shit.
time, and I don't
Yeah, hang on, let me go back. Yeah, sorry.
reached out to her since she became the target of these attacks?
So don't have any calls to review at this time, and I don't have anything to say specifically about this report, but what I can say is a transgender American post a video about a brand of beer they enjoy, and it
No, they
that they
don't.
were that they endorsed because they were paid to do so.
They got a can with their face on it. They didn't in
Yeah.
any way say they enjoy the drink.
Did you,
What a bunch
we
of
watched
shit.
the video. We watched the video where Dylan like takes a sip and goes. You can like see he doesn't like it. It's like, all right,
Because
love
that's the
ya.
first time he's ever tasted beer in his
Tasted
entire
Bud
life.
Light. It sucks.
to bomb threats.
Oh my god.
That never
okay.
happened.
No, there were allegedly bomb threats.
Yeah,
But
allegedly
it's-
is the key word there. I don't believe that
The
shit
thing
at
is,
all.
though, like, by the way, I think people are capable of doing, like, people on both sides are capable of doing all kinds of evil things.
Yeah, but like this, no, fuck off.
I just don't think I just don't believe it. I mean, maybe it happened.
Of all the shit that's been going on, this is the thing that calls a bomb threat? No, fuck off. I don't
Mhm.
believe that shit for a fucking second.
However, I think we should say more specifically, even if a bomb threat happened, did a bomb go off? Meanwhile,
yes,
a
did.
trans
Just
shooting
just in
happened
the,
just last month. You know,
No, I think a bomb did go off. It just happened to be in the stock value of Anheuser-Busch.
Lance for 5 says, if you're gonna do the movie Blob or not quiz, see you on Sunday. Will you do it as well, Aiden, so you can compare and contrast your scores? Well, it's not really fair because I've taken it before, so I think we'll, again, like I've said, but it's been so many years. I don't know. It'd be difficult now because we both have read it together. So and I've given my opinions on it. But yeah, we'll finish the movie Blob or not quiz on Sunday.
I'm kind of hoping I get more wrong because if it's like quite high, people are gonna like, well,
Yeah.
Spoons really knows his Hitler quotes. He's like,
Yeah.
Spoon
Well, it's
knows
not
a
just
lot
Hitler,
about
it's-
fascism, and usually
Yeah.
like, what is the Spoon's like monarchy is really a push to get everyone to embrace National Socialism. No, it isn't.
Obviously.
Yes.
Obviously. Anyway.
It's clear
I
that
do
that
not
level
have a
of violence
swastika
is
underneath my top hat.
against transgender Americans has to stop. And the president has been very clear. I just laid this out. The administration is going to do everything that they can to protect LGBTQI plus people who are.
Can you imagine being you have said a whole bunch of shit, and you have lied about your civil rights record fucking repeatedly, even though anyone can check out his record, and now everyone wants to believe this 82-year-old shit-headed moron who can't read a fucking teleprompter really gives a shit about Rainbow Coalition rights. Like, dude, please stop. Please let go of this dumb fucking nightmare where everyone believes this fucking crap. Dude, no one with an ounce of sense believes that fucking guy is really even the president, let alone believing in any of this shit. Like, get the fuck... Does anyone think he's really progressive on social views? Really? No, he isn't. Fuck off. Piss off.
Under attack, and that's what we've been seeing across the country, especially in state houses. And so we're going to fight alongside them to protect their rights. They should be allowed to be who they are.
No, they're not.
They want to be.
No, okay. Yes, you can do whatever you want to yourself. I'm just saying. Libertarian Aiden is speaking and saying you can do whatever you want.
But libertarian Aiden needs to come to grips with the fact that everyone else is not libertarian, and that's the fucking problem.
Know, and that's why I'm a monarchist, is because it's like that's how we fix the problems with libertarianism of always going too far. And also understand that someone like KJP does not respect my rights and liberties at all.
She's only there because she's gay and black.
I'm just saying, people on the
and you can tell that she can't
rights and liberties. Yeah. So the entire idea is kind of moot, but it's not because of what they're even doing to themselves. It's because they say that in their own statements. We need to be near children. We need to be able to talk to children. We need to be able to perform sex acts in front of children. And it's like, that's why we need to be able to mutilate children. That's the problem. I don't care what you do in the privacy of your own home so much. I mean, I do to a certain degree.
Pistol whip you if you come within 5 inches of a kid.
Yes, exactly. It's like, look, again, from a libertarian perspective, I don't care what the fuck you do in your bedroom. I really don't.
For me, if you say the phrase gender near anyone under the age of 18 and you happen to be a teacher, I would legitimately fire you.
Anyone who says that they need access to children needs to be put on a fucking list and never be allowed to ever be near children. Yeah. If you say why do you need children? Why do you need to be around them? If you need children, why don't you have your own children? I'm not actually recommending that because people who say that are usually freaks.
If I were to ever run for office, my first thing would be I would immediately abolish public education and privatize education.
It makes me so.
I would have.
Fucking weird,
I would destroy every public utility I possibly could and privatize the shit out of absolutely everything I possibly could.
Based Rockefeller ass shit. But it's like, I've talked about this before. Is that like I've always felt very.
I would consolidate as much power into my own hands as I possibly could.
As an adult, I've always felt very. Bill and I have to have kids soon, like because that time's running out, right, for me. But I've always been very scared and worried about it. And I talked to my mom about it a lot because I was like, well, what if I fuck up? Like, what if I do something wrong and like I don't even know that I did something wrong and like I permanently scar my child? My mom's like, everybody, that's
life, Aiden.
I know it's life. And I've talked to other people about it, and they're like, the fact that you think about that kind of shit means you'd probably be a better parent than most, right? Of being like, oh god, what if I did something and like, because I've read a lot about child psychology. I have a background in it, and it's like psychology in general, but child psychology a part of it. And it's bizarre that there's so many people who just apparently don't care about the longitudinal effects of any of this. Like, do you even? I guarantee, I guess, that Karine Jean-Pierre doesn't know what the word longitudinal even fucking means. But
she can barely speak English.
And and they should be able to speak out against, and we should be able to speak out, and others should be able to speak out against hate and discrimination. But look, that type of dangerous rhetoric, that type of vitriolic language and violence, that needs to stop.
The language is violence. The language is violent. Mike Mysterio for 5 says, did you see the Gays Against Groomer report from earlier today? No, but we're going to do another stream this week, so I'll try to cover it there. Thank you, Mike. And then also, did you like that Temple of Time remix I sent you on Twitter? I didn't see it, sorry. But,
it's too late, Mother. I saw everything.
Thank you, Lance. Mike Mysterio, I'll check my Twitter in a minute. And I will find the Temple of Time remix. I love the Temple of Time. She is cute, but she's
she's not.
It's this. Oh
she's
no,
not white,
it's retarded. Okay, it's just here's the problem. Here is the problem with KJP.
She's
right?
stupid as fuck.
It's this. Oh. Oh no, it's retarded.
Yep.
I want to cover one last thing before we head out because it's getting real late. We'll do it.
I've seen huts in South Africa with roofs that look like her hair.
Oh, bruh. Okay. So I really want to talk about Trudeau saying that no one was forced to get vaxxed. Fauci saying he never should have done anything, but but then there's like all this shit. We did talk about the Hunter Biden stuff.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how fast we can get through it.
Because Aiden has jungle fever.
I grew up in Baltimore. I'm allowed. So, Netflix Cleopatra director...
I didn't grow up in Asia. Why do I find Asian women more attractive?
I don't know.
Maybe it's good
it's a Temple of Time Gregorian chant remix. That sounds awesome. I will check that out. Aiden, do you think dogs are sexually attractive for you, Dogfield? No, I am a white woman, but not like that. Netflix Cleopatra director admits she was using the show to drive agenda as lawsuit looms. So you're aware of this. The state of Egypt, apparently, well, not the entire state, is going to sue this woman for her misrepresentation of Cleopatra.
I am African and I endorse this message.
Yeah, there you go. Here's the trailer.
I'm a fetishist? What?
There was a time long ago when women ruled with unparalleled power.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And Cleopatra was a Ptolemaic Greek, not a fucking black woman.
As warriors, queens, mothers of nations. And there is none among them more.
From executive producer Jada Pinkett Smith, who cheated on her husband constantly. Can you imagine being such a fucked up bitch that your husband is like one of the most famous and wealthiest actors on earth? And you're like, yeah, but I shall cheat on him today. Let's have an open relationship. God damn. And I am sorry.
She fucked like a 21-year-old rapper.
Jada Pinkett Smith went to my alma mater, and like when you walk around school, like she paid a bunch of money to the school, like to build new like theater, like a new what do you call it? A new theater, yeah, to do plays in and stuff. But, bruh, I'm not making about Nefertiti because she wasn't black either. They're North Africans, you know. They want to make them
was queens.
They want to make them sub-Saharan Africans or people who look way darker than they would have been. But specifically, Cleopatra makes no sense because she was a Ptolemaic Greek.
Iconic. Then Cleopatra.
I would die for Egypt. What would you die for? I am Isis. I am a god.
As long as
and
she's
for some
alive,
reason,
she is the pharaoh.
And for some reason, she must have an English accent.
Now, here's the thing. No one would really have a problem with this to the degree that it's getting backlash if this was a historical drama that was not just complete fiction, right? Some people would be. Did she cheat on Tupac? She did date Tupac when they both went to my alma mater, Baltimore School for the Arts. I don't know if she cheated on Tupac, but she clearly cheated on Will Smith. Now, there probably would be some people. I should be more clear. There'd probably be some people who would have an issue with this of historical inaccuracy. because if it was just made to be, I brought up, have you ever watched the Sharp series?
No.
Okay, Sharp is a historical fiction, or Last Kingdom. You watched that one?
Oh, The Last Kingdom? Yes, with Uhtred.
Yes. So the guy who wrote
That is a
Last Kingdom,
good
I love it.
fucking
It's
TV
very
show.
good.
My
It really
God.
is.
Do you know why I like that TV show? Because everyone on it is white. I don't give a shit. If I watch a TV show right now, my first question to ask is, how many people on the show are not white? If the answer is some, I don't give a fuck. I want to watch a TV show and it only features white people. Because if I do, I know the TV show is going to be good. That is how I grade TV shows. And I don't give a fuck if anyone calls me racist for that. Fuck you. If I watch a TV show, the less diversity on it, I know therefore it's going to be better quality. Because that's how we grade TV now.
Basically,
I want less diversity. I want homogeneity as far as the eye can see. Sea of
I
white
would
people
say
only. Now get the fuck out.
You would probably know that now because, however, Last Kingdom did put in some black Vikings in like the 3rd or 4th season.
There was one dude as Black Priest.
Like one dude, yeah. Like, so I mean, but it was like, and that did it get overblown. Yeah, I didn't really give a fuck about the one guy. Good night, Bill. But I think the problem with this is that they've framed this as a documentary. Not just framed it, they've outright said this is a documentary. If they just said that it was historical fiction, then it'd be fine. And the other thing that has been brought up by a lot of people is that why don't you make live action adaptations of South African, not South African. Wow, sorry, my bad. It's just I'm talking to you, dude. of African stories, right? Like Anasazi and stuff. Or they can't be because they can't because they can't be truthful about the Malian Empire, just like what happened with the Woman King, that movie that came out last year. And then everyone was like, did you forget the fact that this woman was a slaver and literally sold her own people into slavery? Can't be honest about that one, can you?
But they'll make a series about the Gate, Cleopatra, but not the Nubian dynasty, which was 749 to like 650.
No, it's just because, and I'm going to get into a little bit of this.
Nubian Empire, less than 100 years, 5 pharaohs total. 5.
Well,
one hand.
Yes. Not Anasazi, I'm sorry, Anansi. My bad, I pronounced it wrong. Not Anasazi. Yeah, Anasazi are Native American Indians, but Anansi, the spider, right? My bad.
African stuff. People would watch.
I would too. There's a lot of really weird, and interesting African folklore tales.
People say the Lion King is Hamlet. It's not the Lion King. Malian, like the foundation myth of the Malian Empire.
Yeah.
The Lion King.
I think they could absolutely do stuff that would be interesting, that comes from African mythology and history. But unfortunately, when it comes to things like the microphone's only going wonky because Bill's talking and I have it set on the noise gate low, so it's probably being cut out. Sorry. So there's definitely things that you could have done that would be genuine African stories and genuine African culture, but they never want to do that. Now, yes, Egypt is on the continent of Africa, but Egyptians are not. Yes,
okay. I do, Gary.
Yes, Gary Thomas Spoon does historical K-dramas, very specifically.
Yes, but I like because the stories are really, really well written. Empress Kai is such a fucking show. Oh my god.
There also was a period of time. There was a period of time where Egypt was ruled over by Southern Africans that would have been dark-skinned. The Nubian Empire, exactly. Yes.
633. Less than 100 years.
So it was a very short-lived period of time. But if you wanted to do that, you could have done that.
We was kings for not very long.
Basically it was when Egypt wasn't doing real great for a number of other reasons. They were a vassal of Rome and yes,
the times when you were ruled by the white man.
The Central African Nubian Empire came in and kind of rolled them over for 100 years. Yeah.
Egypt was a major player
until
Rome rolled. Egypt was a major player for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I've got a scarab from one of the major pharaohs from 3,000 years ago, but the gape, really. The gape is the best you can do. Cleopatra, the gigathought of history.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, at first I was wondering what you called her, the Gape, and now I understand.
That's her actual historical nickname.
The Gape? Because, yeah.
'Cause she was that much
Mark
of a hoe.
Mark Antony, please fuck me.
She fucked everyone.
She fucked everybody.
I've
She
got
was a
shit-
gaping
okay,
hole. Yeah, that's true.
I've got the scarab downstairs is from Amenhotep III to commemorate the birth of his second daughter, Isis.
Right.
It's like the entire Amenhotep III through. He's Tutankhamun's father.
Right. Well, here's the thing, right?
That entire dynasty is like awash with lore. Like Tutankhamun
Well,
is
yes.
the most famous pharaoh of all time.
Right. Well, he's famous for the finding of his tomb, because the Boy King. But, anywho.
He lived 19
Yeah. Yeah. Is Bill drunk? No.
Any
he's-
19-year-old who did better was
Bill might be drunk, but he's going to sleep.
I'm drunk and I'm good at history. Fuck you.
You are drunk and good at history. I love you. Anywho, let's watch the rest of this stupid fucking trailer and then try to wrap up because it's late as fuck.
My father's will names me co-ruler of Egypt.
Why do you have a
Julius
British
Caesar
accent?
is aware that
Because it's supposed to be a documentary, and when it's a documentary, they give everybody a British accent.
Why does I assume Caesar look Slavic?
Slavic Caesar, yeah.
Cleopatra is one of the best educated women in the Mediterranean. He wants to be
In the Mediterranean, but for some reason she's also black.
Shit! She's not. First of all, she was not black. Secondly, no shit, she was well educated. She was in the ruling class. What the fuck? And she was a Greek. She was a Cypriot Greek. You fucking morons.
king to Cleopatra's queen.
there is no future without the past.
She was using these relationships with Mark Antony to protect herself and her country.
No, she was a whore. Dear God, how could anyone be this confused? Like, okay, so here's the thing. I do want to keep watching this. Just finish this stupid trailer that's full of lies.
There is no Rome without Egypt.
Nice attempt.
Okay,
What's it? Bill, what's up? Hang on. One more thing.
Cleopatra was known to be quite clever, considering she was a puppet.
Yeah.
Like she's quite famous for an incident where, like, she said, like, I will make this meal the most expensive meal in history, essentially. And she took a pearl earring off and placed it in a glass of vinegar and drank it. Like, she was well known for, like, really, like, basic bitch, like, trickery.
Yeah, but
and that's what got most of her line killed.
Well, yes. Oh, yeah. Look into this. Her whole family got fucking murdered after this shit. It wasn't just her.
Look into the Ptolemaics fucked with Rome. And Rome was
very cute of you.
Rome was very well known for killing countries.
Look into what happened to a bunch of Cleopatra's family after this. It wasn't great. They got banished essentially.
Ptolemy III got his fucking head
cut off. Her sister, I think, got banished to. Was it to Lesbos? So things did not go really great for the Ptolemaic line.
If they hadn't fucked with Romans, the major problem is that they were killing like Roman consular. Yeah. Like they were taking advantage of the civil war with Caesar to try and get into Caesar's good graces, and in response, Caesar went, "Fuck you! No, you're a bunch of fucking Punics. You do not interfere with Rome." And then had everyone shot.
So basically, she was an ethot known for doing a lot of shady shit.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay.
So
wow. That explains why they want a person of color to play her.
Well, right. Okay. So just the TLDR is that at this point in time, the Ptolemaic dynasty controlled Egypt, which is the Greeks. The Romans rocked up. And she fucked Mark Antony, and also probably wanted to fuck Caesar. Maybe did fuck Caesar. It's not exactly clear. She probably did fuck Caesar, though, from the sounds of things historically. She was a big fucking hoe. Absolutely nothing about this has anything to do with African history. This was the Greeks and the Romans fighting over what had at that point been a Greek a colony, if you want to call it that, for a very long time.
She was a Jezebel.
And and this is the thing, is that I really am interested. This is the kind of period of history I'm really interested in which Caesar. I don't remember which was the Caesar at the time.
What?
Do you remember which Caesar Bill fucked Cleopatra allegedly?
Julius.
Well, it was, I guess, yeah. I thought it was Julius Caesar, but there's also been, yeah. So I think it was the Julius Caesar.
And yes, I'm
the Caesar.
Spicy shit.
Right? Is that one of her kids was supposedly
She was the toilet of
bastard.
Egypt.
Look, it's been a minute, the toilet of Egypt. But yeah, I wanted to double check. Bill knows better than I do. But this is the part of history I'm very interested in ancient history and particularly like prehistory. I love that shit, man. Yeah, well, yeah, Bill did classics at school. Anywho, so listen to the quote from the woman who made this, by the way, real quick before we play it. Why shouldn't Cleopatra be why did this fucking go up? Why shouldn't Cleopatra be a melanated sister?
Because she's not, you fucking moron.
You know that she pronounced this sister, by the way.
Yeah.
And why do some people need Cleopatra to be white?
Because it's historically accurate.
No, she's not. She's Greek. Greeks aren't white. Neither are Italians. Neither are Spain.
Actually, your base boy Disparu agreed with her that Greeks aren't white. I'm just saying, like, I watched Disparu's video on this earlier, and he's like, yeah, okay, so Cypriot Greeks aren't white. All right, like, fine, agreeable, but she's still not black, you know?
Also, Ptolemy was like, it was.
Right, it's absolutely ridiculous. Melanated sister.
Ptolemy III and Cleopatra, like the two palest Ptolemaic Greeks in existence.
Listen to this dumb shit. Her proximity to whiteness seems to give her value.
No, it doesn't.
And for some Egyptians, it seems to really matter. No, we're just telling you the historical truth.
Everyone actively gives Cleopatra shit for being a whore. Like, there's nothing good here anyway.
Yes.
She was a backstabbing whore. That's all she was.
I mean, that's anybody who actually knows anything about history, this is ridiculous. Her proximity to whiteness seems to give her value. No, that's you, bitch. Director Tina
This is why
Garabi.
I said there's no one that puts white people on a pedestal more than
No
non-white.
one gives a shit about Cleopatra, about black people.
It's again why it's this
Look
black
at
woman
the
who is
people who complained
giving,
about this. It wasn't the whites,
Yes.
it was the Egyptians, you fucking moron.
Yes, so the Egyptian government, or at least parts of the Egyptian government, I think
There's
the
no
the
white people
Antiquities
involved in this
Department
fucking backlash at all.
is suing Netflix over this. This is what this is about, is that the Egyptian government, hence lawsuit looms, is that the Egyptian government wants their history to be portrayed correctly and to portray, and this shit
Not by a bunch
is
of
not a correct
imperial
portrayal of Egyptian
shitheads.
history.
You might have money, you don't have Al.
Or
Yeah.
values.
Most of what the Netflix platform, according to a Newsweek article, Egyptian lawyer Mahmoud Al-Samari has submitted a complaint with the nation's public prosecutor seeking legal action against Netflix.
Based.
Most of what the Netflix platform displays does not conform to Islamic and societal values and principles, especially Egyptian ones, Al-Samari said.
No.
Look, yeah, this is, they're
go back
pissed
home
off
on
that
it.
you're lying about their history.
It's the same shit that this brought up when 300.
Oh, yeah, yeah. 300 came out, yeah.
Iran was portrayed as a bunch of, shall we say, melanated individuals.
Oh, right. When 300 came out, remember? And they portrayed them as being far darker in terms of melanated.
Iranians
My melanated sister.
Iranians are about...
Iranians are literally originally Persians.
Persians are
AKA
pale at, like Iran means land of the Aryan.
Exactly.
Like,
What's the land of the Aryans? Oh, it's Persia. Oh, it's Iran. Okay.
They are as pale as the Semites get.
Yeah. So let's finish this, and then I got like one or two more things because I want to like end on some funny stuff. Yeah, here we go.
Cleopatra was trying to save the country that she loved.
No, she wasn't. That's what the fuck. I guess from the Greeks, but she was a Greek.
From destruction.
And the Romans, but
did what I had to do.
I guess they're saying from the Romans, but like she was
Aiden, can
fucking
you play
Romans.
the thing? Otherwise, it's going to be here all
Sorry.
fucking day.
To protect what is mine.
This is a woman exercising power.
Cleopatra was a Ptolemaic ruler. The very first Ptolemy is a general of Alexander the Great.
Have we
Why
noticed?
would they see that in the
Have you
trailer?
noticed every single fucking person who's talking is a woman?
Oh, that's very. I didn't notice that, but good call. Why would you say that she's a descendant of Alexander the Great and that she's a Ptolemaic ruler in this documentary where you're portraying her as black when being a descendant of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a member of the Ptolemaic dynasty, meant she was Greek and a Cypriot?
Possible that she was an Egyptian.
I imagine her to have curly hair like me and a similar skin color.
I remember. You can imagine all you want, loser. It's not the truth.
My grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
That's the world we live in now, where I don't care what the actual truth is. This is just Cleopatra was black.
She has become an icon.
I am a god. Queen of kings.
Her story resonates with every woman.
No.
No, it doesn't.
No, I'm not a
You
whore, sorry.
smoke, you moron.
Here's...
Can I just say something? This is something that bugs the fuck out of me when it comes to like Hollywood crap. I detest non-whites who bitch about European history and say like, oh look, it's horribly oppressive and violent and racist, yet they fucking bitch nonstop when they're not featured in it.
Yeah.
Make something about your own history, you fucking assholes.
That's what I was saying.
Which you never do for two reasons. Either A, you don't know anything about your fucking history, or B, you are admitting that your history is so shit you have to steal ours.
I mean, like, this part, there are other parts of Egyptian history. Like we said, the Nubian conquest of Egypt. If you want to talk about the period of time of about like 90 to 100 years, where actually black Nubians ruled Egypt, make a fucking movie about that. Oh, it wouldn't have the name recognition now, would it? Now this is a article written by Zahi Hawass. You've probably all seen, if any of you guys out there have watched any documentary about Egypt, like ever on the History Channel, you probably have seen Dr. Zahi Hawass. He's one of the leading, and in fact, he is the leading scholar of, I believe, of Egyptology.
Also, I've been to Egypt.
You have?
Yes.
That's fucking awesome. I've always wanted to go.
Yes, I've been to Cairo.
That's awesome.
Yes.
He's an Egyptian archaeologist, Egyptologist, and former Minister of State for Antiquities Affairs, serving twice. This guy, you've probably seen Dr. Hawass if you've ever watched a documentary.
Also, they look like Redskins.
Egypt. Dr. Hawass?
No, the Egyptians. They don't look like black people. They look like their own race of people.
I've also, by the way, I've heard this man speak in public and gotten to meet him because I was, why was I at this museum? It must have been for a thing for college that I got to go to one of them and got to hear him speak in public. And he was like, and then got to meet him and just like shake his hand afterwards. And he was really friendly, really nice guy. He seemed to be, at least, you know, I don't know. I like shook his hand and told him like, thank you. You are one of the many people who inspired me to like history as a child, which he did, by the way. Bill, do you have a statement about this?
Picked an awful yellow.
Oh, Bill just said that they did pick a woman who does look, even though she's black, she's very light skinned. Yeah, that is interesting. So this is Dr. Hawass's response, or Hawass's response, sorry. He said the docudrama Cleopatra, which purports to be a historically accurate account of the life and reign of the ruler of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of England, is the first in the 1st century BC. We released on Netflix. Blah blah. He goes over the details there of the series. Cleopatra. Here is Dr. Zahi Hawass in black and white terms. I guess pun intended. Cleopatra was not black. As a well-documented history attests, she was a descendant of the Macedonian... I kept saying Cypriot, but Macedonian, I suppose. I'm sure he knows. Obviously, Dr. Hawass knows. Macedonian Greek general who was a contemporary of Alexander the Great. Her first language was Greek, and in contemporary busts and portraits, she's depicted as being white. The evidence for Cleopatra's true heritage is overwhelming, and not, as Jada Pinkett Smith has said in defense of the show, highly debated. This guy is the leading scholar, basically, in Egyptology. And he is calling you out and saying you're fucking wrong.
Yes,
the actress playing Cleopatra...
They're just imperialistic shitheads.
Yeah. The actress playing Cleopatra has offered this advice to many show's critics. If you don't like the casting, don't watch the show. It is advice that and I suspect countless Egyptians intend to take. You did tell me Macedonian. Sorry, I kept saying Cypriot. I don't know why I thought she was a Cypriot. She was Macedonian.
We need to make TV shows and swap a bunch of black characters for white ones and just see and then watch them freak out.
Yeah.
Let's make a movie about Obama.
Funnily enough, Macedonians weren't considered Greeks
some
until after
white people
Alexander
played.
proved he was awesome. Yeah, thank you, Eldegusta, though. Bill just said Macedonia is a fake country. I don't know why I thought she was a Cypriot. There are many words that could be used to describe the falsehood at the heart of the series, and the headlines in the newspapers around the world, from US to Egypt to Greece, have carried several of them, including historical revisionism, cultural appropriation, and blackwashing. Protests are not motivated by racism, as the Egyptian lawyer Mahmoud al-Samari has launched legal bid to have access to Netflix. Blocked in Egypt has pointed out. So they're just saying, we will not let any access to Egypt or to Netflix be allowed in Egypt because of the ridiculous historical blackwashing of this show. I recommend reading the entire article. As you can see, it's quite long. And
there is something
Dr. Hawass
incredibly
lays out his
depressing about this entire wave of media.
It is depressing, is it not?
No, just in the fact that your culture is so disconnected from any kind of identity that you need to just go to Africa and try and make something your own because you have nothing that signals your greatness. Which is like really depressing for a group of people that you're that pathetic as civilization. Europe has amazing fucking shit, whereas they have nothing.
Again, but no,
that's depressing.
You could make some serious docudramas about things that happened in Africa, but
but it's not associated with you.
Hang on, who are black Africans? The problem is, Spoon, is that they're not like grand cultures in the same way that Egypt is.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, like, I don't look at European history and go, oh, look, I feel somehow I need to be connected to a tribe because I don't have any of my own. Like, that's not something I need to be concerned about. Like, you know, for heaven's sake, like South African, like, we have cool history. Like, we have apartheid in the fact that we oppressed an entire country and then ran it better than the people now, even though they have 80% of the demographic, which clearly would show some level of superiority. Fuck all of you, I'm going to stand by that because, well, look at the state of the country right now. You can't tell me I'm wrong. You can call me a racist all you want, but I'm still a racist who's correct. And fuck yeah, you can quote me saying that. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But like, secondly, I don't know why, but this is exclusively an American phenomenon it's because you don't actually have a country or a tie or anything.
No, hang on. This part in particular is this stuff is not, it is an American phenomenon, but
yes,
it's
an
a
imperialism.
It's like a black power, black nationalism phenomenon. It's the Weebus Kang stuff. And it's like,
it's a meme.
Why can't you just look at the actual empires that have existed in Africa, that Africans who had the same, Mali, for example. Yes, as Eldegusta brings up, Mali is an excellent example. But the reason why they can't bring up Mali, the reason why they can't bring up Mali is because Mali was a slave state.
No, I don't care about it. Like, why do you have to find an identity like thousands of years ago of a civilization of which you have nothing in common other than your skin color? That's pathetic.
I agree with that 100%. Like, again, you and I can enjoy watching history of countries from whose cultures and skin tones and ethnicities we have nothing to do with. Like, again, like you like K-dramas and C-dramas, right?
Yes, because the stories are well written.
Yes. And I'm a big, giant fucking weeb, but I'm white, so and that's fun. And tons of people enjoy, historical Japanese content. Like, I would say the first thing that got me really, the first anime I really got into, and oh god, this is kind of like hard to say now because it turns out the fucking author is a pedophile, but it was Rurouni Kenshin. It was a story about it's a manga and anime about the period in the Edo period in Japan. And I didn't know when I was 11 or 12 when I first watched that. I didn't know anything about Japanese history. Of course not. And yeah, Kenshin's still great, even if the author's gross.
Yeah, weebs are never
But-
fine.
But it's about a gay pacifist. He is a pacifist, but I liked it. I liked it when I watched it when I was like a little kid, you know. But I didn't have to like imagine myself as like my history, my
Well,
family's
that's
history.
Americans
in
in general, because the white Americans don't have any culture either. No offense, Aiden.
Japan. It's why a lot of Americans get really into like the 23andMe stuff, myself included, of trying to figure out, you know,
Your
like,
identity
where do
is
I come from?
basically like McDonald's, Nike, and consumerism. That's it. You don't have anything else.
Well, I think it's why so many Americans are interested in it, like trying to figure out where they come from. Did I say Edo? It's Meiji Restoration. Yeah, my bad, guys. It's late. I'm getting late. It's getting late, and my brain's not working on full fucking thrusters right now. Not Edo.
Say what you
It
like
was-
about South Africans. At least we have Afrikaans. We made our own language.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Kenshin was written by a pedo. Yeah, I know. It's sad, isn't it?
Separate
But
the
yeah,
art
it's-
from the artist.
Yes, you can. You can.
Oh,
And
God,
it's
I
still
was gonna
it's still a
say
really
something
good.
horrible. I probably couldn't say.
Still a really good series. He just happens to be like a Nobuo Watsuki. Just turned out was a fucking nonce. But yeah, I think you know,
Hey, at least
nothing
those
about-
monsters could make art. The ones now can't do shit.
nothing about. I didn't ever need to see myself in that, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't need to see someone who looked just like me. And it's not just that. Like, again, I grew up loving reading about and learning about like Egyptian history.
Afrikaans
I'm
is
talking
not
about-
Dutch. It's based on Dutch.
And I've always loved learning about history of peoples all over the world. I still do. I talked about this again. Like, I would learn about that
Yeah,
tribe
but you
in
didn't make
South
guns.
America.
You just happened to have guns as part of your revolution. Like to say like that's like you saying I culturally appropriated whoever made guns first.
I'm just saying, no, hang on though. I'm saying like I can enjoy learning about somebody else's culture, as we talked about again, that South American tribe that I like went and like spent hours learning about just because I was like, oh, man, this is fascinating. I don't need to feel like I'm related to them in any way, or you know,
Yeah.
if I was
To be
looking at like the
represented, to be part of the culture. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
or to look at, you know, the like pretty interesting civilizations of South America in general, like not that one so much, which is kind of weird.
It
but
screams insecurity.
it really does. And I don't understand why you can't look at the things that you're, because by the way, they'll be like, oh, white people are rapist murderers. It's like, okay, yeah, and so were you, but you can also like, because so is everybody in the past, okay? But why don't you look at like the Mali Empire?
You know what the
Why don't you look
correct
at the-
comeback to that is?
Hmm?
Yes, you did raping and pillaging and then stopped. We did raping and pillage and then build civilizations. You're fucking welcome.
It's just it's like everybody was
true.
terrible in the past. Everybody was terrible. Every group. Why do people get so weird about this? It's like, I mean, you know, sorry. It's just I'm gonna just post this meme. Hang on. I don't get it.
You want to you want to share a based meme?
Yeah.
Share this one.
I sent it to you the other day.
That's a good base.
Okay,
meme.
this one's pretty good. All right, this one's pretty good. Mine's gonna be better. Bad Europeans colonizing Africa. Good Europeans colonizing
I
Europe.
looked at that
Oof.
picture and I sent the picture to my mother. I just went, "Is this not back home? The mountains look familiar." She went like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's Britain. That's a British architecture in South Africa. Like that
This
that
one's
is
better. Oh, did somebody's ancestors not do very well at war? Oh.
No, they didn't. No, they did well at the war. They just didn't build anything afterwards. Like if
Oh
you
no,
look
I'm
at
just saying like
yeah.
the colonizers though. Like
Yeah.
oh,
But if you look at
oh
the
no, oh.
if you look at the Zulus in South Africa, like 'cause the Zulus came down from the East Coast, the Zulus were fucking brutal. Like they massacred a shitload of fucking tribes.
Absolutely.
They basically
Yes.
went like full Rome. They basically went, we're going to incorporate our tribe, incorporate you into our tribe, or we're going to kill you.
Yeah,
So they basically just
exactly.
destroyed, like the blacks, like the Zulus didn't give a fuck about your identity. It's either you incorporate us or we're going to kill you. They were basically the colonizers of colonizers of yes of that part of Africa and their tribes. So like, please stop this crap of like, ooh, like you didn't do the same shit. Like, yes, you fucking did.
Like
You were just as
again,
horrible.
this is-
Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. This is just a meme, but it's like I don't mean to offend anybody with the meme. I do a little bit.
Yes, you do.
But like the world history is full of people conquering other people.
Yes.
That's the entirety of world history.
Yes.
I mean, this being a little meme because the Brits were really good at war. It's not trying to shit on anybody's culture in particular. But
Yes,
the
it
Brits
is.
were better at war. The Brits were better at war. They were better at it.
They were better at nation building.
And they're better at nation building. So
Yeah.
I
This
mean,
is something.
it is what it is.
This is something that clearly did not translate to the Americans.
Yeah. Apparently
What about
not.
Nation building, that's what the British did. The Americans don't build nations, they just fucking destroy them.
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, look at them.
Anywho.
Look at them, what they tried to do with it in Ukraine. That's not going well. They did in Libya,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
Iraq,
not going
Syria.
well.
Yeah, pretty much everywhere the American goes, they just fuck shit up and build nothing. They just basically ruin and leave chaos in their wake. Unlike the British, who
know.
actually build empires and, was something that the Americans never learned because they're not really English. They're shit.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what?
No
I
offense.
want to end on a bit of a funny note. 'Cause
That
this
is a funny
kinda
note to
sad.
end on.
Here we go. Just watch this real quick. Arizona state lawmaker caught red-handed on camera hiding Bibles in members-only lounge. Here you go. Like these people fucking hate you, and that's I just watch how much this woman hates you. Hang on here.
She stole Bibles?
She hid them. Here you can see she's this fat woman in the white suit in the
Why did
back,
she hide
right?
them?
Because she hates Christians, and she found some Bibles, and they triggered her.
That's because she's a demon. And she can't touch them.
Well, she does touch them, but she just hides. She
yeah,
puts
but-
them under chairs.
But they
she's-
burn her.
So you can see what she put them under chairs, under chair cushions, and in the refrigerator.
See, this just makes you look like a lunatic.
Well, you are, right? You're just like, I hate God so much I have to go hide it in the refrigerator.
I don't know why you're doing Jordan Peterson's voice.
It's
Coldy
just
Bible.
pretty Coldy Bible. It probably always feels like they're living in someone else's world. Maybe. I don't know. What a weird thing to do. To be walking around, just stumbling around this. You can see her do it there. She's taken the Bible and hiding it under a chair. Because she doesn't want anyone to see the Bible.
How do people not realize they're always being filmed? Because it's very difficult to see
Yeah.
cameras when your head's up your own ass.
Mm-hmm. It's just kind of funny. So, just pick it up.
The problem with your argument
Throw
is
it
that
under the chair.
the Zulus lost. Well, they lost to
The
the
weird thing, she's acting like
to the
she's trying to do it casually. It's like she's hoping nobody notices that she's doing it. But she's clearly on a mission here, right?
Why is she hobbling?
Because she's fat.
No, she's like holding her sides, like her ass is weighing her down.
Maybe. It's just, what a weird thing to do. To just this is the whole video. She just did it a couple times. But what a weird
what
ass
was her
thing to
name?
do. Her name is Arizona Representative Stephanie Stoll Hamilton.
That's an unusually American surname.
Yep. But she's of course a Democrat, and she's very angry about the Bibles.
Oh, she's a Democrat, of course she is.
Yeah. So
An ordained
to pwn the
Presbyterian
Christians.
minister.
What does it say about Presbyterian minister?
She's an ordained Presbyterian minister.
Why'd she hide the Bibles then? Hang on.
Scroll down.
Minister. An ordained Presbyterian minister, according to her bio. She's removing the books and hiding them under two of the sofas in the lounge. Why?
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't get it. So why is she hiding the Bibles? I don't know.
Maybe it's because they were a version of the Bible she didn't like.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess putting the Bibles in the fridge is better than a book burning, but what a weird thing to do. Very bizarre. Anyway, I thought that video was funny. It's quite late. We are later than we normally go. We are gonna head out for the night, I think. Yeah?
Yes.
All right. We will see you all on Sunday for the inauguration of His Royal Majesty King
Yes.
Charles.
With the Catholic Bibles.
Maybe that's why.
Maybe, who the fuck knows?
And some other stuff that we didn't get through tonight. And see you then.
Hey,
Also,